Akoshim. Well, let's move on forward with the agenda. Number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Shada, could you read the agenda into the record?
Okay, Cecilia, Vice Chair, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Nate Bennett, Donna, I posted the agenda, and that's what I will read. But I did revise the agenda, but then that never was posted. So it'll be a different reading, and we need to do an amendment to add some legislations. 5 legislations need to be added so that those will move on to Mountain. Proposed agenda of the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, January 19, 2022, special meeting, 10 a.m. via teleconference. Presiding is Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chairperson, and Jamie Hiniel, Chairperson. Placed via telecommunications, Winter Rock, Navajo Nation. 1, call the meeting to order, the roll call, the invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journal. None. 5, receive reports. A, update on the Salie Wheatfields Ag Project, presented by Aaron Begay, Project Manager with the Diné Water Users Association, Farm Board, and Rudy Shabala, Director, Division of Natural Resources, and Carl R. Slater, Delegate, and others. B, report on external funds received by the Navajo Nation, including ARPA, IHS funds, FRF, as of December 31, 2021, presented by Cordell Shorty, Contracting Officer, Office of Management and Budget, and others. C, CARES Fund update presented by Elizabeth Begay, Interim Controller, Office of the Controller. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A, legislation number 0255-21. B, legislation number 0258-21. C, legislation number 0246-21. And then the item D is scheduling a PTF update meeting. 8, close of the session, written announcements, adjournment. The next regular meeting is February 1, 2022. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Shada, for reading the agenda into the record. Motion?
Motion, Delegate Begay.
I'll recognize your motion, Honorable Begay. Second?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Committee members, any questions, amendments, comments on the agenda?
Vice Chair Smith, Chair Henia.
Chair Henia, you have the floor.
And also thank you for taking care of this meeting while I had to take care of some business here. Make amendment number 1 to hear the legislations first. Then after that, we can do reports. Reason being is because some of these legislations, they need to be, committee reports need to be generated. So it'll give Peggy time to do the committee reports while we're hearing the reports. So that'd be my motion for amendment number 1, to hear the reports for legislations first, and then reports after.
Second, Delegate Yellowhair.
Motion by Honorable Chair Henio to do amendment 1, do the legislations first and then reports afterwards. Second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. I'll recognize the second on that. Committee members, any questions on the amendment 1?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair, committee members, colleagues who are on the line. If I could ask the motioning party to amend the motion to include the 5 legislations that need committee action, I would appreciate it. Thank you. And if our staff can read the legislation number and go for the motioning party. Thank you.
Kochi Shmayaja for that request. modification. Chair Henio, you have the motion.
Shinanta, Vice Chair Smith, Ado Shinanta, Delegate Member Kinanspa Karate. I'm open to it to add any legislations to this amendment that need to be heard today.
Hakushi, Shiche, Honorable Jamila here.
Speaker, Chair. Thank you.
Hakushi, we have Amendment 1, legislations first, and committee, the receiver reports will be after the new business, and modification will be add the legislation that needs to be added to this agenda. Shada, do you have the legislation numbers and what we need to add on?
Yes, I do. Sitzilla, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, you would be adding, should I just go with adding by like letter, like D would be legislation number like that? Or should I just?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that would be in order. That would be great to do that in order, and then kind of give a brief description of the legislation. Thank you.
What I'll just do is I'll read the whole title. So D, legislation number 0006-22, an action relating to budget and finance and Navigated committees and the Navajo Nation Council, establishing the Dene Relocating Fund, sponsored by Otto So and Seth A. Damon, council delegates. E, legislation number 0008-22, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee, approving a budget transfer in the total amount of $2,466,231 within the Navajo COVID-19 Response Donation Fund, business unit number N01476, sponsored by Edison J. Wanika and Seth A. Damon, council delegates. F, legislation number 0003-22, an act relating to resources and development, budget and finance, and Navigated committees and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $900,000 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB to the Division of Economic Development Tourism Department for personnel and operating expense for the remainder of FY 2022, waiving 12 NNC section 820E, 820F, and 820J to allow the use of the UUFB recurring expenses, sponsored by Wilson C. Stewart Jr., council delegate. G, legislation number 0005-22, an act relating to resources and development, budget and finance, and Navigated committees and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $419,718 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB to the Division of Community Development to fund chapter official stipends for the remainder of FY 2022, waiving 12 NNC section 820E, 820F, and 820J to allow use of the UUFB recurring expenses, sponsored by Herman M. Daniels Jr., council delegate. H, legislation number 0007-22, an act relating to resources and development, budget and finance, law and order, and Navigated committees and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $900,000 from the Navajo Nation Trust Fund, 24 NNC section 741 to the Division of Economic Development Tourism Department to cover the tourism department's personnel and operating expense for the remainder of FY 2022, amending 24 NNC section 741B to allow all revenue in the tourism fund to be used by any and all Navajo Nation programs for tourism related purposes, sponsored by Wilson C. Stewart Jr., council delegate. Vice Chair. Those are the legislations to be added.
Hakushi Heila Shada for reading that in order. We have 5 new legislations that will be put on new business with the Amendment 1. Committee members, any questions? This is Amendment 1. Any questions? Not hearing any. So Shanella, could we have a roll call vote?
Sure, Chanela. Roll call vote for the amendment number 1. Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy
I vote
Yellow.
green.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. Amendment 1 passes with 5-0. None opposed on the Amendment 1. Committee members, any other comments, questions on the main motion? Not hearing any on the main motion. We have a second reading on the Amendment 1 that's included on the agenda. And could we have a quick printout of this and send it to the email for us that are needing a copy of this? Shorta, could we have a second reading?
Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, I did send it out to you yesterday, to the committee. If you can check your emails from yesterday. Let's see.
First, check your email for yesterday. It was sent out. We have it.
I'll go ahead and
there.
send it out right now real quick.
Okay, could we have second reading on the main motion for the agenda?
This is Delegate Yellow here. I
Honorable
already have that copy.
Honorable Yellow here.
You ready? Oh,
Okay, Vice Chairman, I have that copy with me already. I run the copy this morning of what was read and add on. I have that copy already, so I don't print Shashigi. I'll be but I'll quit it too.
Shada, go ahead and read the second reading for the main motion on the adoption of the agenda.
okay. I was really reading to myself. I'm sorry. For the proposed agenda of the Budget and Finance Committee for January 19, 2022, the special meeting, it was Amendment 1 stated that we would do number 5, receive reports following after 7, new business. So starting on page 2, after item C, you added legislation number as D, legislation number 006-22. Item E is legislation number 008-22. F is legislation number 003-22. G, legislation number 005-22, and H, legislation number 007-22. So that is how the second reading is for the adoption of the agenda, Vice Chair.
Well, thank you for the second reading, Shada. Committee members, any questions, comments on the agenda? Not hearing any. Shanetta, would you do a roll call vote on the agenda?
I was on mute.
Chair Henio, before we go into vote, I'll recognize you have the floor.
Just a question real quick. I can't ask Shanetta. Is there 005-22? Is that on the agenda also?
Yes, it is. It's the last item on the agenda. No, it's G. It's on G. 0005-22. And
Oh, thank you.
with that, Shada.
Yes, you are correct. Chair Henio, I did send out the revised agenda at probably 10:40 or 10:42. Check your email, and it does 005-22 is item G.
With that, committee members, Shanetta, Ramona, could we do a roll call vote on the agenda with one amendment?
Sure, Vice Chairman, roll call vote on the approving the agenda with one amendment. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green too. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty, and I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Sue, Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Should I vote in favor?
Okay, thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes in favor. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote on the agenda. We have an agenda in front of us. At this point in time, we have an agenda, so I'll turn the floor and gavel over to our Chair Henio. Chair Henio, you have the gavel.
Vice Chair Smith, this is Jalissa. Chair Henio is currently presenting at the HES committee.
Okay, I appreciate that, Jalissa. Gavel's back to me. Committee members, we have adopted the adopt the agenda with 5 in favor, 0 opposed. We have an agenda in front of us. Moving on to number 4, review and adopt the journal. There's none. Moving on forward to item number 7, according to the amendment, we have legislation number 0255021, letter A. Do we have Honorable Daniel So on board? Honorable Daniel So. There's no co-sponsor. Going once.
Chair, Vice Chair, this is Peggy. As Julissa indicated, Hess is now in session, so I'll get a hold of Chair. So
It's understandable, Shada. We can have him come back at the, we're not going to delete this off the agenda. We can come back when he's available. I'll call for second call for Honorable Chair Daniel So.
Vice Chair Smith is Chair Henio.
Chair Henio, go ahead. You have the floor.
I'm on the Health, Education, Human Services Committee meeting. I have one legislation that they're debating right now, and Chair Daniel So is chairing the meeting at this time. I'll send him a text. Maybe if we could just hold off on him.
I was going to do the last call on that and just go down the agenda, Chair Henio, and we're not deleting it from the agenda. So when he's available, we'll come back and entertain his legislation when he has time to be on with Budget and Finance. Third and last call for Chairman Daniel E. So on legislation number 0255-21. Committee members, I don't hear Chairman Daniel So. He's on the other meeting with Health and Education and Human Services. So we'll come back to him when we are still in session with the Budget and Finance Committee.
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, go ahead. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Smith. If we could ask, is there a co-sponsor for this legislation? I know that Chairman So was on the call yesterday. We, assuming that BNF would have our meeting yesterday, I just want to make sure. I don't know if there was a co-sponsor because on the call yesterday there was chapter officials were on the call waiting for the legislation. Could we ask staff if there was any co-sponsor that could help Chairman So with this legislation? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Crotty. Shada, do you have anybody listed on the co-sponsor for this legislation?
no, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, there is no co-sponsor on this legislation, but Chair So did indicate that he will be ready to present in a few moments. So he did text me back. And then I just told him that when he's available, he can call back in. So that's how I communicated with him.
I go shake hands. There's no co-sponsor there, Honorable Crotty.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. I appreciate. Thank you.
Negotiating committee members, last and final call for Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So, who's chairing a meeting at the Hess meeting right now as we speak. Committee members, we don't have Vice Chair Haney.
Vice Chair Smith?
Chair Haney? Maybe are the representatives from the chapter on the line? Maybe we can make sure they're on the line, just in case we don't have to wait for them from for this legislation. You could do a roll call, see if they're on the line. It's a good tactic there, Chair Henio. Okay, we'll go ahead and do a roll call. Do we have the Torion Star Lake chapter and Auditor General on board with us from the chapter and also from the Navajo Nation related to this legislation?
Yate. This is Rochelle Montoya Chi. I'm the Torion Star Lake chapter president. I am present. Our secretary treasurer is actually at a COVID clinic helping out today, but I do also see my vice president on the call.
This is Delegate Daniel So. I finally am on the call.
This is Beverly Tom, with Senior Auditor with the Office of the Auditor General, also on the call.
Thank you for calling in and being on the call for legislation number 0255-21. I hear Chairman Daniel So calling in at this point in time. Shuddick, would we have this legislation read into the record?
Yes, Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, can you all hear me? I'm hoping. This is a proposed standing committee resolution assigned to Resources and Development Committee, thence Budget and Finance Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Daniel E. So, sponsor, tracking number 0255-21, an action relating to the Resources and Development and Budget and Finance Committees, accepting the Auditor General's internal audit of the Torion Star Lake chapter, approving the proposed corrective action plan of the Torion Star Lake chapter. And all the referenced documents are attached with the legislation. Chair.
Question, Shudder, thank you for reading that into the record. Committee members, motion? Motion by Henio.
Delegate Yeller, second.
I'll recognize the motion by Honorable Chair Henio and also Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Committee members, the legislation before us. We'll go ahead and have the sponsor give us the intricacies of this legislation so that we may take action upon it. At this point in time, Chair, so you have the floor. 20 minutes.
Tile, Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith, Otto, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I bring this legislation to the Budget and Finance Committee, the final authority on what the process will be. It is a corrective action plan for findings that occurred before the current chapter officers took their oath. One of the and only the Secretary Treasurer continued from the last term to this term. However, the main items were certain students were given chapter scholarship, even though the required documents were not in place. And that was an administrative action as the policies were in place. And then, of course, the big aspect is this particular audit was the first audit in a period of 20 years. And so it caught the community members and even the chapter officials by surprise. That one of the findings was there was no physical inventory or even a listing of chapter assets. And that brought back, for myself, bigger questions of how in the world did we pay insurance on those fixed assets. The other aspect was fences disappearing and not and the thievery not reported to public safety, and those types of actions really makes it to where we come back to this necessary item, and we appreciate the work of the Office of the Auditor General for highlighting these items. And in that respect, I'd like to refer it to my agent, Ms. Helen Brown, and then the chapter officers, Madam President Rochelle Montoya, Vice President Mario Atencio, Secretary Treasurer Sherry Begay are on the call, and then AMS Cecilia Toledo is also on the call. The chapter does not have a community service coordinator, and so within the last 2 weeks, we found out that Mr. Casey Begay from the Agency Service Center is the delegate at CSC, so they will also be available to provide answers and comments should the committee have them. So, Presiding Chair, if you would allow Ms. Helen Brown to give the report, the auditor's report, and then give an update on the CAP. Thank you.
Of course, you will honor that, Honorable Chairman Shinai, for the request. You have the floor. You may continue with the presentation.
Good afternoon. This is Beverly Tom, Senior Auditor with the Office of the Auditor General. I'll be presenting the audit report on behalf of Helen Brown, the Delegated Auditor General. We conducted an audit of the Torreon Star Lake chapter, and report number 21-04. It was completed March 2021, and this was a contracted audit service that was completed by Newberry and Associates from Gallup. The objective of this audit was to evaluate the chapter's internal controls, including how well controls are designed, implemented, and operated to meet the chapter's objective. Financial transactions are authorized, valid, and properly recorded, permit the preparation of financial statements and other financial reports. Assets are safeguarded against loss or misuse. Chapter activities addressed by the 5 management system comply with applicable laws and regulations, and those were the objectives to be achieved to conduct this audit. And our audit covered a 12-month period from July 1st, 2019 through June 30, 2020. To meet our objectives, the auditors did interview the CSC, the AMS, and the chapter officials and the ASC staff. They also conducted document reviews that were requested of the chapter. They did samples of expenditures. And to go into the audit, there are 3 findings for this chapter. As Mr. So did indicate, this chapter has not been audited for at least over 20 years. And that was one of the main things that this chapter was selected to be audited. For the first finding, chapter physical equipment inventory form is incomplete, and the chapter did not perform an annual physical inventory count. Basically, our finding there is no existing physical inventory equipment form which includes required information such as date of purchase, tag numbers, and required classification. The chapter does maintain a statement of value for property insurance underwriting exposure summary information, which listed 47 property. However, the statement of value was not complete in that it does not include the date of purchase or tag numbers for all 47 items of property, nor does it include the value or serial number of several items on the list. No physical inventory count that involve actual observation and identification of each property was conducted during the 12-month period ended June 30, 2020. We do have a criteria, meaning that we looked at the property policies and we did provide recommendations for the finding. For finding 2, general and subsidiary ledgers for all capital assets owned are not being maintained. Capital assets are not reported in financial statements. We do have a criteria, which is the property policies and procedures in the chapter's FMS. The finding there is no general or nor subsidiary ledger for the capital assets of the chapter. Therefore, there is no capital assets account group included on the combined balance sheet as of June 30th, 2020. And we do have recommendations for that finding. The last finding is scholarships were awarded to students who had not submitted all essential documents. The auditor did look at 6 out of total of 47 disbursements for scholarship assistance for the 12-month period. 4,900 of the 6 scholarships for students whose applications were considered incomplete. The following essential documents were missing, which is required transcripts from prior awarded semesters were missing from 3 students. Documentation for required 8 hours of community service were missing from 2 scholarship files. Receipts for the disbursements of scholarship checks payable to individual scholarship recipients were missing from 3 scholarship files. The scholarship recipient cover letter, basically it was a checklist, were not complete for 3 of the students. And we do have recommendations. Also, the chapter did acknowledge the finding and accepted the finding, and that's where they developed a corrective action plan. And as of November 8, 2021, working with the chapter, we did find that the corrective action plan was sufficient and effective in addressing all the 3 findings that were reported in this audit report. And that ends my presentation.
Chairman So, does that conclude your presentation for the legislation?
If I would could then call on Madam President Rochelle Montoya and Vice President Mario Atencio and Secretary Sherry Begay to provide input to this particular question that is before the Budget and Finance Committee. Madam President Rochelle Montoya.
Oh, yeah, to a had long cro shaho aigi she ya Rochelle Montoya chi and she has listening slot hani sunny bashes chin can't let chin ida she kachini eda shanale not ne jine a sanasha. And I would just like to say thank you to the honorable members of the Business or Budget and Finance Committee for allowing us this time. We had our corrective action plans worked on and presented to our chapter community members in regards to the 4 findings that came up during our audit. And we have all worked hard towards starting to correct these incidents in our audit, one of which is our scholarship We have established a new scholarship committee, and they are working diligently to make sure that our scholarship recipients have all of their required documents and required requirements fulfilled before they receive a scholarship. And the committee members are made up of community members from our community. The administration office JAA based on the other corrective action plan items no we're getting that done. And so I am very appreciative of everyone that has assisted in getting the audit completed for our chapter, and then also working on our corrective action plan. Cool. I'll quit it from mine. Thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, this is Vice President Mario Atencio, if I may.
Shella, Vice Chair Raymond Smith, we could provide the teleconference floor to Mario Atencio.
Agoshi, go ahead with the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you for this time, and thank you for this for considering this legislation. Fully back my president's statements, but really want to talk about the cap in specifics. Looking at it, finding 3 is just administrative oversight, but I really want to highlight that findings 1 and 2, the chapter physical inventory form and the general subsidiary ledgers are an incredible oversight when you talk about governmental generally accepted accounting procedures. From a governance standpoint, even as recent as yesterday, the very fiduciary standard of tracking the finances of the Torrance Star Lake chapter is impossible. Really want to highlight that upon further review of exactly how this came about, findings 1 and 2, is that there has been no substantial oversight via the compliance form and the monitoring tools that's highlighted in the budget instructions manual. I've brought up this issue always, and so the audit period is from June 2019 to June 2020. As much data as I can go back in the large portions from October 2019 forward, there's been no systemic fiduciary tracking via those monitoring tools. And it's and not only that, but then the chapter performance assessments that are supposed to be in there, again, per the instruction manuals, they are not included or filled out. And even as yesterday, it doesn't just fall within the audit period here, but it continues to this day, Mr. Chairman and honorable members. In so much that I found this very, very disturbing in the very fact that we had to, in order to protect ourselves, I sponsored a resolution from the chapter level, TSL number 12, 2021-86, directing the Torrance Star Lake chapter officials to file ethics and rule violation charges against Division of Community Development Director Yellowman and relevant Administrative Service Center Crown Point employees in their official capacities for failing to ensure and provide fiduciary oversight of the Torrance Star Lake chapter's finances. Mr. Chairman, I've repeatedly said that our chapter is not in compliance, and then there is supposed to be a letter of non-compliance that is supposed to come out. And so this extreme lack of fiduciary oversight has led to no physical inventory accounting ever that I could see from the documents public documents I've looked through at the chapter. And that's why when we get financial reports every month, I can't trust those documents. And so, Chairman, quickly, there's no confidence. I have no confidence in the fiduciary oversight provided by the Administrative Service Center and Division of Community Development. And really want to highlight the CAP process itself. On October of 2021, we, the Torreon chapter, called a meeting, and the CSC and ASC did not show up to 3 meetings. We had our planning meeting, our regular chapter meeting. ASC did not show up to really talk about the CAP to the people. We tabled the legislation at our planning meeting and our regular chapter meeting. We had to call a special meeting, and at that special meeting, ASC did not show up, and the chapter membership passed the CAP and they were very disappointed in that nobody from the administrative side came to actually provide any input or any type of guidance exactly what this CAP is going to mean for the community. And so overall, there's gross violations of your authority under the budget instruction manuals, Mr. Chairman. And so quickly, that's over time, and I really just want to highlight for this group, and there's serious performance issues with the Administrative Service Center, and that's what I leave you all with. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Presiding Chair, I'd like to turn the floor over to Secretary Treasurer Sherry Begay.
You may proceed. Go ahead. Shanata.
It would be *6 to unmute yourself, please. The phone number is 673.
Sherry Begay, are you on the call?
Shajar, this is Rochelle. She had text earlier that she was going to be participating in a COVID clinic.
Okay. Sheila, at this time, we give the chair and the committee are responsive.
Vice Chair Smith, Cecilia, you're on call again.
And Daniel So and your sponsors on this legislation. We open it up for questions. Committee members, any questions? A motion and a second. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Committee members of the Budget and Finance, any questions regarding this legislation?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, I'll go ahead and recognize you. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. This is more of a policy question to Auditor General regarding and understanding that this chapter has not been audited for 20 years. Help me understand in terms of the planning of chapter audits. Is there, just help me understand how that can happen. I think there's other chapters that have not been audited for 20 years. And I think at this point, what does the policy state in terms of the requirement for receiving Navajo Nation dollars? Is there an annual or every 2 years? I think my understanding was certified chapters, it's every 2 years. I would need to know that policy, and that's helpful as we start the beginning discussions for this upcoming year fiscal budget. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Honorable Crotty. Committee members, any other questions before I turn the floor back over?
Delegate to Vice Chair, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Negotiation Chair, Honorable Yellow Hair, I'll let you have the floor. You recognize.
Ya te pena, ya it's on the to the Chairman Penio, Arashanata, 24 being the committee members, I have the same concerns of Shemayaji Hati and the Krati. 20 years audit, it's not very good to have this type of audit. It's going to be way beyond, it's too far behind audit schedule. This costs a lot of mismanaged funds. They don't catch them. If they catch them earlier, it would be better. It's better to control their book. This is it's not very good, behind schedule of audit. It should be audited sooner the better before it gets worse misuse of funds. It should be a kid on the audit. So that basically on she thought of it initial being on law is caught naha ebe oya to ya shoulder but on caught it yaban not skittle aro see tata on the aro just on or in the stock is attachment day it behind it at all inventory though. Out of misuse of funding, out of just on it. A one portion I did Vice Chairman, so thank you, Aaron, to Honorable Daniel So bring this legislation for your chapter. Thank you very much, and your chapter officials too. Once about hospital,
Thank you, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, for that question. To come up with a question before I turn the floor back over to Chairman So. Chairman So, I don't think there's any other questions right at this point in time. You have the floor.
Honorable Amber Finazbat Kari Arosache, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. I appreciate the question, and I would turn that question over to my agent, staff from the Office of the Auditor General. Thank you.
This is Beverly Tom with the Office of the Auditor General. To respond to the questions regarding the delays in conducting audits for some of these chapters, our office does prepare an audit plan that is approved by Budget and Finance during the budget season. We are going based on that schedule. And currently, Ms. Brown is assessing chapters that have not been audited for quite some time. We do understand there is some chapters that haven't been audited, and she is assessing those and the requests that are coming in. It would seem like some of these chapters, once we conduct an audit, it seems like we clear them through their cap, another request comes in for that same chapter. And she's trying to kind of balance those things out right now. I hope this answers your question.
Presiding Chair, that would be the response to the committee.
Thank you for that response. Committee members, any follow-up questions or any questions for the legislation?
Mr. Chairman.
Please identify yourself. Who's speaking?
Good morning, Yate. This is Casey Begay with Administrative Service Center. Yate.
Good morning. I'm still trying to get the Budget and Finance Committee members to, if they have any questions, and I'll turn the floor back over to Chairman. So, committee members of the Budget and Finance, is there any questions?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I need some guidance. Can the committee at a later time add, or if we could just ask staff to invite Acting Auditor General to the next Budget and Finance Committee to have a conversation regarding chapter audits? I know that she's in the acting capacity, and so we need to know from Speaker Damon when that position will be filled. And there's also some other policies that the committee has directed Acting Auditor General to complete. That would be my request. Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair.
Thank you for that, Honorable Crotty. We'll go ahead and contact the Auditor General in reference to your concern. Peggy, could you facilitate that so that we could have them on the next BNF meeting as a report on the 20 years, other things that were brought up by Honorable Crotty? Could you work with Honorable Crotty on the specifics of her request so that we can ensure that we get to the gist of what is being presented here on another date pertaining to Honorable Crotty's concern on this, and also contact Speaker Damon on the possibility of fulfilling this position as a permanent position. Shada, thank you.
Yes, Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, I can do that. Thank you for the next meeting.
I appreciate that, and that will be on the next meeting's agenda. Committee members, any other further questions for this legislation? Chairman So's legislation.
Hello, Yates. Vice Chairman, Delegate Yellowhair.
Negotiating, I'll recognize Honorable Delegate Yellowhair, and I also heard Honorable Eleanor Begay in that order. You have the floor, and Shada, you'll have the floor after Honorable Yellowhair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chairman. This is it's back in the FY 2020 and 21. We have the concerns about this. Helen Brown, that she indicated that she was far behind on these audits, and myself that I have a concern again. Then why are they behind? They said they need more positions, and then same time said we don't know where to place these new positions. She has no room. But the audit to be on time, be on schedule, that's pretty good. That's really helped to the chapter to control the funds instead of waiting too long for audit. This one happened, the misuse of funds, especially with this 20 years audit. Finally, this doesn't make sense at all. I supported Shemaya Nabakari to her statement to be recognized by you, Shitsu, Vice Chairman. Yeah, whensoever I speak of it, artist to Honorable Daniel So, yeah, but on the only it over here, literally, yeah, because to do the best, just to once about not speak of it, to Vice Chairman, yes.
Honorable Elmer Begay, you have the floor.
Though members of the Budget and Finance Committee, also where the delegates so legislation is done on and that all the people that are on listening to this legislation or report at the committee members, Budget and Finance Committee members, we are here to oversee, and then also we're here to Navajo Nation financing part of it. Then as a whole, as a government, Yal Naga Peso. It is what we our oversight committee to just go deep and called I guess you could think about is the responsibility as a government where they don't see any best of that. The yard and then get up getting it about with the yard cheato included which is supposed to be each year there being no budget nothing, then we have to oversee. As a government, we're supposed to be overseeing these funds. Other than our responsibilities, we're supposed to know that there's supposed to be an audit done. The reason why the don't peso, I see don't him peso da, she don't even yeah, a sweet song, even again daily. We're giving that position and salary to work for the government to help the people. So all need to add, we're responsible for it. So when this happens with 20 years with lack of being accountable and being responsible for it. So how do we who do we talk to? You see, that's all. Yeah, all the types that you have. That's only the son. As question only that was question there to that need that I think this is what happened. So although right now is with the Auditor General they have a lot of backlogs of audits that needs to be done. He not that medical. So who do we who gets to be the responsible for this, and how do we to make this corrective action, not just only making update the audit, but how do we discipline people that are responsible for this? Now, where's all these program managers, supervisors? Oh, and they thought that this class, they're the one that's supposed to be doing the correction. So I think not only gotten the that's it, but not that's just I don't know how to keep that so they'll say that what you're doing and it's not what they need to go. How to say that has it that then got when you look at this budget every year, these budgets are given to us. We look at it. There's a lot of program managers, supervisors, directors, all youth. So that's somebody's responsibility under the executive branch. So I think the reason why I'm saying this is because this money is not, it's not ours. It's supposed to be for people. But now we're supposed to be here for that in the end. So where do we start from? That's my question, though. I think it's going to be given back to Auditor General. I'm not sure if Controller is there too, and all that. The financing stuff or data, and what that. But I want this case then under the Division of Community Development, ASC office. I thought they're there to ensure that these funds and then also this fire management system are supposed to be in practice. They're supposed to be overseeing that to ensure that all these policy are being used to do that. So it's under the executive branch. Here today as a Budget and Finance Committee, we're going to let these things happen for a long time. I wonder, where do we start disciplining these people like this? So therefore, my question is, Vice Chair.
Also, Che, on the comments and also your questions. Committee members, any other questions before I turn the floor back over?
That is not an ask to Vice Chairman. I'd like to also request for the next meeting for being a committee, we'd like to include community development, also administrative services. Maybe bring all administrative services from Arizona and Utah and also New Mexico. That will be better off so we can talk all in one time. These are concerned. Majority misuse of funds has been going on. It is about this. It's all glad to add it to Shimayazi Yukiri. Shabiro, so the directive. Here.
Honorable Emil O'Hare. I think we could coordinate that through Peggy Nakai, our advisor, and see if we can get that on the next agenda regarding this. But mind you, some of this pertains to RDC too, so we might have to have a joint leadership meeting on these things to find out what these questions that were posed from Honorable Yellow Hair and also Honorable Elmer Begay. Committee members, at this point in time, I'll turn the floor back over to Chairman So. Chairman So, Shania, you have the floor.
Okay, all members of the Budget and Finance Committee. We all have a perspective, and in this case, what the committee has brought to the discussion, I am in agreement with it. What Vice President Mario Atencio brought to the committee's attention is there are monitoring tools where an agency service coordinator signs off on budget documents at the chapter level along with the chapter officers. And for the period that is in question with this audit, there are no signatures. So that monitoring aspect has been absent, and with a new emphasis. And mind you, the chapter didn't have a chapter service coordinator from the end of July and to just 2 weeks ago. No one was delegated from agency service coordinator. and it took that long for a response. And it's troubling. I mean, some of the prior discussion from the agency service coordinator, and I happened to be on the calls between staff. I was invited, and they didn't know I was on the call, and they were basically saying, hey, the stipends can't be paid until the next chapter meeting when the minutes are approved. I mean, that type of direction is uncalled for. And in that respect, it's been, okay, who do we listen to? And so the call to have all the ASC people on the call ought to be the ones that make sure that it's happening. And probably some of the other delegates don't know that there is that monitoring tool that sits at the chapter house. And so in that's for the non-certified chapters. So that's the part that the lack of administrative oversight or periphery oversight really needs to be corrected, because in the assets of the chapter, they end up being on the asset and liability statement that the committee, as well as NABI, as well as the Navajo Nation Council, we adopt those assets and liability statement when we approve the yearly financial statements. And so if they're incorrect at the local level, certainly they are incorrect at the Navajo Nation level. And so those are some things that are of prime concern. And there has to be better administrative oversight. There has to be those items addressed, and if plans of operations need to be amended, a part of the problem I see is the chapters exist within the executive branch, but they do legislative actions. And that's the part that we have to find a proper place for the chapters to be within this current form of government. Thank you. I realize that the AMS is on the call, and the acting agency service coordinator that's delegated is on the call too. And right now, I haven't heard a question posed in that direction. Back to you, Presiding Chair.
Vice Chair Smith, are you on the call? Budget and Finance Committee, I believe we lost our vice chair. His call dropped. Do we have someone that can step in? Chair Henio. Perhaps Shadeja, can you step up or as the inter?
This is Chair Henio, Peggy. Can you hear me?
I think Vice Chair's call dropped.
Okay, can you hear me, Peggy?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I was listening and I'm still kind of tied up here at the repair shop, but I'll go ahead and continue.
I'm back on board.
This
is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith. Go ahead.
My phone call dropped. Back to the legislation. Any more questions on behalf of this legislation? I'm not hearing any questions. Shanada, Ramona, could we do a roll call vote?
I guess, Vice Chairman, I did not get the motion and the second on that legislation. I don't know if you did get one. It's another.
Shada, do you have a copy of that motion and second? Paperwork is.
Yes, I do. The main motion is held by Chair Henio and the second is Julie Wagner. And there's no amendments or anything of that sort.
Oh, thank you, Shada. Call for the question. Another.
Star 6, Ramona.
I'm sorry. Okay, roll call vote for legislation number 0255-21. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellow.
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellow votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bach Crowdy, how do you vote?
Yes, they said it. They'll get Claudia and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bach Crowdy votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Ayat Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you, Shache. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Shada, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Committee members, thank you for the legislation has passed for final authority. Moving on to the next legislation. Shada, could you read that into the record?
Yes, Chair. The next legislation is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution. This was assigned to Resources and Development Committee, then Budget and Finance Committee, then the Navigatia Committee, then Navajo Nation Council. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Eugenia Charles Newton, prime sponsor, tracking number 0258-21. An action relating to Resources and Development, Budget and Finance, and Navigatia Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, amending CAP 1916 to transfer the responsibility and permanent trust fund interest funding for the Shiprock Hotel Restaurant project from the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise to the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, allocating $11,400,000 from the Citizen Fund to the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise for the Shiprock Hotel Restaurant project and approving the NNHE's Shiprock Hotel Restaurant Project Expenditure Plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 through 2508. This has all of the attachments that are referenced in the legislation. And then it includes the Resources and Development Committee, which has a due pass with no amendment, and their vote tally sheet. Chair, Vice Chair.
Well, thank you, Shada. Do we have the sponsor with us this morning? Honorable Chairwoman Charles Newton.
Vice Chair Smith, Delegate Charles Newton is on the line. Thank you.
Committee members, motion?
Everybody wants a motion.
Delegate Yell, motion.
I recognize Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, motioning party for legislation 025821. Second.
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Second by Honorable Crotty. We have a motion and a second. Legislation 0258-21 has been read into the record. We have Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton with us this morning. You have 20 minutes. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Budget and Finance Committee members. Good morning. This is Delegate Charles Newton. I have before you legislation 0258-21, which is requesting $11,400,000 from for the hotel and restaurant for the Shiprock Hotel and Restaurant project here. Just a little background information. Originally, this legislation or this project was supposed to be under the gaming enterprise. However, there was a change in that the hospitality enterprise will now be taking over this project since it is a hotel and a restaurant project. This change did happen in the last year in light of the gaming enterprise not having enough funding to fully fund this project. So for that reason, it was passed on to the hospitality enterprise. Right now, this project was slated to receive funding from $8,300,000 from the permanent trust fund income. This money was given to the gaming enterprise. However, the change did occur, so now hospitality has taken over this project. I do have Stan Sapp on the line with hospitality, and I'll be giving him the floor here soon. But I do want to ask for a favorable vote from Budget and Finance, as this project is really past due. Shiprock is a large community. We do see a lot of tourists here, and then we also have a lot of business that does come through Shiprock. Unfortunately, there's not a hotel and there's not an established restaurant that people are aware of. So we are hoping with this $11,400,000 that it'll be I'm not hoping, but it will be enough to build the Shiprock Hotel and then also to build the restaurant. Now, I do want to remind the Budget and Finance Committee that because of COVID, the cost of construction has increased. And so originally, Gaming Enterprise did have the funding to complete this project. However, because of COVID, everything stopped. Gaming depleted their funds for their projects in order to stay open. And then by the time Gaming opened, they realized that they didn't have enough revenue coming in to fund the various projects that they had originally that they were scheduled to fund. Again, as a result of that, hospitality stepped in, and hospitality said that they would take the project. And because the time before COVID to today, because of the cost of construction, the $11,400,000 was needed to complete the project. Mr. Stan Sapp, are you on the line? the Vice Chair, I would like to just see if Mr. Sapp is on the line first before I turn the floor over to him with your permission, Vice Chair. Mr. Sapp, I think you do *6 if you'd like to speak.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, Mr. Sapp, I can hear you.
Okay.
So with that, Vice Chair, I would like to ask that we recognize my agent, Mr. Stan Sapp from Hospitality, who is on the line, who can provide you a little bit more information on this project. Vice Chair.
Sure, you may proceed.
Thank you, Delegate Charles Newton. Good morning, everybody. I'm Stan Sapp. I'm the CEO of the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, for those of you that do not know me. Eugenia summarized the project very well, particularly on the background. Forward looking a bit to it, we did come up with revised costs for the project. I do want to let the committee know that the Hospitality Enterprise is committed to completing the project and getting going right away and moving as quickly as possible on a project that's been actually kind of been in design and everything since 2016, but not a lot of actual groundbreaking movement going on. Again, the hospitality is ready to go. We're just waiting on the funding and your decision. The details on the project, the location, I'm assuming perhaps you know, maybe you don't. It's just north of the Wells Fargo there on Highway 491 in Shiprock. It's a very good location. A lot of traffic down that highway, including the tourists, which of course is a prime market that we want. The facilities we planned, if you can picture this in your head, you're looking at an 80-room interior corridor hotel, 3-diamond type hotel. So in your mind, picture something looking like a Hampton Inn there, but it's going to about that size, 60,000 square feet. But it's going to obviously it's going to be Navajo themed, 3-diamond hotel, and it will be independent, not with a franchise. We plan to have a freestanding separate restaurant next to the main hotel. If you're familiar with our property in Tuba City at the Quality Inn in Tuba City, there's our Hogan restaurant there is kind of a picture, if you can paint in your head, of what we're talking about, the size of the restaurant. We think a restaurant in the area will do very well. A sit-down restaurant that's kind of going to be essentially a market leader in food establishments there. The other thing I just mentioned about the project, large meeting rooms, that always comes up. They're in big demand for the area. They'll do well, and they'll drive those meetings, and will result in not only food and beverage sales, but stayovers at the hotel. So that kind of describes the project. You know the background, the expenditures, but we're excited about participating in it. Thank you, Delegate Charles Newton.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sapp. So with that, Vice Chair, Budget and Finance Committee members, colleagues, we do stand for question at this time. Thank you.
Agushi, thank you for the presentation on your legislation. Committee members, any questions?
This is Delegate Yellowhair, to Vice Chairman.
Honorable Yellowhair, you have the floor. Okay.
Honorable Chairwoman, Coro Legislation 0258-21 Coroya Abayate Kinadida for a Shiprock Hotel Restaurant Project. Coro on this from the Navajo Nation Teaming Enterprise, Craigie, to the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise there, $11,400,000 Korea Sunday Chido Nobaya Chi. Koshida support because of a on the Porter Committee a Navajo Gaming Enterprise too. Akunda Kwe Yashinari Kitalo Kweki Article Nadi Kikwen and Nadi Kitten. So as nothing what she said back in President Russell Gay. Ita Tit Asa by TD Agreement Riana at Nova Haneta Bahane Halet Zalati Agreement Navajo Nation Hospitality take over the hotel project. No, either President Russell Gay signed agreement in India. Ela Khaja is Janson what Aggie you not sling the down. Pesos for the transfer to Shiprock Hotel and Restaurant Development Project. It was authorized to transfer $2,805,000 from the Navajo Nation to the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise for infrastructure costs related to this project. It was a nationality Kirita on Shitsu Vice Chairman. One session at Kitole. Sheriff, give me the floor and return back to you. Go back on mute now. Sheriff.
Okay, members of Budget Finance, any other further questions?
Chair, Vice Chair, Delegate McKay.
Honorable Elmer Begay, Shita, you have the floor. You may proceed.
Chad, Shita, around the members of the Budget and Finance Committee, other people that are on the line. So I don't. Shinadot, Delegate Charles Newton, Yate. Padoya, I just kiddo to give my question. Relating to the usage of sales and funds for $11 million. That's a lot of money. I don't that as we all know that from Telecommun chapter on the southwest part of the reservation, not only Telecommun chapter, but there's the southwest chapters, including from Greasewood and then all the way to Loop and Tanani Lake, Bird Spring. So there's about 10 chapters. We've been trying to get use this funding for sales and funds, also for public safety in the get-go. But there's always a concern coming up from the Law and Order Committee, saying that we don't have any documents. No, but we with the latest we got all these together. What is being needed, what is being lacking. Even it came down to the water. So we have a document shows that that there's going to be improvement water again. So myself and from NTA and also from IHS. Then as far as with Windsor Healthcare Center that we need water. So, but we tried using the CARES funds, sales and funds, and also for ARPA funds, but seems like it's really hard to get to that money. It's not available as soon as we can. So, but there was a grant that was purchased. There was a grant that was applied for this project. So it's been we've been very successful with that. So even now, we didn't use any of these funds right now. So we got the $5.7 million for the water to be completed. Right now, that So right now, this is $11 million. That I would say that these should, is there any utility corridors approved where it has to be put in writing? So we have that arts project, we have that. And then also, is there any studies that are made, any assessment that was made that that this community needs it, and then there should be a feasibility study that is made? I haven't seen that yet. I don't also that I don't know if any of your chapter official is on the line from Shiprock chapter then to supporting you. They're part of it. Maybe they could hear from them, see what they say, because this is a long time from Russell Brigade being a delegate and then being a president. So on the they should. I would think that they have all these supporting documents. And then that is what we wanted to ask you to call. And not just Vice Chair. Thank you.
Well, thank you, staff, for the question. Back to committee members. Any questions? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, you have the floor. There's two questions that were posed by two delegates, Honorable begin, Honorable Jimmy Yellow here.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Thank you for your question. As far as based on your question, the hospitality to take over the hotel, I'm not really sure what you're talking about. When Russell Begay passed this legislation dealing with the Shiprock hotel and restaurant, the project was originally supposed to go to the gaming enterprise. And so my understanding is that when President Russell Begay was president, and then Vice President Jonathan Naz was vice president at that time, both of them have hotel projects that are in their respected areas. I'm not really sure what the deal was at that time in terms of what the hotel was supposed to be. There's rumors that it was supposed to be a casino. There's rumors that a casino is supposed to be attached. We did have a conversation about that, and from what was told to me is that there is a casino that is in Hogback, and that casino is up and running, and that casino is, they just approved, I think, another 5-year usage of that facility. So, when I came in, everything was pretty much set as far as what needed to be done. And we were just waiting on land clearance to happen. And there was, BIA had submitted to President Jonathan Naz back in September of 2019, a letter stating to him that that BIA never owned the land, and that it has, in that where the hotel was supposed to be built, that was always Navajo Nation land, and that BIA didn't need to be involved. Unfortunately, President Jonathan Naz did not send us that letter until I believe it was January of 2020. I'm sorry, not January. In March of 2020 was when we learned that the holdup was because of the land. The project could not start until the land was properly given back to the Navajo Nation. And everything was set and ready to go. But because BIA came back and said, we never owned the land, like technically that's your land, that information was never conveyed to anyone, not even to Gaming Enterprise. And so by the time Gaming Enterprise got a copy of that letter, we were in the pandemic. We were in lockdown, so nothing could happen. And then all of this, occurred with gaming in terms of funding that was used, and then we find ourselves in this situation. So with Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, I'm not really sure, what your question is, aside from Gaming Enterprise has now turned this project over to hospitality. When Russell V. Gay was president and they pushed this project forward, it was given to gaming. But again, that change has happened. I hope I was able to answer your question, but before I go on to the next question, Mr. Sapp, is there anything that you would like to add to this, Vice Chair? I'd like to recognize my agent at this time. If there's anything that I might have missed or maybe I answered incorrectly, I'm going to go ahead and give the floor to you, Mr. Sapp, with the approval of Vice Chair Smith.
Agushi, you may proceed with the agent on your behalf, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Delegate Charles Newton. No, everything you've spoken has been my exact understanding of it, and in consultation with the Gaming Enterprise, particularly Brian Parrish over there. So that's my exact understanding of the background of the project.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sapp. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and go on to the next question. And that question was posed by Delegate Elmer Begay. As far as what you're running into with Delcon, I know that each of the projects that you have submitted for consideration with legislation, I've always been in support, and I've always, voted in favor of your legislation. With Law and Order Committee and the document, to date, Delcon has not submitted the BIA letter that was supposed to be submitted. So even then, we're still advocating for the public safety building. I know that you keep coming back and you keep saying that we're not doing anything, but we are. Delcon is not the only facility that needs public safety and justice in their community. We have been working with Chair Henyo for his communities. We've also been working with you. We've been working with Delegate Paul Begay for his areas as well. I would say almost every delegate that needs a substation or a complex in their community. So I'm not really sure, when you talk about, LOC and what's needed there at Delcon, we have supported it, and we are requesting documents that your chapter stated that they have, and we still haven't received those documents. In fact, I was just this morning looking over the project for the proposal title for the Delcon Justice Center Phase 2 that was given to me by your chapter president after we had spoken about the project. And I don't see the letter in here from BIA. And if you guys, and I've already stated this, if you guys don't have the letter, then we just need you guys to say we don't have the letter. And then that way we can let BIA know that that a letter was never submitted to your chapter. But when you guys are saying that a letter was given and you guys have it and we keep asking for it, it kind of puts us in a situation where we're only asking for the documents that BIA gave to your chapter. So that is a separate, a separate project, and we are pushing forward for funding for these projects. I don't know how else to state it to you, Delegate Begay, but we're pushing for a full package to go through. And not all of the substations will be funded. but we do have a list, and this list is coming down from Division of Public Safety. So the Law and Order Committee really, the only thing that we're doing is we are sponsoring the legislation that's coming out from Division of Public Safety and from the judicial branch in terms of the facilities that need to be built. The only thing that Law and Order Committee is doing is we're going into the communities and we're listening to the concerns coming from the community regarding public safety and justice. But in terms of the projects, we don't have any control over which projects are going to be receiving funding. And then your other projects, with CARES and ARPA, I know that you did submit for CARES, and as I've stated before, I did vote in favor of it. And I did, I have been supporting you and your community, so I'm not really sure, what else I can do. In terms of the utility corridors for NQA, we can get that in writing. I just now text NQA, but they have been meeting. We have been meeting Stan Sapp. We have NQA, I think his name is Jaredin, who is the project lead there for NQA. We've also been working with Speaker and then Speaker staff as well, and then myself, to try to move this project forward. As far as the chapters and where they stand, the previous chapters or the previous chapter officials were in support of this hotel. This is a Navajo Nation project. I know that they did pass a chapter resolution regarding the hotel. So I have in the past had them come on, but there's not very much information from the chapters that is needed at this time. Since we're only limited in the amount of agents that are needed, I've only been calling NQA and then also Mr. Stan Sapp to help assist with this project as we move forward. So the chapter is in support of this project, and we have previously had chapter officials on the line stating that, that same effect. If you would like them to be on the line, I can ask them to be on the line the next time around. I just didn't ask them to be on this call since, again, this is a Navajo Nation project and the chapter has already approved it. They've been on the line previously, and then they've also had a chapter resolution. So with that, I hope I was able to answer all of the questions posed. Mr. Sapp, is there anything else you would like to add to this, the answers that I provided to the delegates? Vice Chair, if you could call upon my agent at this time.
Mr. Stat, are you still with us on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you may proceed. You have the floor.
Thank you. We just to add a little information to it. It's Garrett and Henderson. We've been dealing with NTUA. There's quite a bit, although the utilities are there, there's quite a bit of upgrading that's going to be necessary. Those requested funds are in this budget. And the other thing, the project, the original feasibility had been updated. The only warning I would give you, and I'm sure you know it, is it's a caveat of COVID related. The timing should work out. We knock on wood that by the time everything gets done and it's constructed and open, that we are able to reopen fully, and no longer any COVID restrictions. That of course remains to be seen, but as best as it can, we're ready to go feasibility wise. The entire design is going to be based on really what works best in the marketplace there. That's how we've set this and kind of what I described to you previously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sapp. So with that, Vice Chair, we're turning the floor back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation on the legislation 0258-21. Committee members, any other questions on this legislation or amendments?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, I will recognize you. Have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Sponsor Chair Charles Newman, thank you for the legislation. Previously, so when the glove manufacturing site was asking for funding, one of the areas of concern, since this is economic development, I did ask if Department of or Division of Economic Development has identified funding or the funding that they have available for economic development. I'm looking at the budget forms, and I can't tell, or I don't know if I could ask where that's been identified. I think Division of Economic Development does have funding that can also offset so that the request is not primarily from CEJASEN funds. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Gucci, thank you, Honorable Crotty. Committee members of the Budget and Finance, any further questions? Back to the sponsor of this legislation. Chairwoman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Delegate Crotty, thank you for asking me that question. And I'm glad that you asked me that question because we did ask Economic Development, JT Willie, in terms of the funding that can be provided by Economic Development. I believe, and I'm trying to look for the email so that I don't misstate anything. I don't know if we have Mr. Willie on the line, but I believe the last email that we received in terms of this legislation was they were supposed to reformulate and resubmit for projects that would be receiving funding from economic development. And at that time, yes, is Mr. Willie?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, perfect. Vice Chair Smith, I think that since we do have JT Willie on the line, I'd like to go ahead and turn the floor over to him. Who better to answer that question than the division director himself?
Mr. JT Willie, you may proceed with the request from Chairwoman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair Smith, Honorable Crotty for the question. And of course, I am on the line and also can provide insight to Madam Chair's legislation today. So I appreciate the time. Madam Chair is correct that we have had the dialogue to discuss some of the funding opportunities for this project. And we do look to support this, as Madam Chair has highlighted. The local governance there at Shiprock does support this initiative, and that is something we look to provide essentially for economic prosperity for the Shiprock region. We did have a conversation last year, of course, with multiple conversations taking place regarding funding opportunities. This was kind of highlighted and then put back on the back burner, but I'm glad that we are speaking to it because the division is looking to finalize their plan for the 5-year. And so this did come up at RDC later December of last year. And we do wish to provide financial support for this project. I know because it's on the agenda today that there is some priority for us to advance it a little bit faster. I did have it on a proposed list that has to go before our oversight committee for review. So there is some opportunity to resource funding from the division, whether it's through the initial funding that we have for the sales tax. There is also the BIDF. Glad to report that we have advanced that program forward, and there is some funding opportunity available there. We may also look to seek other external funds coming to the division, but however, because of timelines, that's looked to be by early summer of this year. And I know priorities looking to get this funding propose, so it may be a recommendation to add some amended language to refund any fund balance that's looking to immediately supply funding opportunities if it's legally sufficient to do so. But we do support the project. We do have some funding capabilities available to kind of match. And I know, and I'm glad Mr. Sapp has highlighted some of the construction cost changes. That may be where we can circumvent some of the costs related to the proposed project because of the fluctuation in industry pricing for some of the needed materials. So that may be an avenue to resource economic development for financial support. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and also thank you very much to members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I'll turn it back over to you now.
Thank you, Director Willie. So with that, Vice Chair Smith, I hope that we were able to provide answers to the questions that have been posed by my colleagues. We'll turn the floor back over to you. Thank you.
Committee members of the Budget Finance Committee. Any more questions?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty with a question. Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor. I'm sorry, I was on mute.
No problem. Thank you, Vice Chair. So looking at page 6 of 6, line 1, can you help me understand why this provision is in here? If funds allocated for the Shiprock project shall revert to the CEJASEN fund principal if not spent or encumbered within 120 days of the distribution to NNHE unless recommended otherwise by Resource Development Committee and approved by the Navajo Committee. I don't know if that's a question to the sponsor or Legislative Council. If that's standard CEJASEN language, I just think 120 days is that's short. The nation can't even encumber money in 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you for that question there, Honorable Crotty. Committee members, any other questions?
This is Delegate Yellow here again. Sonata de Asana, Ebony, call in
Negotiation chain, Honorable Yellow Hair, you have the floor. You may proceed with your question.
The question that Kitty Quaggy, the peso could at 11 consistently with the resolution slightly. Then that's about that. And again, that resolution number slightly, a Quaggy, then that's a yes to the peso pay transfer, the Quilla 18 in $2,805,000. Infrastructure when the cost consists with the resolution number NOS period CAP-19-16 and stands for capital RDCJY-7917. So the transfer JT Willie underline now. Thank you for being underlined. Your help is important with this infrastructure that is really needed for a Shiprock. Even not just so the cause of peso again, that's even not just the peso in the Baba has known that when this money is allocated for, I'd like to see what happened, what the status on it. It even not just said even kiss them within the Shiprock hotels or restaurants or this year's in thought and then the 2021 be 2022 we get that best photo then. So they are chairwoman Steve Shadow as a vice chairman, Shindy Koto Gaming Enterprise, every year. As all not this kid, so this is the best in my life. But the best that what that's not really it was not just kidding. I just want to get it straight to the point to question, my answer to some here, more questions to J.T. Williams. So, Christian Carmen, the way so called, you can do research out there in lot of this, so, yeah, this all this. It's one social initiative. My friends, and thank you very much for my colleagues. Personal, so, yeah, thank you. Go back and mute now.
Question at Budget and Finance Committee members. Any other further questions before I turn the floor back over to sponsor of this legislation?
Vice Chair Smith, I do have a question.
Honorable Crowdy, you may proceed with your question. I'll go ahead and recognize you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. And I would ask the sponsor or anyone on the line who would know, maybe it's the Office of the Controller, if this was given to, an MOU was signed to gaming in 2018, did gaming invest these dollars? Did they make money off of Navajo Nation dollars that were sitting there? Because I think if they did have it, even if it was a low risk market account, the legislation should state, the principal and any interest that was earned to return back to the nation. I think that I would need to know if that was, that's smart business sense, but I don't know if gaming did that. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Committee members, any other further questions?
I have a question. Delegate Begay.
Honorable Begay, you may have the floor. I recognize you.
Vice Chair Smith. Right now we're in pandemic. It's been like that almost. It's gonna be our second year. There should be a priority in place. Right now, if you listen and watching the news throughout the nation, a lot of it, these restaurants out on the also the motels that I hate that they got really hurt because of that pandemic. Because they lost a lot of some funds. Right now, when we look at this, is this a priority? Right now, so my question would go to hospitality, saying that how much are we doing okay right now with this pandemic regarding the profit? Are we doing good? Because we're throughout the nation, it seems that a lot of people are quitting their job, and they need more people to work. They're looking for people to work because of that, because of this pandemic. So the priority here today is we need more testing, self-testing, and that should be a priority for the Navajo people, because this pandemic, right now we're just looking into this business where people, where business were some of these were closed, some of these were hurting on this business. Well, now we're making this business, trying to create another business. So where do we as leaders, where do we put this line of our priority? We should be concentrating more on getting tested and having more available, those testing sites, or giving us the free testing. And so on. So that's what my question is: what's the priority, and then also what's maybe they give us a report on the status of these restaurants and hotels on the reservation. So that's my question, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Back to committee members before I turn the floor back over. Any questions? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, you have the floor.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Smith, and thank you, Budget and Finance Committee members, for the questions. So in terms of the first question asked by Delegate Crotty with the page 6, number 6, line 1, the 120-day expiration, you know, I when I read the legislation, I did see that as well, and we can have Ms. Bobroff answer that question as to why that is included in this legislation, because I noticed that it's not included in other CIHSN legislations, and we have passed several CIHSN projects from other delegates. As I know recently, Delegate Wilson Stewart had a project where CIHSN funds were used. Delegate Chair Henyo has several of his projects where CIHSN funds were used. But I didn't see that language in their legislation, so I'm not sure why that's included. So if Vice Chair, before I move forward to the next question, if Vice Chair could ask if Dana Bobroff is on the line, or Legislative Counsel who could provide some input on the language on this legislation. Vice Chair.
Chief of Legislative Counsel, Dana Bobroff, are you on the call with us?
I am on the call. I will go ahead and answer that question. However, Ms. Tapaye, who's also on the call, could answer it just as well as I do. That is standard language that should be in all CSN legislations. I will go back and double check on the others. I'm really shocked what Chairwoman just said, but there should be a provision in all of the CSN legislations that if the dollars aren't spent by a certain amount of time, they need to revert back to the CSN fund. There's been the first CSN legislation's very first, there was a issue with the dollars coming out of the CSN fund, going to an entity, and then the entity not spending those dollars for a number of years. To correct that, we started putting that type of language in each of the CSN legislations. However, in this particular instance, if the committee thinks that 120 days or 4 months is too short of a time period, they can most definitely extend that. But there should be a time frame that if the dollars aren't spent or encumbered, that they do return back to the CSN to be available for other projects. With that, I turn it back to you, and let me know if you have additional questions. Thank you.
Back to the sponsor of this legislation. There was questions that were posed. You have the floor, Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, and thank you, Dana, for providing that information. In terms of the next question posed by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, the provisions that he was providing, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to JT Willie, as I believe that is a question that's geared towards him, before I proceed on to the next question that has been asked. So Vice Chair, with your permission, I'd like to turn the floor over to JT Willie at this time.
Mr. JT Willie, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton, Otto Hihat Chennai, Honorable Yellowhair, for the question. So the division, as I mentioned, will be finalizing the 5-year plan. We have been working on the plan for the past year, half of the year last year, and we did have a preliminary list put together We are still in the vetting process. I know that our attention had turned towards the ARPA funding. So we have been working on providing some guidance through Department of Justice for reviews of the proposals that were coming to us for both our internal projects as well as those from enterprises and external entities looking to receive fundings from the ARPA. And that took a lot of time and effort through the past couple of months. We do have a proposed list that was finalized, and I understand that will be coming up here pretty soon. And so going back to the 5-year plan, we did have some of the projects that were proposed for several regions, and those have gone into state of some expirations. So as we move forward, we are looking to support the projects that have been on the build-out list. And because of the pandemic, which was brought up, many of those have been put on a standstill and looking to advance those forward. And of course, adding some of the new proposals as we go through the process of vetting those for the upcoming 5-year plan proposal. The review process that we went through allowed us and gave us opportunity to review some projects that would not have been brought to our attention prior to. And so now that we have a list of those from several agencies, we wish to provide insight because some of those didn't make it to the ARPA listing. And of course, I can send some information, Honorable Yellowhair, and let's schedule a meeting to discuss some of those. And also, again, pertaining to the Shiprock Hotel, because it's a new proposed project, it did not make the ARPA review because of those eligibility criteria that were identified through the process. So therefore, other opportunities to support this plus other projects will be coming up. And through the sales tax funds, that's an initial resource through the BIDF, through the SSBCI, and other funding coming to the nation within this year will also be added resources for us. There is some research that I need to do, and of course, with additional projects for review and proposal, we'll also add to those 5-year plan. Now that we've kind of seen the conversations move forward with ARPA, we're going to start back on those initial projects for the next 5 years for proposal with leadership. So be prepared to receive information from us. And of course, I'm looking to hear from honorable members as far as some of the projects. And we've had those lists that we have that were provided to us through our initial review, but there may be additional ones that are not so tied up and restricted to eligibility criteria like the ARPA. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and Honorable Vice Chair Smith. I'll turn the time back over to you.
Thank you, Director Willie. So with that, I'm going to go ahead, Vice Chair Smith, I'm going to go ahead and proceed down to the next question that was asked. Shadeja Delegate Crotty, that is a really good question regarding the investment of the funds that were given to gaming. My understanding is they did receive partial funding, but do we have Vice Chair Smith? I don't know if we have Controller Begay on the line who may be to answer that question. So Vice Chair Smith, I'd like to ask if you can call upon Controller Begay at this time, who may be who would probably have the answer to that question.
Thank you for that. Do we have Ms. Elizabeth Begay, Acting Office of Controller, on call with us?
Mr. Chair, this is Robert Willie. I'm on the call, if that would help.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Good afternoon. Back to Chairwoman Virginia Charles Newton. We do have OOC on the line.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'd like to turn the floor over to Office of the Controller, who could probably answer that question. Vice Chair.
You may proceed, Mr. Willie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Robert Willie, Accounting Manager for Office of the Controller, for the record. There have been 2 allocations for the Shiprock Hotel development. One was out of the sales tax economic development. The account number is C01602. $2,805,000 was allocated to the project. An amount of $805,000 was paid to gaming on February 13th, 2020. The other allocation was actually out of the permanent fund, and that was $8,300,000, and there have been no payments to that. As far as the question for the investment, the permanent fund stayed with the nation. The former controller wanted to make sure that it was still with the nation so that would continue earning interest. So that is actually still with the nation and earning interest. The sales tax has a remaining balance of $2 million, and I'd have to check the provisions for the investments for that particular fund to see if that one is actually being invested to fully answer that question. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you for that, Mr. Willie. So with that, I hope we were able to answer the questions that were posed by Shadeja Delegate Crotty. The next question, Delegate Elmer Begay, in terms of the pandemic and what should be a priority. I think that is a question that is left up to the council. As a council for the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we should be setting a priority, especially during this pandemic. And then in terms of the questions that you were asking about restaurants and hotels getting hurt, and you mentioned the test kits that are at home, that we need more self-testing. This is citizen funds. And so citizen funds, there are certain requirements that have to be met in order for you to request funds from citizen. I don't think home testing for COVID is something that you can use citizen funds for, but I just want to make that clear. And then again, in terms of the priority, council sets the priority. And so we don't, as far as I know, we don't have a priority in place with COVID. I don't think that hospitality can set the priority, especially when we're talking about projects and when we're talking about how we're assisting the people. I do know that for this particular project, this hotel and this restaurant, that it's not going to, this is the Navajo Nation. And I think as delegates, we know that, if we give funding today, some of these projects, do take a little bit of time to get set up, because we have to go through, we have to request for proposals. So it does go through a short timeline. In some cases, it might be a long timeline. But I think that what you're asking with restaurants and also with hotels, council did pass a legislation where we're only allowing up to 50% of our businesses to be open. That legislation is still in place. So other places throughout the country, are at 100% in allowing businesses to be open. On the Navajo Nation, again, council did pass that legislation with 50% open. But I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. Stan Sapp, who might give you a little bit more information regarding restaurants and also motels. I also want to remind colleagues on Budget and Finance that in terms of the hotels, I know that a lot of our hotels during COVID, and Mr. Stan Sapp might provide a little bit more information on this, they were used for first responders or for isolating individuals who did have COVID. So we weren't open during that time, but he can probably provide you a little bit more information on that. Mr. Stan Sapp, Vice Chair, if you don't mind, I'd like to call upon Mr. Stan Sapp to go further into providing more information regarding the questions posed by Delegate Elmer Begay.
Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, you may proceed with your agent. You have the floor.
Thank you. This is Stan again. A couple questions. One, if I can get them from Mr. Begay and answer them a bit. Overall, in the state of Arizona and New Mexico, for hotels, we have terrific data. and they have returned essentially to normal, if not more than the norm for hotel occupancy and rates. The ones we see, and particularly here in Arizona, have tremendous labor shortages, which I'll address here in a second. Overall, for the hospitality enterprise and the competition we know of here in Arizona on the Navajo Nation, we're doing fine financially. And I say fine, we're 50% occupied, as mentioned. It is winter. We expect to not have the greatest occupancy in winter. There's no tourist travel, and particularly in winter, or very minimal. So we're fine as long, I say now, our budgeting and everything forecasts everything out, and we're hoping that things can reopen to somewhat greater degree after June of this coming year. So after that, we'll see. And again, that's a predictor of some medical information. I am not an expert at it all, but certainly for the next 5 months here, we're ready to go, and hopefully, God willing, we can get something reopened a bit better. As far as restaurants, yes, it's been difficult in Arizona and New Mexico, on and off the Navajo Reservation, related to labor shortages. But just so you know, it's the same. We're hearing that all over, not just on the Navajo Nation and not just with our staff. We just had a meeting on it last week, and with some plans on just what we can do about it. Right now, that's actually a more of a limiting factor than the status of the opening being an orange status and 50% occupied. In other words, we don't have, the cooks and servers and bussers and dishwashers and rest to be able to open much more than that anyway. So we're hoping that changes. Again, the timing of this project, we're hoping that things do reopen some. Your guess is probably as good as mine on some of that. So that's really, I'll turn it back over to Madam Chair with that said.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sapp. So with that, committee members, I believe that we were able to answer the questions that have been posed. We're going to turn the floor back over to you, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for those responses back to the committee members. Committee members, is there any further questions on behalf of this legislation?
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Brown.
Honorable Brown, I'll go ahead and recognize you. You have the floor.
Oyate, sana ado bikeja, beshpans anitleni ado kudo shike, besindel nishigi yate, ado ekihetsunale kwegi dida, na nishkan chad lini ben yakwegi, the base of nacho kerigi. So thank you. My question would be, I'm not sure who would have this study, but I don't know if Mr. Stan Sapp or now Cecilia from Economic Development, Mr. Willie, or Tourism, also Parks and Rec. I'm interested in, of course, we support any type of economic development on the Navajo Nation where it will bring jobs and revenue generating for the Navajo Nation. With that, we got to be very strategic moving forward on how we expend these dollars. By all means, this is and our people's money from Shiprock as well. So I do support the general idea of the project where it's revenue generating. But the other questions that I have caution on would be if someone can show me the data, the research on the tourism. I know Shanali, you mentioned that there are tourists that go through Shiprock. So we want to make sure that once the hotel is built, that it's occupied and it's bringing in revenue. I believe that there's a study that shows that running a hotel, it's about a couple $1 million a year. Actually, in a month, I believe it's close to $1 million because you have to do payroll, insurance, the maintenance, the upkeep for a hotel is pretty extensive. And this is what I'm hearing from the hotel owners in the Kayenta area, even though our Navajo Nation took a big hit as far as revenue generating in the hotel and tourism sector. So I understand that Navajo Nation Tourism Office will be asking for funding and those two legislations that are sitting there. And it is because that they did not have any type of funding coming in. Now they are relying on Navajo Nation dollars to get them the funding necessary to for daily operations there. So Shanant, looking forward, it is up to this council on how we open businesses. Currently during this pandemic, it's really impacted the economic development, any type of revenue generating within the past 2 years. Our people have been laid off. And there's another part during the pandemic that we, because of the amount of not just stipends, other hardship, some people, it's hard for them, or because of sickness. People are not returning back to work. So especially in the service industry, there has been a wait. So I wanted to make sure that this council is ready and supporting bringing our people back to work. So I wanted to know how much tourists go through Shiprock area. We would want this Shiprock hotel and restaurant to be successful. How do we ensure that? How do we ensure that there are in fact tourists that go through there? I know that, and then what's the business corridor status in the area as well? So if someone can share with me the data, then we can really definitely support without hesitation. The reason why I'm saying another reason is other studies show that when Navajo Nation builds buildings, usually, we don't want to build something that is going to be sitting there. And we want to make sure, the big question I have for Shanelle is that this hotel will be used and that there is tourists going through there. So if you can send me the study, I know that there's study done by tourist departments around the Southwest. The other question that I have is, Cecilia did mention there are a number of fundings to support this effort for the Shiprock Hotel. I know that the state of New Mexico, there are specific funding that come only for New Mexico chapters. How much of that is being used? So in the policy of for the CHSN funding, there are matching dollars that's usually there. The other question would be with the gaming. My understanding in your presentation, Shanale, is Navajo Gaming did receive funding for the Shiprock Hotel. What do they, is that what, did I understand that correctly? If so, where did the funding come from and where is that current funding sitting at again? So, yeah, and so I just want to make sure, again, tourism, I know in the area, there are close to 3 million visitors in the Slot Canyon, which on the nation is one of the highest by Lechi'i. Of course, that has drastically gone down, and to Monument Valley are visitors because the nation does shut down. And this is really impacting a lot of the Navajo-owned vendors as well that support their family. I just want to make sure that we do make sure that we are acting in the best interest. I want to look at the research, the data on the amount of people coming through the area. It's great if someone can, if that's the case, and it's going to bring back revenue to currently, well, it will go back to general funds, is my understanding. So, Thank you. Yeah.
Committee members, any other questions for the sponsor of this legislation? Ashwidita, Tuitsa,
Stu.
I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to
Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Honorable Karate. You may proceed with your question.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I did want to ask the sponsor's agent, hospitality, if you could identify if you're adding any type of resources to the initial building phase. And in terms of the operating and maintenance, I'm trying to see what it's going to be the rate of return for Navajo Nation. That's why these projects get so political. We don't have the information that we need to make sure that our questions are answered. I did review when gaming did their initial analysis, but I think it would be interesting, or we should know what's the rate of return for this project. Is there going to be a leasing agreement? Is that how Navajo Nation is going to receive funding, and also with their taxes? I'd also like to request that hospitality provide your annual report to the Budget and Finance Committee. Since I've been on this committee, I cannot recall the last time hospitality provided a report, because aside from this legislation, I would like to ask how hospitality assisted with the COVID relief effort. I think there was some challenges in terms of contracting and making sure there was rooms available for isolation. And the other area in what I want to talk with hospitality and this broad, that's why we need Division of Community Development to create like these broad plans. What is the tourism plan for Navajo Nation, even if it's regional? I don't think being franchised off of these major hotel chains is providing the type of experience that we want to provide here on Navajo, especially if we're identifying tourists. They want to be immersed in the Navajo experience. And we want, I just keep thinking about that Burger King in Kanta. And it's that Burger King that has our Code Talkers memorial paraphernalia. And I just can't believe how we haven't had a discussion on how our hotels can tell the story of the region, how they can incorporate that experience. And because when we go to Albuquerque, you can rent, or you can go to like Hotel Albuquerque, Taco, and they provide a whole experience. You walk in, it's a great experience for those who want to spend their dollars here. And Shiprock has a local airport, and so those are areas that I would want to talk to the hospitality enterprise aside from this legislation. It's not clear in terms of those types of opportunities. And I know as a CEO, you've headed up the hospitality for many, many years. I would want to know too, are you making or creating a pathway for a Navajo professional to assist and help run the hospitality as we have numerous professionals out there that want to help their nation? So thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith.
Well, thank you for that, Honorable Crotty. Back to committee members before I turn the floor back over. Any further questions? I think at this point in time, when it comes to council, we'll just vote. Shenandoah, I'll turn the floor back over to Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Luton. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Smith, and thank you again for the questions that have been posed. At this time, Delegate Brown, in terms of your, I guess your question on tourism, I did ask that question, whether there was a study done. My understanding, and Mr. J.T. Willie can, can provide a little bit more information, is that there is a, I believe, there's a 2019 tourism report that was done, but that was specifically for Arizona, and this is coming straight from the tourism department. They are working on a study right now on the entire Navajo Nation, because there's no tourism study done for the entire Navajo Nation. It is still in draft form. They are working on it, and this is from the tourist department. And they do have, and they can, or they are working on that. But I did ask in terms of what we're seeing for traffic counts, and the average traffic count right now that's going through Shiprock is on the west side. The traffic count is 5,134. On the east side of Shiprock, it's 14,453. On the south side of Shiprock, it's 3,445. The proximity of Shiprock is 11,381. And then north of Shiprock is 4,393, and that was in 2018. And we have two numbers in terms of, I guess, the area where the hotel, I guess, going through Shiprock right now. This is from the New Mexico Department of Transportation, 20,345 that is going through Shiprock. And then they also have another number that has been identified. I'm guessing that this is maybe one road might be for 491, and then the other one might be US 64, but the other one's 12,262. So that was the breakdown that was given to us, and this is the most recent data that was pulled in 2018. I believe the Mexico Department of Transportation updates their data every 2 years, but because of COVID, they really didn't do any of the data counting for 2020. So the only thing they were able to provide to us was the data used in 2018. So I will go ahead and turn the floor over to J.T. Willie at this time, who might have a little bit more information regarding the data on tourism. Vice Chair Smith, if you're okay with that, I'd like to call upon my agent at this time, Mr. J.T. Willie.
Mr. J.T. Willie, you may proceed.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles Newton. I just got done talking to our department manager for tourism, Mr. Arvo McCabe. He has confirmed that we were in the process of working in the economic study for tourism in relation to New Mexico regions because of the pandemic, of course, and because of the hold that we had put on place there. This has been put on hold for the time being. We do need to get this started again. It does need financial support, which we can support through carryover funds that we received from honorable members of the 24th Council during the budget carryover. So there is that fund available. The specifics for that were geared towards entrepreneurial support, tourism, economic opportunities for small businesses. So this does, in my assessment, qualify for that review and can be provided to members at the conclusion. I would have to get advisement from Mr. McCabe as to what the timeline would be for us. To reflect on the comprehensive study for the Navajo Nation, this study was last completed back in 2018 and 2019. And through the process for the review of the Navajo Nation at the time, it had identified certain growth opportunities here on Navajo. There were primary growth areas that were reviewed. And I'm glad that we have an economist brought on board, because her task, the first task that she's undertaking right now, is a comprehensive economic development strategy. And I know Madam Chair has been asking what the economic plan is for the nation, and this will leverage our development of that opportunity here from the Navajo Nation's perspective. And in all of our consultations and meetings with our economists, the highlight of the conversation always reflects back on data. So I'm glad that Shania, Honorable Brown, highlighted data review and statistics. The Navajo Nation has always been in partnership with outside entities looking to provide that data or collect that data. But when it comes time to sharing that information, has been very limited to the capacities for longevity planning. And now moving forward, and I'm glad Honorable Crotty brought up the ideals of planning in the long run, planning for ownership, and also what is that entrepreneurial support. And we haven't been able to fully develop those initiatives because of the lack of statistics and data. Now moving forward, that's where we're starting. There is a survey out on how, and I'm going off subject, I do apologize, but we're starting with surveys, and that's how our economist is able to collect information working with partners, because the Navajo Nation has never housed all this data for economic reviews, and that's beginning now. And so in the comprehensive study that will be developed and published this year, that will highlight those growth areas and opportunities for development. There's 2 assessments that were done, and each of those, the concluding factors, highlighted the top 2 assets that Navajo Nation has. Number 1 is the human capital, which is our workforce, our Navajo people. Number 2 is the tourism sector. And in line with the tourism sector, the primary growth areas, we have Shiprock as a highlight on the primary growth zone here on Navajo, including such locations like Kayenta, Tuba City, Chinle, Fort Defiant, St. Michael's, Window Rock, and Crown Point. But Shiprock was in the top category because of its demographic. We've been able to receive updated census information, which will be part of our new study. But in that review of Shiprock, the density of population here, because Madam Chair highlighted the traffic counts that take place within this region, and I'm going to do a screenshot of our previous comprehensive study, which showed the chapter population for this region alone is well above the 9,000, 10,000 range. And the population growth has been increasing over the past few years as compared to the Navajo Nation. And in this region alone, what they call the gross regional product has an increase because of the available opportunities here within this region, based off of sales tax, based off of other areas for economic support for businesses, whether it's from a small business or from our enterprises. The collection of that data as well, showing an increased margin within the past decade. And now with the new study, we'll be able to provide a more better legitimate overview for the next 10 years of what that would look like for the Navajo Nation and this economic opportunity. So in going back to the review and assessment, Mr. McCabe will be working on that study and getting that going again for related to tourism. And I'm glad that Honorable Brown did bring up the situation that we've been in with tourism because of the shortfall of fundings for Navajo Nation. This department only relied on only small percentage for general funds. A majority of their operation was managed by incoming dollars from the HOT, which is the hotel occupancy tax, which was collected at the hotels to support this office, plus our Division of Natural Resources for the Parks and Recreation Department. Because of the shortfall in the closure of businesses for hotels, there was a shortfall in funds that came in. So therefore, my budget has been covering that. And now moving forward, and I'm glad that my Honorable Chair brought up the overall highlight of where we are at to support some of these small businesses. And I'm motivated to also know that through directions such as our hospitality to provide mentorship for small businesses who want to go into the hospitality industry to expand their capabilities, this is able to see forth for what we want to have happen for entrepreneurial support. And this hotel, again, aligning in all of the different avenues and channels, looking at all opportunities possible in order for us to really master plan the region. And I look to local leadership to, provide that initial dialogue with us on what that master planning will look like. Mr. McCabe's department, highlights all the tourism avenues for these regions. And through our next proposed funding, this hotel will only accommodate the RV park, the Shiprock Pinnacle Park, the travel center there in Shiprock. There's additional projects that will expedite and support these projects. And I really look forward to the next year or two because of all the development that will happen in place. So we will provide those informations. I am actually sending you a screenshot of one of the statistics that were done previously before this conversation did happen for the Shiprock Hotel. But there are some beginning of collection data, and some of these priority points will take place with those intersection growth zones that I had mentioned earlier, because of the longevity of what we want to see for a comprehensive plan for economic opportunity for hospitality, for tourism, for the industry and the arts, and as well as also collaboration for entrepreneurs, small businesses, which, again, I'm going off subject, but that brought in dialogue with our partners that we're working with in the chamber, Change Labs, Navajo CDFI, and all those initiatives that we have. So thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you for that, Mr. J.T. Willie. I do appreciate you sharing that information with us. So in terms of the next question that was posed by Delegate Crotty with the rate of return, the hospitality providing an annual report, how hospitality helped with COVID, and the tourism plan for Navajo Nation. I'll leave that to Stan Sapp and then also J.T. Willie. But I do want to remind colleagues that this hotel is not part of a chain. This is a separate standalone hotel. And at this point, I believe that some of the designs technically have incorporated incorporated into the theme of the hotel. And my understanding is it does create an immersive Navajo experience. There are also not only with the hotel, but also the specialty products, the services, and then the cross marketing. And so it's supposed to be distinguished as a Shiprock hotel in the Four Corners region. I believe that information was shared with us at our very last meeting in 2019 in terms of the hotel, because that was a question that was posed by the chapter when they did come before the chapter to talk about the hotel. So I do want to remind my colleagues again that this hotel is not a part of a chain. It is a standalone hotel, and we are planning to incorporate Shiprock specific themes, Navajo Nation specific themes, and then Four Corners specific themes. But I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to Mr. Stan Sapp, who may be able to answer some of the questions as well. Vice Chair, if you could identify or call upon my agent, Mr. Stan Sapp. Thank you.
Yes, you may proceed with your agent, Chairwoman.
Yes, thank you, committee and Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, Delegate Crotty. So if I've got all your questions down, as far as a rate of return and what's the Navajo Nation going to get back, is primarily going to be in the form of sales taxes and the hotel occupancy tax, not necessarily so much on a return on the investment the way it's penciling out. I'll be glad to share those numbers with you, kind of offline. I guess it might be best and get it back through Delegate Charles Newton. and as far as an annual report for budget and finance, we're on a calendar year. Our annual report's done by March 31st each year, but we'd love to get back in front of budget and finance and let you know what we've been up to and what's been going on. But if you need it sooner, fine, or right after that point, we'd be ready to talk, and maybe at a work session format or something like that. But whatever you think's best, we'd be glad to do it. On the question related to helping out during COVID, yeah, our hotels were definitely important related to essential personnel, meaning primarily medical people. There was some issue with staffing on why we couldn't have infected patients with COVID at one of our locations. And that was simply because we did not have any staff. It was a staffing issue. But that kind of really helped us out financially too, and helped out obviously the Navajo Nation, particularly during 2020, but that's kind of ended at this point. As far as numerous professionals, Mr. Willie spoke to this. Yeah, we'd love to know their names. In fact, I'll probably send you a little contact thing after this meeting, Delegate Crotty, just so anyone, we're always interested in making the hospitality enterprise better, and that's people. And so if you've got some Navajo individuals, we'd love to hear from them. I'll get you my contact info and you can just get it to them, and we'd love to talk to them. Regarding, Mr. Willie again spoke to this, regarding the tourism study. I do want to let you know that tourism studies are somewhat difficult, meaning you can get traffic counts and all the rest, but to know whether that in that car, if it's a tourist that's willing to stop and spend money, can be a little more difficult. We're currently in the process of gauging interest from our group tours for a hotel in Shiprock. I don't have the results to share with you yet on that, and I'm anxiously awaiting myself. But these are actually group tour operators. So picture kind of the buses that pull into your parking lot, mostly international, but some nationally here. And what the people that actually book rooms. And we think that's going to be the most powerful thing we have, showing the demand that tourists really have in the area. The problem that comes up when we're talking to these people, they book rooms, but with just what's happened very recently, say in the last month, 2 months or whatever, with Omicron, with the flight situation coming in, those tour operators are much like you've heard from the cruise lines. They're having to cancel. They have a lot of tremendous interest in coming here, but right now with COVID, it's so difficult, and people are just canceling on them related to airline travel, because that's the first step in them getting here. Let's see, I think that's what's it. But and back to the issue, and Delegate Charles Newton answered it. But yeah, this is an independent hotel. We are developing our own franchise. We'd love to talk to you in great depth about it, and Budget Finance Committee as a whole on what we see. And I agree with you on no longer needing that flag and protection that provides us. We have our own methods now of getting out and marketing on the internet, it adds the credibility that we want, and we think we can get the tourists or business travel of every sort coming into. We've got the software already picked out that we would use up there in Shiprock. So we would definitely hit the ground running it's so much easier to compete in the hotel world now than years ago because of the internet and the third-party sites that offers. When I say third-party sites, so I'm talking about hotels.com, Orbitz, Expedia, booking.com, those kinds of sites, and they're sites that you all use. So the playing field and the reason to have a franchise has dramatically changed over the years. Eugenia had spoke to it. This would definitely be Navajo themed. I think it definitely will be something that everyone will be proud of, not just the people that live in Shiprock. That's what I had.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sapp. So with that, Vice Chair Smith, I believe we answered all of the questions. Thank you. I turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Committee members, we've been on this for almost 2 hours now. Need to wrap this up with other legislations that are pending on this budget. Committee members, call for the last questions if there's any, or if not, I'll go ahead and call for the question.
Delegate Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Begay.
Honorable Begay, I'll recognize you and let you have the floor.
Chair, I thought in this kiddo that I'm looking at the documents. So on this legislation, all the whatever that's in this package, in this legislation, I'm not sure if there's any updated documents that needs to be shared. Is it part of it, or is it somewhere still pending? That'll be my first question, because right now it looks like the required documents like clearance about AHEDA for on the business site, at least for the development again. Is there anything that's for example, to start off with it, I think we need to have, it's not in here in this, within this package, is any survey studies that are made regarding the soil studies about AHEDA. Is it clear now, or is it still pending with the maybe with the BIA or Khalid Ella? That's my question, because I don't see anything there, because that's one of the things that you need to have out on the any for example any utility corridors, and then lastly, I don't see any maybe this conceptual drawing, how does this motel going to look, and I tried to look into that about the restaurant that maybe even conceptual drawing, anybody can do it right away. It's just a concept so the amount of money that was given to them, and ever since it was it seems that there's the expenditure on it, so this is a lot of money that was given to them. So anything that's what I wanted to look for. Is it somewhere that you could maybe it can be updated in this legislation? So that would be my question to Shanala. That would be conclude my question.
Thank you for that, Honorable Elmer Begay. Committee members, any other questions? I'll turn the floor back over to Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton. You have the floor.
Thank you for that, Delegate Smith. I do apologize. I am on the Law and Order Committee meeting right now. We do have some legislations that need to go through before Winter Council. So I do apologize to the committee members. You're probably hearing that in the background. So in terms of the documents, I believe all of the documents have been completed. We can attach them to the legislation. But I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. Stan Sapp at this time. And perhaps he can give us some information on the documents. Mr. Sapp.
Yes, thank Delegate Charles Newton. So a couple things. The only documents further that we have is we do have a survey of the parcel and what we're talking about. There's not been any soil study done to my knowledge. And I do want to point out that Gaming Enterprise has not, even though they drew down that, what I guess it was about 807,000 on to start it, they had not expended any of the money, and I do know that. I can speak for them. In any event, that we do not have any conceptual drawings. That's why I was kind of trying to paint a picture in your head. We of course will have them and get going forward. But we don't have any at this time. So I guess. Oh, and I guess the other question that was raised was related to the land lease, but we've been Mr. Willie's office has assigned someone where once this legislation moves forward, we're planning on being able to execute a lease for the parcel as part of our initial work and getting going, but nothing's been done yet. So that's really it, that my input on it.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sapp. Thank you for that, Mr. Sapp. Vice Chair Smith, we're going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you.
Well, thank you for that answer on behalf of the question that was posed. Committee members, follow-up question for Honorable Elmer Begay. I just wanted let's be conscientious of the time frame. We still have this legislation that can go in front of NABI, and we can also ask questions at NABI too on behalf of this. But I'll go ahead and recognize Shita. You have the floor.
We're Budget and Finance Committee, so we're trying to look at all the paperwork that's necessary. That I think is really necessary for our committee to check on some of these documents. So I believe that there was a survey that was already been done, and do it in that area to do the development there, but. Understand it needed. I just heard it that they haven't received a business site lease yet. I just want to make sure. So the business site lease, I base cash if it's the way it's not been issued to them. This hospitality. That's my question. Is it just for clarification? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yes, committee members, is there any other questions?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, I'll let you have the floor. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Smith. I'm just looking at the numbers. So if gaming drew down dollars back in February, why is hospitality asking for the same amount? So if gaming got 805,000 last year, why would gaming need the additional 805,000? If you look at Exhibit H, thank you.
Thank you for that question, Crotty. Committee members, any other questions before I turn the floor back over? Honorable Chairwoman Charles Newton, you have the floor.
Thank you for the questions. Delegate Begay, if you want to provide a list of all of the documents that need to be provided on this legislation, my understanding is it did go through. I'm sorry, hold on. I vote green. As it did go through Office of Legislative Counsel, who did prepare the packet and prepared the legislation for us. We can attach any documents that you see fit that needs to be attached to this legislation. And then as far as Delegate Crotty, I'm not really sure. You mentioned Exhibit A, I think is what you're looking at right now. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over. I think the only person who may be able to answer that question is possibly Brian Parrish. I don't know if he is on the line. I did text him and asked him that question as you were asking that question, Delegate Crotty. The other person that might be able to provide some information, because it was explained to them, is to Ms. Bobroff. So at this time, Vice Chair Smith, if we can call upon Ms. Bobroff to answer that question.
Legislative Council, are you available for the question that's posed? I know that we have two attorneys that we're listening in on.
Vice Chair Smith, this is Dana. I think that Laureline can probably answer that question better than I can. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Laureline, may you proceed?
I'm sorry, I didn't unmute myself. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Loud and clear. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you. I respectfully ask that the question be repeated so I can answer it properly, please.
Committee members, may the question be posed to Laureline, our Legislative Counsel. Honorable Crotty.
Yeah, no other questions. Thank you.
Shatad, were you the one that asked the question on behalf of Legislative Councils? Honorable Begay, Honorable.
Yeah, 11. I just did they receive any of that business site lease? What is it?
That was the question, Laureline, Legislative Council.
Is the question, did the hospitality enterprise receive a business site lease for this project? Is that the question?
Yes.
Vice Chair Smith.
This is Vice Chair Smith here. Go ahead.
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Charles Newton. The question that was posed to Laureline is the question that Delegate Crotty asked regarding the $805,000. In terms of the business lease, that is actually a question for Stan Sapp. So I didn't answer the question regarding the business site lease. So the Laureline's supposed to answer the question that Delegate Crotty raised.
That's my understanding. Is it was a question from Honorable Delegate Crotty.
Laureline, you have the floor. I asked the question to Honorable Crotty. She said she didn't have any questions.
All right. In light of that, then I will stand down.
Back to you, Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you for that. We do have Mr. J.T. Willie on the line. In terms of the business site lease, I believe that has already been submitted, as far as I know. And then in terms of the land, Navajo Nation owns the land, and that is the letter that I was referring to that President Nez received in September of 2019. But we were not told about that until March of 2020, was when we learned about the land status. And we weren't informed by the president's office. We were actually informed by BIA when we did have a meeting with BIA, asking when they were going to complete the land transfer that we were waiting for. And that's when BIA informed us that President Naz was made aware in September of 2019 through a letter. So they forwarded that email to us. But again, the president's office, none of his staff informed us of this letter. But I know that that was the last thing that was needed for the lease. But I do understand that the lease has been completed. Mr. J.T. Willie, do you have any information on that? Vice Chair, I'd like to call upon J.T. Willie.
Mr. Willie, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I actually confirmed that the lease has not been complete as of yet. Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Chair.
Well, thank you for that response. Back to committee members. Any other further questions? Janella, let's do the roll call vote on this legislation with no amendments.
Chair, Vice Chairman, roll call vote for legislation number 0258-21. Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Balcrotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Balcrotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you, Shache. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Balcrotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty, I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Balcrotty votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposing, Vice Chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Vice Chairman?
Vice Chair, this is Chair Henyo, I vote green.
I'll go ahead and recognize the Chair Henyo's vote on this legislation. He votes green. So the vote will be 4 in favor, 1 opposed on legislation 0258-21. Committee members, legislation has passed. We'll be moving on to the next level, which will be Nabikiyatike. Committee members, I need to turn the floor over to, or the gavel over to Chair Henyo. I have a legislation that's before us that I'll be sponsoring. Chair Henyo, are you available?
Thank you. Thank you so much for taking care of the meeting up to this point. I'll take over. Thank you so much, Chair. Other than that, for the Finance Committee, thank you for being patient with me this morning. But let's move forward to the legislation. Peggy, you're listening to the record.
Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, the next item before you is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution assigned to Resources and Development Committee, Fence Budget and Finance Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, third year, 2021, introduced by Raymond Smith Jr., prime sponsor, tracking number 0246-21, an action relating to Resources and Development Budget and Finance Committees, approving a change in Exhibit D to Resolution number CAP 3518 for the Untitled Chapter by deleting the Chapter Road Improvement Project and reallocating the $75,040 in funds to the N-9402 road project. All of the necessary documents are attached, including the change form that is requested, the exhibits, and then the Resources and Development Committee has a due pass, no amendment, and a vote tally sheet. Chair.
I appreciate that. Thank you for that reading. So the Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept this resolution?
Delegate McGay.
Motion by Delegate Elmer P. McGay. Is there a second?
Delegate Yeller, second.
Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yeller, second. So we have a motion and a second on this resolution. It's a CAP 3518 resolution. And Becky, all the signatures on the supporting documents?
Chair Hinio, was there a question? I couldn't hear you very well.
The necessary signatures on the supporting document for this legislation.
If you look at the exhibits, there's Exhibit 1, which is the Exhibit D to the CAP 3518, showing where the projects are listed. And then there's a chapter resolution, which isn't really necessary, but the Exhibit 3 is the form, the Capital Projects Management Department form, and that is signed by the council delegate as well as the staff that are signed, and it was signed on July 20th, 2021, Chair. So it's in order.
Finance Committee, any questions or comments regarding this legislation? Then if there are no questions or comments, I'll call for the question to accept this legislation. Ramona, do you do a roll call vote for this legislation?
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for legislation number 0246-21. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Should I vote green?
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Okay, thank you for that roll call vote. We have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Legislation receives a due pass. Budget and Finance is final authority. With this, moving forward to the next legislation, Peggy, if you would read the legislation to the record.
Thank you, Chair Hinia. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is a proposed standing committee resolution. Budget and Finance Committee has final authority. 24th Navajo Council, 4th year, 2022, introduced by Edison J. Winika, prime sponsor, co-sponsored by Seth A. Damon. Tracking number 0008-22, and action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee. Let's see. Oh, excuse me, Chair, I'm on the wrong document. I'm sorry. All righty. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution assigned to Budget and Finance Committee, thence Nabakia Ticket Committee, thence Navajo Nation Council, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year, 2022, introduced by Otto So, primary sponsor, tracking number 0006-22, co-sponsored by Seth A. Damon. An action relating to Budget and Finance and Nabakia Ticket Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, establishing the Dene Relocati Fund. And so this is an amendment to Title 12 Fiscal Matters, Chapter 26, Dene Relocati Fund. And it's on page 5 of 10. Section 2601 establishment. There is established, this is all new language. There is established the Navajo Nation Dene Relocati Fund, hereinafter referred to as Fund. A, the Navajo Nation Council hereby designates that the revenue, income, payments, and proceeds generated from the Arizona new lands acquired pursuant to the Navajo Hopi Settlement Act as amended shall be deposited into the fund. B, the net proceeds of all settlement or judgment awards stemming from litigation brought by the Navajo Nation on behalf of the Navajo families residing on the Hopi partition lands as of December 22nd, 1974, hereinafter referred to as the relocation beneficiaries against the United States in the United States Court of Federal Claims shall be deposited into the fund. C, the Navajo Nation Council may make additional appropriations to the fund from any other source of revenue generated from the Arizona new lands by either the Office of the Navajo and Hopi Indian Relocation or Navajo Nation government entities or enterprises which are legally obligated to make payments for their uses of the Arizona new land selected pursuant to the Navajo Hopi Settlement Act as amended. D, any money deposited in or appropriated to the fund, regardless of source, including earnings thereon, shall be used only as provided in this chapter. So then it goes on to the purpose, which is 2602, 2703, investment of the fund, 2704, definition of fund principal and income, 2705, expenditure of the fund, and then 2706, annual audit, 2707, expenses, 2708, amendments. And so that is all of the language, and it goes to page 8, the new language. The Navajo Hopi Land Commission has a resolution that's attached with a policy, a draft policy, and that is completing the reading of the legislation number 0006-22. Chair.
Thank you for that reading of the legislation. Vice Chair Odosu, are you on the call with us this afternoon? Vice Chair Delegate Odosu? Delegate Odosu, Vice Chair. First call. Star 6. Vice Chair Delegate Odosu, second call. National Delegate Odosu, third final call. Okay, I think he's busy with law and order. We'll just move on to the next legislation, and then if he should come back on the call, we'll come back to this legislation. Peggy, next legislation, we will read that to the record.
Members of the committee, now we are at a proposed Navajo Nation Standing Committee resolution. Budget and Finance Committee has final authority on this one. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year, 2022, introduced by Edison Wanika, co-sponsored by Seth A. Damon, tracking number 0008-22, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee approving a budget transfer in the total amount of $2,466,231 within the Navajo COVID-19 Response Donation Fund, business unit number N01476. So there is a policy that is being amended, or that is was approved by the Budget and Finance Committee, BFD 4320, which is attached, and Exhibit 2 are the budget forms. So there is a memo from the OMB, which is dated January 19, 2022, which I believe should be added to the legislation as an amendment. Chair.
Christina, thank you for that reading into the record. Shananda, Delegate Edson Wanika, are you on the call with us?
Yes, Chair. Can you hear me?
Oh, Christina, with that, Shananda, Budget and Finance Committee, we do have the prime sponsor with us this afternoon. Is there a motion to accept this legislation?
Yellow hair.
Motion by Shananda, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Is there a second?
This is Delegate Brown. I'll second.
Dr. Shananda, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second. So we do have a motion and a second established with that. Shananda, Delegate Edison Wanika, if you would introduce your legislation to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Honorable Chairman Hinyu, by hints indeed, I recently sponsored this bill utilizing not the system, but I went ahead and was going to sponsor this bill, but the president and vice president went ahead and put a moratorium on those funds. The Division of Social Service told me just to withdraw it because there's a real need for this money, the burial assistance. And then there's also mortuaries that haven't been paid yet, and they've been just working with the division and with the people. They've been continuing to help. So to be able to pay them off for the expense that they utilize to help the people. This case, this the donation funds is given to the Department of Emergency Management, and they will transfer the funds and payment. They will administer the funds and the payment again, and the Division of Social Service will accept the burial assistance applications, and then they'll make the appropriate decision, and then submit the request for direct payment to Department of Emergency Management. And for any additional information, I'd like to give some time to my agent, Deanna Neswood Gishi. I think she's on the line. Deanne, are you on the line? Ms. Kishi, are you on the line?
Hello, this
I
is
guess
Brenda Sosi. I'm with the Division of Social Services. I'm on the line.
Okay, Chair. I guess she's my agent. Do you have any additional information?
No, I don't have any additional information.
Aguchi, that's extent of my report. Chairman.
Question is not asked. Don't get Sonika. With that, I yield to the Budget Finance Committee. Floor is open for questions, comments for the Budget Finance Committee. Are there any questions, comments for the legislation? I'll move forward and I'll be able to continue. So there are no further questions, comments.
Chair Henny, I've got a question.
Okay.
Chair Henny, I've got a question.
Okay, but just yes,
If I'm on the right legislation, this is legislation 008-22. Shenandoah, no finigi out of the small. Shouldn't I? You have the way I'm reading this legislation, the heading says an action related to BNF approving a budget transfer in the amount of $2,466,231 within the Navajo COVID response donation fund. So is this just a transfer? Is the funding already there? There is a business unit number here. It says N01476. Are we the final authority? Because it doesn't say anything about the next level. It's just an action related to Budget and Finance Committee. That's my question, Chair.
Thank you for that question, Vice Chair. First I'll defer to Peggy as far as the first question part is, are we the final authority or does it move forward? Peggy?
Chair Henio, this is a standing committee resolution and Budget and Finance Committee has final authority on it. And then on the donations, remember during last year, the COVID, the Department of Justice was assigned to collect all the donations with the Office of the Controller. And that amounted to several $1 million, $8.8 million. If you see on page 2, clause B, $8.8 million. And so that was all of the donations that the Navajo Nation received from various entities and persons, you know, outside of the Navajo Nation, or even, I guess, Navajo Nation citizens may have donated to it, but that was a collection, and there was a donation fund account that was established by Budget and Finance, BFD 4320. And so that's the fund management plan for the donation, the COVID-19 response donation fund. And so that's where they're trying to make this budget transfer, because in the policy that governs the fund management plan, it says that anything over $100,000, it has to go to Budget and Finance Committee for approval. So anything under 100,000, they can do budget transfers, you know, but anything above 100,000 has to come to Budget and Finance Committee. That's how that's worded. And in the, on page 2, line 19, there's a clause F. It says the Office of Management and Budget review of Exhibit 2 is pending and can be added to this proposed resolution when this matter comes before the Budget and Finance Committee. That's what I'm referring to as the January 19 OMB memo that needs to be added to this as an exhibit to this resolution. That's the OMB comments. They're doing their due diligence.
Thank you for that clarification, Peggy. With that, back to sponsor, Shenandoah, Delegate Edison J. Wanika. Do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Chairman. No, I think most of the information that was requested was provided by your advisor. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Back to Budget and Finance Committee, Vice Chair Smith. Any further questions?
Thank you, Chair Hanio. Yes, I do have a question, Vice Chair Smith, on those that are listening on board. On Budget and Finance Committee members, Shania, for bringing this legislation forward. It was mentioned that there's 8.8 million, and out of that 8.8 million, there's going to be 2.4 million, almost 2.5 million. It'll be put in a business unit number 90146 N01476 through the donation. So that's leaving a balance out of the 8 million, or is just taking the whole thing? I'm trying to look for that legislation. I can't find it on my computer. So I'm trying to catch up on here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question, Vice Chair Smith. Any further questions, comments on committee members? If not, I'll defer back to sponsor, Shenandoah, Delegate Edison J. Wanika.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Raymond Smith, I was concerned too when the president made a report to us. He told us that there was 11 million as far as donation is concerned. I think this resolution that Honorable Smith is talking about was previous to the amount that's available now. And out of that, we were told that 4 million was going to be used for the burial assistance. But when the resolution was written, I was surprised that it was for 2.4. But I think there's a reason for the amount. I think that's the reason why I wanted to refer to my agent. But Deanna Gishi is not online, so I think she'll be able to explain exactly the exact amount, and also the amount that is in the legislation, that 8 million. I think there is some changes after that. So that will be my response. But I think this amount, it doesn't matter how much it is. It's very important that we provide it to the Division of Social Service so that they can be able to utilize it. I need the net eyes to you go between that. Thank you, Chair.
Delegate Wanika, this is Deanna Nesbishi.
Hold on, please. Please hold on until you're called upon. Delegate Edison J. Wanika. Do we have Office of Management and Budget on the line with us? Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Dominic Biel.
or staff? Principal Management and Budget, first call.
Chair Henio, this is Peggy.
Yes, Peggy.
It would be Rob Woolley from the Controller's Office that would have that information.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Willie?
Mr. Chair, this is Robert Willie.
Thank you for coming on. There was a question posed by Vice Chair Smith regarding the donation fund and the balances and so forth. So, are you able to provide some clarification on that?
I can provide as much as I can. Could you repeat the question, please?
The donation fund. What's the balance of the question, and then also what was the total amount that was collected, and then what was spent so far, and what's the current balance, and after this legislation, if it should move forward, what would be the ending balance?
Okay. First of all, the account was set up in 2020. Budget and Finance Resolution BFD 43-20 established the fund management plan. So at that point in time, there was $8,893,839, which was budgeted. This resolution is actually just doing a budget transfer, so the amount would still be the $8.8 million. The total amount of all the donations to date is $10,431,967.43. There are restricted donations of $238,000, excuse me. So the grand total of the donations is $10,669,963.43. So there's a difference there of about 1.5. That difference still needs to be accepted by the president for everything that's 1,000 and under, and everything that's over 1,000 needs to be accepted by the president and the speaker based upon the legislation to expedite the approval of the donations. So those two are the totals. As far as how much is sitting in the account, the last report that I had was done on December 27th. So the 8.8, which was budgeted, $2,090,855.23 had been spent. $300,012.77 was an open commitment. So there was a remaining budget balance of $6,502,971. So this budget transfer will not change the total ending budget balance of the 6.5. It's merely moving dollars from one object code into the assistance for burial. I hope that helps. If you have any more questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Willie, for that clarification. Vice Chair Smith, back to the Budget Finance Committee. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Thank you, OMB, for that clarification on that. Back to Shania on this legislation. So the way I understand it is $2,466,231 will be going to for burial assistance, and there'll still be a remaining amount. Is that how I see that? Because we're talking about 8.8 million, almost 8.9 million. That's within the Department of Emergency Management. So we're transferring funds from one pot to another pot, and that will be towards social services. And will this cover all the way up to, are we going to be needing to assist again? Because you know that the numbers are increasing as we speak, and I'm just wondering if that would be needed on behalf of this, because these are all donations that were provided. The other question I have too is folks are needing to repair their houses. Could they submit an application, or could they request for repairs? And they're patiently waiting on that ARPA funds. Could that be entertained? I guess Legislative Council may be able to answer that. If there is a balance left, if we take 2.4 million out of there, we still have at least maybe 5 million that's available, roundabout figures. That's my question, Chair Henio. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, for your question. With that, as part of the question was to Legislative Council on the second part. The first part of the question again, Sunanda Delegate Edison J. Wanika, I did hear your agent on the line, so therefore defer the floor back to you to respond to Vice Chair Smith's question.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. And then also, Honorable Raymond Smith, appreciate your question. Andy, I had the same concern because my initial amount was going to be 4 million, but it came to 2.4. And I know there's a reason, and I think the best person that can answer that question is my agent, Deanna Gishi. So I'll go ahead and defer this question to her. Thank you, Chair.
Are you on the line?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm sorry I was listening and I didn't jump in fast enough. So thank you, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I'm Deanna Neswigishi, Navajo Nation Division of Social Services Executive Director. And yes, we did approach Honorable Delegate Wanika requesting for his assistance to sponsor legislation. So currently, in response to this legislation, yes, it's correct, as provided by Mr. Willie, there is an amount of $8,893,839 of the donation funds. And this is very particular, and it is assigned to the Division of Public Safety, Office of Emergency Management. So the funds will remain with emergency management. It's not coming to the Division of Social Services. And it's correct, as Ms. Peggy had mentioned earlier as well. So this is just a budget revision request that has been submitted. So anytime there's, according to the legislation that was passed, anything over 100,000, we cannot just do a budget revision. You have to go back to the committee, which is the Budget and Finance. So in other scenarios, this normally would not have to come back before the committee, but because of the amount is why it's coming back before the committee. So it's moving from, as mentioned by Mr. Willie, it's moving from one line object code to another object code. And so the full 8 million is actually in the budget. And what there are is they're moving funds under the object code 8020, which is under the big account of 8,000 is assistance line item. So they are in the actual budget form 4, page 3 of 3. It does have social assistance, object code 8055, burial assistance, $4 million. So there is $4 million in there. The other area would be object code 8060, emergency assistance, and that's 2.4 million. So all of the funds are still in the original other line items. They do have some funding in there for purchase of equipment for distribution of supplies, food, water, wood, and PPEs. There's also some funds in there for technology, as well as subcontracted facilities, which is to support the DCD operations. So that whole amount, 8 million, is already budgeted as originally passed through the Budget and Finance Committee. So now that we have depleted the Navajo Nation COVID-19, we have spent more than $5 million in the past 20 months in regards to Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance. And so as we're all aware, unfortunately, we are still going through this pandemic that and with these variants, we do have many, unfortunately, of our family members who are passing on due to COVID-19 complications. And so this is where we will have 4 million for Navajo Nation COVID-19. This will be similar to how we had received additional support from Office of Vital Records. They did have some additional funds, so we utilized that for Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance. And so we don't have the funds within the Division of Social Services. We do the paperwork, we work with the mortuaries, and then once a determination is made on the eligibility, we prepare the documentation request for direct payment, RDPs, and then we would give that back to the funding source, which was Office of Vital Records. Prior to that was Department of Health. So we don't have the funds particularly within the Division of Social Services, but we're providing that service, and whomever has the funding budget is where they process the actual paperwork. So it is where within the Office of Emergency Management, they will process up to $4 million for Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance. Mr. Chair, and thank you for allowing me some time.
I guess you can't allow Ms. Nesbitt for that response and clarification. Shananda, Delegate Joanika, does that complete your response?
Yes.
Dr. Sheena. So Shananda, Budget and Finance Committee has explained by Ms. Nesbitt, this money remains the emergency management. All they're doing is taking it from one object code to another. So it's not taking money across to social services. It's just doing the budget transfer. That's all it is. So with that, Budget Finance Committee, any further questions, comments?
Chair Hanio, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you again. There was a mention of emergency funds that is available. So like if a person is really in need of getting help through their requests, such as a home repair or not, renovate, yes, something in that fashion. How do they go about it? Do they contact Department of Emergency Management? Because there's folks out there that are patiently waiting for the ARPA funds, but I know it's going to be on the legislation tomorrow, and that emergency funds is donation. And I know that the donation is there to help COVID, because we have a lot of folks overcrowding, and some of their roofs have experiencing leakage, and they need insulation, or they need a new door or a new window, or things of that nature. So how do they go about requesting it, or is it allowable or disallowable? I know it's not ARPA funds, so this is just a donation that's within the Navajo Nation that was given to us by folks at Navajo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for your question. Is Mr. Harlan Cleveland on the line? Mr. Harlan Cleveland? Okay, I think this question was destined for Legislative Council. Ms. Tapai, are you still on the line with us?
This is Lurleen with OLC. Yes, I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Okay. Were you Vice Chair Smith had a question for Legislative Council regarding for that. Is a response to
I'm
that?
sorry, you were breaking up just a little bit. I didn't hear your entire question.
You have a response to Vice Chair Smith's question.
May I get the question again, please?
Okay. Vice Chair Smith? You had a question for Legislative Council?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can you, this funds that we're talking about right now is, how did I say this? Folks that have needs out there, there's an emergency amount that was given by Ms. Gishy, which is 2.4 million. How does a person request to tap into that if they're having like a water leakage in their roofing system and they need to get that repaired as soon as possible due to COVID and overcrowding and insulation or various things that need to patch up their house, not to give them a whole new home, but just to make sure that they can sustain themselves through the winter months. How do they go about that? Because, they may need a window or they may need a door or they may need weatherization. And, is that allowable? And since this is a donation, it's not ARPA funds, so ARPA funds is a whole different process of going through the vetting. That's my question.
This is Dana. I am going to answer that question if you don't mind. Sorry, Laura. And actually, I'm not going to answer that question. What I'm going to do is recommend that the Department of Justice or the Emergency Management Department, who are actually the entities who have more control over that fund, that they respond whether a funding has been provided for emergencies such as you're describing, and if so, how to go about applying for those funds. Also, if they currently don't have those funds budgeted, we did hear some information that there is additional donation funds that have not been accepted yet by the president, and so they have not been budgeted. So there may be an opportunity there. But specifically in my involvement is the Department of Justice or Emergency Management Office that could better answer that question. Thank you, Vice Chair and BNF Committee.
Thank you for that. Your input help us with Legislative Council. Mr. Harlan Cleveland, are you on the call by any chance? Vice Chair Smith, I'll try calling on Mr. Harlan Cleveland with the Navajo Nation Department of Emergency Management. He's not on the call. With that, back to the committee. Any further questions, comments? If there are none, I'll call for the question if there are no further questions, comments. Tenoya, Ramona, if you would lead us a roll call vote to accept this legislation. But before I do that, the Budget and Finance Committee, there was a request from Peggy that there is a memorandum from the Office of Management and Budget that needs to be added as an amendment to this legislation. If there are no requests for an amendment, I'll call for the question.
Chair Henio,
Vice Chair Smith?
I'll go ahead and entertain that amendment since it was just given to us at this point in time. Amendment to legislation 008-22. It should be in our email.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for that amendment. Peggy, when was the memorandum emailed out to the committee? Peggy?
I'm sorry, Chair and members of the committee. I've got so many items open here. Let's see, that was sent out at, hold on a second here. Okay. I sent that out to you at 2:17, 10 minutes ago. And it says amendment to 008-22. You want me to read it?
Please, since I tried calling on OMB to explain their memorandum, but there's nobody answering, so if you would, Peggy, go ahead.
I'm hearing that OMB director has been asked by their staff to call in, but he hasn't called in. Amendment to legislation number 0008-22, 1 on page 2 at lines 19 through 21. Make the following change in paragraph F. The Office of Management and Budget's review of Exhibit 2 is, and then overstrike pending and can be added to this proposed resolution when this matter comes before the Budget and Finance Committee. And then new language attached hereto as Exhibit 3. 2, attach as new Exhibit 3 the memorandum from Dominic Bial, OMB Executive Director, to the Budget and Finance Committee dated January 19, 2022. 3, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The committee hereby authorizes technical and conforming edits to this legislation to correct errors. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee amendment. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that reading of the amendment. With that, we do have a motion by Vice Chair Smith for amendment number 1. Is there a second to amendment number 1? Is there a second going once? Is there a second to amendment number 1 going twice?
This is Delegate Brown. I'll second.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown second. So we do have a motion and a second for amendment number 1. Are there any questions, comments on amendment number 1? Hearing none, call for the question on amendment number 1. Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for amendment number 1. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote?
Okay.
Honorable Amber
Delegate Yellowhair, votes green.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Shake on amendment number 1. With 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, amendment number 1 passes. With that, back to the main motion. Any further questions, comments on the main motion? Tenoya, if there are no further questions, comments on the main motion. Peggy, the second reading.
Okay, Chair, thank you. This is the second reading for legislation number 008-22. Amendment 1, on page 2 at lines 19 through 21, make the following change in paragraph FF. The Office of Management and Budget's review of Exhibit 2 is overstricken, pending, and can be added to this proposed resolution when this matter comes before the Budget and Finance Committee. New language attached hereto as Exhibit 3. 2, attach as new Exhibit 3 the memorandum from Dominic Biel, OMB Executive Director to the Budget and Finance Committee dated January 19, 2022. 3, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The committee hereby authorizes technical and conforming edits to this legislation to correct errors. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee amendment. Chair.
On for that reading. Ramona, yes, a roll call vote to accept legislation 0008-22.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for legislation number 0008-22. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Point of order.
Vice Chair Smith, your point of order.
This vote will be for the amendment, not the main motion.
This is, I did second reading. Peggy did second reading on the main motion. And we are now at the main motion voting.
Agushi and green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Almer P. Begay, how do you vote? Delegate Almer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Almer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Not for that roll call vote. We do have 4 in favor, 0 opposed. The chair not voting on the main motion. With that, I do pass. Standard Delegate Edison J. Wanika and your agent, thank you for your With that, let's move forward to the next legislation.
Chairman. Chairman.
If you hold on, please. Thank you. If you read the next legislation into the record.
Chairman, this is Delegate Otto So.
I did hear your Delegate Otto So. We'll get back to your legislation after we complete the next legislation.
Okay, thank you.
This is a proposed Navajo Council resolution. Resources and Development Committee, Finance, Budget and Finance Committee, Hold on a second, and it's been assigned to the Navajo Committee, then the Navajo Nation Council. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year, 2022, introduced by Wilson C. Stewart, prime sponsor, tracking number 0003-22, an action relating to resources and development, budget, finance, and Navajo committees. And the Navajo Nation Council allocating $900,000 from the unreserved undonated fund balance, UUFB, to the Division of Economic Development Tourism Department for personnel and operating expenses for the remainder of FY 2022, waiving 12 NC Section 820E, 820F, and 820J to allow use of the UUFB for recurring expenses. We have a copy of the documents that are attached, the budget forms and such are attached. And those are all referenced in the legislation. The Resources and Development Committee has a due pass with no amendments and the vote tally sheet. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, along for that reading. Shananta, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., are you on the call?
Yes, Shania, I'm here.
With that, Shananta, Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept this resolution 003-22?
Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, motion, is there a second? We do have a motion from Vice Chair Smith. Is there a second to the motion?
Delegate Yellowhair, second.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor. With that, I'll defer to Shananta. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., if you would introduce the legislation to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Good Shania. Again, good afternoon. Shania, Shania, Arnold, Budget and Finance Committee members. The heading for this resolution 003-22. I do have an agent with me on the line. So it's just not Mr. Arnold McCabe from Tourism Department. The legislation is requesting from the UUFB there's a moratorium in this packet was already prepared and recommended prior to that again. So even at the Chairman Hinio to Mr. Arvo McCabe,
So, Mr. McCabe, if he's on the call.
I had chaired committee members. She Arvel T. McCabe and she Nanastasia Schlet upon the Bashes Chin, sitting at Jenny Ada Che, Torachini Ada Shanala. What out the Nashle. Yes, committee members, I am requesting from the UFFB a total of $900,000 that is needed for the department to carry out its goals and objectives throughout the remaining part of the year. Right now, we were only allocated $128,000, which was funding from the beginning of the first part of the year, 2020, which was from January to March before the closure. So the $900,000 is needed to again for our goals and objectives, and to also keep the staff on for the remaining part of the year. Right now, we are working with the administration in order to ensure that we remain staffed, but knowing that we do have a proprietary account with 400,000 plus in it, in which case we have another legislation that is addressing that. We can't actually get that, so we are requesting your support for this legislation so that we can continue to move forward. Chair to committee members.
With that, Delegate Olson Jr., does that complete your presentation, or do you have more to add?
And a yes and I for now.
Christina, just add on for your sponsorship and presentation. With this, send out Budget and Finance Committee. Floor is open for questions, comments regarding this legislation. Are there any questions or comments regarding legislation 003-22? If there are no questions or comments, I'll call for the question. With that, I'll move forward to calling for the question to vote. Ramona, if you lead us in a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for legislation number 0003-22. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes red.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 2 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposing, chairman not voting, and 2 members not voting. Chairman?
Okay, thank you for that roll call vote. And it seems that, did you say 2 in favor and 1 opposed?
Yes, I did, Chairman. 2 members in favor, 1 opposed, and 2 members not voting.
I'll vote this is Delegate Yellowhair. I'll vote green. For the record, I was unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. So to recount the vote, Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposed, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Christina Catalan for that roll call vote. 3 in favor, 1 opposed, chair not voting. Legislation 003-22 receives a due pass and moves forward to the next committee. House of Select, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., thank you, and your agent also.
Motion on it up. Thank you.
Christina, with that, let's move forward to the next legislation. Peggy, also please be aware that Delegate Vice Chair Otoso is also on the line, so if you read the next legislation into the record.
Legislation number 0005-22 is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution assigned to Resources and Development Committee, thence Budget and Finance Committee, thence Nabakia Committee, thence Navajo Nation Council. Someone needs to mute their phone, please. I can hear some background noise. This is 24th Navigation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Herman Daniels Jr., prime sponsor, tracking number 0005-22, co-sponsored by Seth A. Damon, an act relating to the Resources and Development, Budget and Finance and Navigating Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $419,718 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance, UUFB, to the Division of Community Development to fund chapter official stipends for the remainder of FY 2022, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, 820F, and 820J to allow use of the UUFB for recurring expenses. All of the reference documents are attached to this legislation. There is a reference to the OMB memo, and that was sent out to you earlier, and it's dated today, January 19, 2022, review of legislation number 005-22 is part of the title. Resources and Development Committee has a committee report with a do pass, no amendments, and a vote tally sheet that's attached. Chair. So this needs an amendment as well.
Okay, carry along for that reading on this legislation 005-22. With this, Delegate Herman Daniels Jr. be on the line.
She has that be started.
Mr. Chair, yes, I'm on the line. This is Delegate Daniel.
With that, let's move forward to establishing a motion. Is there a motion for this legislation?
Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, motion. Is there a second?
Yellowhair, second.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second. So we do have a motion and second established. With this, Delegate Herman Daniels Jr. Introduce the legislation to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Mr. Chair, Brother Kodot, Honorable Chairman Henio Kodot, Arinda Kodot, Honorable Vice Chair Kodot, Honorable Smith Kodot, Arinda Kodot, Budget and Finance Committee, Senat Arno Senegi Kodot, Egibedak Kodot, Ajeda Honel Zendo, Efficient Days, Mr. Adonana Kodot, staff of So today, we come before you, Kodot Redam, Budget and Finance Committee, Kodot today, with legislation 0005-22. Kodot Hitan, so Kodot Behani, Kodot Vedato and Nishpiniye Kodot, Reda Beso, Yokhead, Kodot, and a lot Yokhead, Beso, and Redam, is the Shinnabi Yito, $419,718. When I lie, Yokhead, data as not the one, data as not the no, and ask that the media, so, as not the no, say, be that peso. When I lie, Yokhead, or data. Of course, this is destined for Navajo Nation Council. Adonana Kodo, Ben Ye, Kodo, Vedato and Nishpin Ye, Konagadam, chapter official stipend for Konagadam, FY 2022 comprehensive budget. They last see Bleda, Nagadam, 19 chapters were short funded. Western Agency chapters, the 18 chapters, and also Chinle chapter. So, other create the public echo yako. So, at the 12 months, if you look at the exhibit, Kodona Grade Exhibit C, you'll see $89,718. For Western Agency and Chinle chapter to cover the 12 months. So that's why there's $89,718 there. Adonana, if you look at the next column, 3,000 per chapter to add 2 additional meetings. For chapters throughout Navajo Nation, 110 chapters, so 3,000 per chapter. So every meeting they have a 1,500 to 500 per meeting. Get an chapter officials. So that's where you see the number 330,000. On that level, so $419,718. When that level, chapters were still in this pandemic. We're still fighting this monster here. The pandemic. And today, we still have a lot of our Navajo people. Chapter officials, 2 additional meetings. So 80 peso So with me, I have my agents, Division of Community Development, Mr. Jim Martin, Lydell Davis, they're on the line. Mr. Chair, I'm going to give some time to my agents to explain more this legislation, what it's going to do. So, Mr. Chair, agent, Mr. Chair, thank you.
This is Mr. Daniels Jr. Is this Mr. Jim Martin? Are you on the line?
Yeah, Jason, and can you hear me?
Oh, what is that?
Okay, thank you. Jason, and thank you, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Samlatsa Jim Martin. I'm the ASC Department Manager with the Division of Community Development. I do believe Dr. Yellowman is also able to call in and speak to this legislation as well, if you have her on the line. We do want to share with you the legislation before you that has been presented to the RDC committee and is an ongoing discussion regarding our chapter official stipends and the current budget within the Division of Community Development. As you know, this has been an ongoing issue with our chapter official stipends, and the history behind this goes back to the allocated formula that we used during the budget allocation cycle. Based on the last year and the concerns that we have received from many chapter officials regarding their stipend shortfalls, we have been working in work sessions in coordination with our Speaker's office as well as with the President and Vice President's office to address that formula so that we can make it a fixed cost in the future allocations, and that will reduce or prevent the shortfall with our chapter official stipends. With that, we're hoping that this would be the last legislation that we would need to request for additional funds for these chapters that did have a shortfall in their chapter official stipends, as we have made arrangements to present legislation with some of our council delegates to address the fixed costs in our budget allocations during the funding cycles. With that, we do have additional numbers that Mr. Lydell Davis can break down for you if you'd like those details regarding the chapters that did come into a shortfall. We do support the legislation. As you all have heard, the COVID-19 emergency pandemic has required multiple meetings to help our communities at the chapter level address their needs to respond to the pandemic, to have additional meetings, and to be able to compensate our elected officials so that they can be available to guide and lead their chapter communities. With that, we do want to share that we have additional slide presentations that we provided previously during these discussions that covered the history of the chapter stipends and then the changes that we are making for the new budget cycle. So with that, I'd like to turn the time over to Dr. Yellowman or Mr. Lydell Davis, whoever's available to join me. Thank you.
With that explanation, Delegate Herman Daniels Jr., does that complete your presentation, or do you wish to have more agents speak on your behalf?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much again. I don't know if Mr. Davis is on the line. If so, Mr. Chair.
With that, Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, first call. Star 6 if you're on the line. Mr. Davis, second call. Mr. Davis, third final call. Delegate Herman Daniels Jr. I believe Mr. Davis is not on the call with us this afternoon.
Mr. Chair, if he's not on the line, I guess that concludes our presentation to Budget and Finance Committee. We stand for questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
That's Budget and Finance Committee. The floor is open for questions, comments. Are there any questions, comments?
Chair, Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, you have the floor. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Delegate Begay. Can you hear me now? Okay. Jimmy, that's after the shoot. On the Black Mesa there. Good afternoon, Mr. Daniel, Delegate Daniel, your legislation, regarding this fundings for the shortfall of the chapter officials in Lenigiko. Right now we're in pandemic. Around the day where the yard in Lenigiko, we're going back to the representing your legislation. Three quorum quite the three membership. I don't know if a quorum not get it. No, it for how long is the job that's way the government is operating now. Called Bonta case ago, Khalid Ella, that got here. I don't like Papa, or to have a concern. I three membership with you go, it seems like or chapter official, I be the Yanta, I be the she London. So with this, but we're requesting for funding for them for the shortfall. What I about this case is as three at the official handling Hodisico. I know that right now I think the priority that's earlier is exhibit here now. We should be more concentrating on that. What actually although the responsive cases it all falls under us delegates. So you see could the grazing official. So today you're better now the grazing official in Glenigi, but based on the yard in Glenigi. I think we don't really leave them out, but they're very essential now in today's legal because of that is home site lease. The base of don't argue with to have a home site lease. Had not evident no not been the offices that then they had to meet somewhere that okay now that can so this case and I think and since we're on this subject getting more money for chapter officials in Lenigiko. Do you think is there some that's available for grazing officials? But are they considered in this legislation? They're not disputed. Thank you, Chair.
Kashina Kala, just kidding, that's it. Could I defer back to the sponsor, the Delegate Herman Daniels Jr.?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I don't know what Shita. That's three Kodo, night kid Kodo. Delegate Elmer Begay Kodo. Those are very good questions, Kodo. I don't know that this legislation is mainly focused on chapter officials. I don't know grazing officials that land boards that they're under Department of Agriculture. Department of Division of Natural Resources. When we approve the comprehensive budget, it will not be clean. So my agent I believe Dr. Yellman is on the line. Mr. Chair, Dr. Yellman. Thank you.
For that response. Dr. Yellman, are you on the call?
Chair Henyo, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon. Honorable members of Budget and Finance Committee, and to Shana Delegate Herman Daniels Yate. This legislation has been calculated or crafted for the chapter official shortfall, but certainly to Delegate Elmer Begay's point, we do recognize that the grazing officials and the land board have been instrumental in mitigating COVID as well and assisting in the last 2 years during COVID. We can reach out to Division of Natural Resources, but Division of Natural Resources are the ones who monitor and oversee those stipends for land board and grazing. So if I'm understanding the question correctly, did we include them in this shortfall? No, we did not. We were addressing the shortfall for Western Agency chapter officials and one Chinle agency. That was the outcome of the funding allocations for the fiscal year. And so that was what we had calculated for a shortfall. I also want to note that similar to what Mr. Martin was mentioning, we've had several discussions and work sessions with both RDC and BNF. We provided some recommendations and came to a recommendation that we felt we would be able to move forward with, similar to what the DNR has. They have a fixed cost at the beginning of the fiscal year, and that was a recommendation we made for the chapter officials, and we continue to support that recommendation and would like to continue moving forward on the preparation of that legislation. But they are not intermingled, I guess. The chapter officials are separate from the grazing, and to support what Delegate Daniel said, it is monitored and prepared by DNR. Thank you, Chair.
Christina Gadla for that response. Back to you. Delegate Herman Daniels Jr.
Mr. Chair, what I see Delegate Elmer gave it. It's a Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments on this legislation? I hear a follow-up question. Delegate Elmer P.
Chair, Chair Henio, then for your response, and then also Dr. Yelman. So right now, understanding that the Foreign Board and Lenido grazing officials, they're not part of this legislation. So what and our chapter official now case. They're part of this the local chapters, the local representative then left. In this case, maybe I don't know how we're going to do this. Maybe so this is going to go forward to Nabukiyat here. So maybe somebody might have to add some maybe some amendments to this if we could include that grazing official, the farm board, and then again, because just like how Dr. Yelman mentioned it, that these individuals in the IC through this pandemic, I think that I see the hasn't so they have been on out there. We still had to do. They still had to do the tally, even though this pandemic they had they have to do that. It's mandated by BIA grazing rights dog that has unhadden dog up today. They had to come up with a home site lease. I think that people were coming back onto the reservation. Now the right of ways up in the Yale. So through this pandemic, through this the recovery, I think do you think we should include that? They're part of this the government. If we can, are they shortfall to that too? The basis up and it also because maybe we could look into with the Department of Agriculture, see if they think that their employees need that, or the chapter or the grazing official and then the farm board needs that some short or they part of the shortfall with ashing maybe with up and night that kid the casino I don't know cannot I know there's separate money is coming from the same source of money. As like it best the advantage case they haven't yet the snake been now to do that. And I want to skills should for sponsoring this legislation. Once totally.
Okay, Yella, for your follow-up comments and Delegate Elmer PBK. Any further questions, comments from the Budget and Finance Committee? If there's none, I'll defer back to sponsor Delegate Herman Daniels Jr. Response to Delegate Elmer PBK.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Nana Kwadot, Shata Kwadot, Oyapa Hanane, Ziko, Nagata, the Bebenant, Apa, grazing officials, Aaron Takodo, Land Board, Farm Board, Oyapa, Yin Ziki, Eho, Aniot, and Nagata. RDC, we've been, just as been doing, we're closely with the grazing officials down here. So the grazing official, the budget when we approved their budget, the FY 2022 comprehensive budget, and then there was no shortfall. They're fully funded. So but the Western Agency out of the Chinle chapter, they were short funded. That's why you see the amount there, I don't know the Sajiki 330,000 for chapters. So 419. So I guess what can be done is maybe we can do a separate legislation just for grazing official land board. But the legislation is today, the Budget and Finance Committee, this is your legislation today. Out of tomorrow is Navajo out of the council, amendment this is particularly for chapter officials. They might not this legislation. Mr. Chair, thank you.
For your response. Shinada Budget and Finance Committee, further questions, comments? Today I'll call for the question to accept resolution 005-22. If there's no further questions or comments.
With that, let's move forward to the vote. Roll call vote. Ramona, if you would lead us in the roll call vote.
Chairman, roll call vote for legislation number 005-22. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Chair Henio.
Green.
Chair Henio, this is Peggy. Can I speak?
We're right in the middle of voting. Hold on, we'll continue voting. Peggy?
I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm doing all sorts of stuff on my computer and I was trying to find this Zoom. Anyway, this legislation also has a memo from the OMB. It's the amendment for legislation 0005-20. It's just OMB's memo needs to be added. They did their due diligence on this memo, on this legislation. They updated their memo.
Okay, I did call for the voting, and so it would have to be added as it moves forward. With that, continue roll call vote.
Okay, Chairman Henio, Honorable Raymond Smith votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Should I vote green, Dolly?
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in favor for the legislation, 0 opposed. Chairman not voting, 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Dr. Sheehan, for your roll call vote. That 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, and moves on to Navajo Committee. With this, Mr. Doug Herman Daniels Jr., your agent, I can head on for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Kato. Thank you very much.
I'll get you in there, Ken. Let's move forward to the next legislation. Peggy?
Chair Henio and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution assigned to Resources and Development Committee, THINS, Budget and Finance Committee, THINS, Law and Order Committee, THINS, Navajo Committee, THINS, Navajo Nation Council. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year, 2022, introduced by Wilson C. Stewart Jr., prime sponsor, tracking number 0007-21. It should say 22. An act relating to Resources and Development, Budget and Finance, Law and Order, and Navajo Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $900,000 from the Navajo Nation Tourism Fund, quote, 24 NNC Section 741, end quote, to the Division of Economic Development, Tourism Department to cover the Tourism Department's personnel and operating expenses for the remainder of FY 2022, amending 24 NNC Section 741B to allow all revenue in the Tourism Fund to be used by any and all Navajo Nation programs for tourism related purposes. The legislation references exhibits throughout legislation, and on page 6 under Title 24 taxation, there are some amendments that are proposed under Section 741 allocation, and so that language is there. I don't know if you want me to read it. And then the Resources and Development Committee has a due pass with no amendments. A vote tally sheet also Mr. Chair.
Just in the for that reading of the legislation. Senator Delegate Wilson Jr., are you still on the line with us?
Oh, Shania, Chairman Hinio, I'm still here.
Christine, with that, Senator Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion for Resolution 007-21?
Motion, Delegate Begay.
Motion by Senator Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second? We do have a motion. Is there a second?
Yellow hair motion second.
Like so we do have a motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay, second by Delegate Cindy Yellowhair. With this, Senator Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. He would provide information on legislation 007-22.
Christine Shania, Chairman, Auto, yeah, Ignana, Shania, those is not us, those is that is it though, just not us, none of those is Aruna Shania, so Auto Kodogi, Nana, yes, it's not us, Linigi Kona, so our Arvo McCabe, Nana, A agent, Lindo, the DA, Tourism Department, Dangi, Economic Division of Economic Development, Dangi, Uncle Kodogi, H team. But not that it's also the base of the from the hotel tax revenue the Tinigi Asian Craggy, but we're going to be using the funds for a budget hand off at the station now, Mr. Chairman Hinio.
Again, so that Mr. Arnold McCabe.
Yate non-chaired committee members. This legislation is concerning the proprietary fund for the tourism department, which houses the hospitality occupancy tax, which was the reason that we fell short this year in funding. After working with Rob Willie from the Office of the Controller, we found that there was $4 million plus in this account. Therefore, we requested to draw down $900,000 to assist in reaching our goals and objectives for this year, and to also ensure that the projects that we have moving, that were moving last year, can continue to move forward to completion. Therefore, we wanted to use use this funding in order to address those. That also includes the study with ASU that would include Arizona and Utah to complete the full study of the Tourism Visitor Economic Impact Survey. Right now, we only have the one from Arizona. At the time, we were working with ASU and the pandemic hit, therefore we didn't complete that survey, but would like to do that in order to have that available for all to use when applying for grants. As I had stated, we have many projects that we're working on, and I'm hoping that with your approval, we can finish those out. We have also applied for grants, and we are now in the process of submitting 4 more grants. We were approved for 2 other grants for the dinosaur tracks and for marketing of the museum out in Tuba City. Those are with the State of Arizona Office of Tourism, so we are looking for other funding, but many of them have a match. And of course, the funding from the proprietary account drawdown would really help in getting those all moving forward and ensuring that they are completed within the time frame that is identified in the grant. Also, on the Title 24 taxation, subsection 741 addresses concern that was brought up in 2017 that pertains to the Parks and Recreation funding portion of this account, which is also addressed in the memo by Mr. Willie. That is what is being addressed in that subsection there on how we're going to resolve the issue that was brought up in 2017. Chair and committee members, thank you.
Okay, Mr. McCabe. Delegate Sister Junior, does that complete your presentation?
Oh, Shana, the Budget and Finance Committee members, thank you.
Proceed ahead on with that. So the Budget and Finance Committee, floor is open for questions, comments. Any questions, comments? If there are no questions or comments, I call for the question.
Sure. I'll give it. I have a question. Whether Delegate Stewart, your agent, right now, listening to your request, and not on the understanding that there was because of the pandemic and because of the I guess months ago, in the business world, since economic development is to me that they're business people, and they understand what business is about. They understand what business is, how long, and they should be practicing that and things like that. So right now, understanding that they're working on their projects, so I don't see anything what kind of project they're talking about. You say that here. I haven't seen what kind of project they're working on. Out on with this the pandemics, tourists, the people that coming onto the reservation, don't heat either. So this business world, the non-legal people that are like on our own people, business people, they were hurting so much because they need help, and then some of them just went back to work, and some of them just closed their business. That's a business world. I guess they know what their business is about, and they learn it. Because you go young, it seems that the government has to give you more money to be employed. It's my thought. Since our people need the other business, they get for these like their tourist guides, and then they had to close it, and then they had to go look for another job, and they had to take a risk at it. With this one, it would be the employee of the Navajo Nation government when something happens like this. Within your budget, if there's no budget, we just ask for another money for that. If you're in the business world, if you know, if you have knowledge, and then if you went to school for business, it's usually when these things happen. You just depending on the government to give you more money again. How many more months it's gonna be like this again? Maybe your agent can explain this to me. But for me to understand what a business world is, what being a business business owner is compared to other people. Just wanted some information. What else to let Henio?
Question. Agnes Kirigi. This to Chile. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. Response.
Question Shana Chairman Hinio. Shana Vice Chair Otto. Shija Yajukan Kirigi Quaggy Ashi. Shana Ash and Mr. McCabe and the Badish also let low Quaggy. A response ito leaf as to your question, Shija. Yaja.
Yat in answering your question or questions, the Navajo Nation Arizona side of the tourism industry lost a total of $115.5 million. And that's only relating to those businesses that operate tourism-related businesses. So with knowing that many of them had to close, more or less similar to what we are going through right now due to no sales being made across the nation, the Economic Development Office was in charge of assisting those individuals from the CARES Act, and I understand that they're going to be assisting them again in the near future. For my office, as I had stated at the beginning, is we only got $128,000, in which case we had to move staff around in order to ensure that we had the personnel needed to move grants that were already awarded to us forward. If the funding that I am requesting from the preparatory account in the amount of $900,000, that funding will be used to ensure that the staff here can complete the golden objectives for the department to meet. The projects that we have, I know you said that you don't see most or any projects going on out there, and of course that's due to the pandemic. In 2019, we were moving forward with many of them. Just a few of them is the dinosaur tracks out in Coal Mine Canyon chapter. We're working with Cameron chapter. We're also working with Nazlini chapter with their 3 turkey runes. We're working with Tuba City on the museum there by Quality Inn to promote that, to get more tourists to come to the area. We are working with the Shiprock chapter on many of their projects, and that is including the utility infrastructure that is going to accommodate both the hotel project and the visitor complex that are there side by side. As far as understanding what business individuals are going through at this time, I know that everyone is struggling, and it's not just one sector. I know that when the nation closed down, the impact was felt far and wide Therefore, I couldn't really answer that question as for me not being a business individual. As for me, I know that my department only getting a very limited amount of funding has felt the impact of what no revenues coming in would do. I hope that did answer part of your question, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Okay, thank you for that response, Mr. McCabe. Select Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. Does that complete your response to the questions?
Okay, Shana,
Back to Budget and Finance Committee, Sinanta. Any further questions, comments?
This is Delegate Brown.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Oh, yeah, I siya na makwegi. Sa asti that beda na dit ahing ningi ado the aj dan shadad inigi. Mr. McCabe, for your report. I have a few questions. I know that my 3 chapters, we created an organization. We call ourselves the Tri-City Tourism. The reason why we created our little organization was because we did not get any help or not a lot of support from your office. You know that where we live in Kayenta and Western Agency, we do have a lot of tourism. Even before the pandemic, there's certain documentation that I requested from your office, and I still haven't received that. So I'm looking at other organizations like the state of Utah, Arizona, outside of Navajo. But when I come to your office, what I hear is we do not help with any type of economic development. We only do marketing. Can you please, my first question would be, what is your role within the Navajo Nation as a Navajo Nation tourism department? Our tourism is the lowest hanging fruit on the Navajo Nation for any type of revenue generating right now, especially with the closure of NGS and Kayenta mine. The nation is losing, I would say, about $50 million a year. And tourism is the next revenue generating. I want to know how you are going to, your office is going to assist chapters and the Navajo Nation with more revenue generating. My second question is do you believe that's true that tourism will bring in dollars? I know that if you look, Navajo Nation is in the center of, right between some of the major tourist attractions like Sedona, Moab, Santa Fe, and then we have our own. Throughout this pandemic, they have pivoted. Their tourism office has been very strategic and pivoting and shifting during the pandemic. And also their tourism office has been very proactive, which our tourism office under your leadership, I do not see that. And I'm saying this because we have reached out to you time and time again for certain studies. So I'm really interested if you could share with me the last 3 years, your plans, what you have been working on. For instance, I know that when you promote, when we travel, I know I've attended a Ayenta in Oklahoma a few years ago, and I saw your booth there. But the whole time I checked up on it every day, there was boxes there, but no one mend the desk. I did see Martin Begay one day. He was there present, but the other days he wasn't present also. So it's almost like when divisions go attend these conferences, sometimes the tables are not being mended to really do the job that they say they are doing. So I'm really interested to know what the plans are. So we have so I'm really, if you can forward me again, I asked this earlier, and which is your marketing plan. I do appreciate the magazine, but I think we are really behind on the Navajo Nation as far as tourism goes. I know there's a lot of really good ideas from our Navajo people, such as bike packing, rafting down the San Juan River, rock climbing, motorcycle tours. There's a lot more that I'm sure that I'm not aware of, but my understanding is that our Navajo people come to your office and economic development for help and support, which they do not receive any, and they end up contacting us. So that's the reason why we are pushing, and we'll continue to push with your help and support from your staff or not. But this is the reason why I'm going to vote red again, my colleagues, is I feel like, let's say if we didn't give this money to you, that would be my third question. What will happen to your office? Will Navajo Nation continue to go without tourism department? What is it that you need to do differently to help our Navajo business owners in the tourism industry? Not right now, if you look at the whole Navajo Nation, there is no private businesses or companies that are really bringing in revenue. The tourism sector is losing out on millions and millions of dollars, and we are missing. And I think that if your office is very creative, I think you will help us secure some of these dollars and expedite securing our Navajo businesses in the tourism sector. Right now, I did not hear from your office during the pandemic on how you were helping. Maybe you did. Maybe we just didn't hear it. Maybe I just didn't hear it. But during the pandemic, I know when I visited the Navajo business owners in the tourism industry, they said, I'm selling my last Jeep. I'm selling this. I've lost money. I think your department should have been very crucial on making sure that our Navajo business owners got the funding and the help that they needed, since the CARES Act and now the ARPA dollar belongs to them. Again, if you can send us your goals and objectives to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I would appreciate that. And then if you can give me a stark difference between before the pandemic on documentation on the revenues that were generated, and then during the pandemic, how much loss. You did kind of mention that, but if you could send that to us in writing, I would appreciate that. And I think you did mention that you are doing small businesses, and exactly what kind of small businesses are you in your office working on right now? Isn't there, I thought that was Miss Elaine Young's department of small business. So, and again, who else are you working with? I know I've met with the Grand Circle, and what other organization are you working with? I think that they're doing such a service to their communities or organizations, like the state of Utah. When I've personally seen and met with the Utah tourism, we have a lot to learn from them, the way they market. They produce videos. They produce videos under 30 seconds. They have surveys that they launch over many means of social media. They have, and the world sees them, the Mighty Five, promoting their skiing, etc. And I think we need to build upon, and again, our Navajo, we were very unique. You know, you look at Amangari outside of Page, and you see, if you go online, the last time I was online was about a week ago. The cheapest room that was going during the pandemic was $2,600 a night, and it can go all the way up into a few $1,000s more each night. And they promote Native Americans with powwows if you go to their website, as well as weavers, jewelers, etc. And even though they probably only have a handful throughout the year, what I hear from some of these visitors is we went there for a Native American experience, but all we saw was Belaganas. And I think Navajo, we are in a very unique position, a very profitable position also, just by who we are as Dene people. If you can also respond that how visitors, when they come to Navajo, what is it that they want to experience? Since you are in the marketing department, can you also send those questionnaires? What is it that our visitors are coming here to see? Are they coming to gamble at our casinos? Are they coming to Monument Valley or Canyon de Chelly or Chaco or other notable sites that I would almost guarantee you don't need any more marketing? Well, what else are they here to see? Do they want to see weavers, jewelers? Do they want to see our language, Hogans? What type of, maybe we can pivot and make our own Airbnb. Maybe there's this a specific traditional site area. Are you working on that? Well, how are you working and to promote we as the or different, because we have our own language and our way of life. We have Hogans, we have these to share with the world, and we share them already. But how is your office? I'm really if you can send us your next 5 years, your plans. I did ask you these questions in Phoenix last Wednesday also with you and your team. Right now I feel like your office and specifically you have not really strategically planned to help us on the Navajo Nation. I'm really frustrated with you and your office because I have come time and time again. I know the young lady, she did attend one of our meetings. We do extend our invitation to your office over and over. We've had Vice President Myron Leiser attend some of our meetings as well as other supervisors in the area, including Lena Fowler and others. So again, we're going to continue. We would like if you can help us, and also if you can also send me and email me what your purpose is existing on the Navajo Nation as tourism. If you truly are just strictly marketing, then I think we need to amend that language to add helping Navajo Nation, bringing in a revenue generating ideas that would include our Navajo people, our business owners in the tourism area. I think they are the ones who bring in funding to your proprietary funds, how you function. These individuals, they pay, and that's how you're able to function as an office, yet they do not get any of the help. di kon bananas at ayo de yilado yal khashine na the meeting khagi ajin kenan shadash ini in kisya hayicha don ajin in kisya hayilon yilago don nan ahon kenan shin khaz an aliande. So I feel like the amount of funding you're requesting, the other question I have, and if you can email this to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, is a big part of some of these fundings are spent on travel. Before the pandemic, how often did you travel internationally promoting Navajo? I'm really interested in those dollars and how some of those are used. Again, this is in public information. as far as receiving help from your office for Navajo people. Again, to my colleagues, I would ask that we look through these documents, and I feel like it will take you time to produce those documents. And since that, I would like to table this legislation for the next 30 days until we receive these very important documents. So let me go ahead and make that motion so we can receive these very important documents. And I think, colleagues, you will see what this office could accomplish, and how, especially in the time of COVID, we need to think of creative, innovative ways. I'm glad that there's grant writing that's out there. But again, colleagues, I'd like to motion until we receive those documents for the next 30 days. I feel like our nation could do a lot better in the sector. So, and however I can help Mr. McCabe, I am here, and my team is ready. Even during the pandemic, we have been meeting Zoom. So, if I could table this legislation for the next 30 days after we receive the documentation. Yeah, thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, there is a motion on the floor to table this legislation for the next 30 days with the instructions that there's some specific documents requested that need to be given to the Budget and Finance Committee from the Navajo Nation Tourism Office. With that, is there a second to the tabling motion? The Budget and Finance Committee, is there a second to the tabling motion? So now Budget and Finance Committee, is there a second? Going once?
Second, Delegate Begay.
Motion Delegate Elmer P. Begay seconds. So we do have a motion and a second to table this legislation for 30 days with specific instructions for documentation to be provided by the Navajo Nation Tourism Office. So with this, there's no debate on tabling motion. With this, Ramona, a roll call vote for tabling legislation 007-21.
Shania, I have a question though.
Question for the sponsor as far as reference to the table.
Okay, Shanan, I know with RDC, when it's tabled and there's another committee, it still moves forward.
That's correct, Shanada.
Wishing.
So it'd be up to the sponsor how they wish to handle this tabling motion.
Let's move forward with it because we have go before Nabi Camp.
Shanada, with that, if you lead us in a roll call vote on the tabling motion.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for the table of motion. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenesbot Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenesbot Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenesbot Crotty, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 2 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposing, chairman not voting, and 2 members not voting. Chairman?
With the for that roll call vote. To table, 2 in favor, 1 opposed,
chair not voting, motion carries. With that, this legislation is hereby tabled at Budget and Finance Committee. With that, I can ask today, Wilson Stewart Jr. for your presentation and your agent.
Chairman, thank you. All committee members.
Chairman, this is Doug Gale here. I lost my call, dropped my call, so I'd like to vote in green.
Ramona?
Yes, Chairman, Honorable Jimmy Yell here votes green, so recall on the vote is 3 members voting in favor, 1 member opposing, and chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Christine, thank you for that. For the record, 3 in favor, 1 opposed, chair not voting.
Thank you.
Let's move forward to the last legislation that we have on our agenda in new business, which is 006-22. Earlier, it's called Nada. Vice Chair Odoso, are you still with us, Che? Vice Chairman Odoso?
I'm on the line, Chairman.
Commissioner Che. Lila, with that, Peggy, if you would read the legislation into the record for us, please. Vice Chairman Odoso is with us today.
Chair Henio, I already read the document into the record. You want me to just go over the top of it?
Yes, please.
Okay, this is the proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution assigned to Budget and Finance Committee, thence Navajo Committee, thence Navajo Nation Council, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022. Introduced by Otto So, primary sponsor, co-sponsored by Seth A. Damon, tracking number 0006-22, an action relating to Budget and Finance and Navajo Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, establishing the Dene Relocating Fund. Chair.
As stated previously, this legislation has been fully read into the record. Today is just a recap. With that, is there a motion? Legislation 006. Motion by Shanada Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second?
Yellow here.
Shanada Delegate Jimmy Yellow, a second. So with this, we do have a motion and second established. Then with that, we do have our sponsor on the line. Okay. Vice Chair Odoso, you have the floor. Introduce your legislation to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you very much. And members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Vice Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee and Chairman of the Navajo Nation Council's Budget and Finance Committee. The legislation that has been read into the record is a legislation that is establishing the Never Relocated Trust Fund. And it has nothing else to do with any other funds that come in from the nation. This, the Never Relocated Trust Fund, had to be created because right now the Navajo Hopi Land Commission has funding that we generate through the Twin Arrow leasing, the leasing properties throughout the Navajo Nation, that lands that were acquired under the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. Many years ago, the Navajo Nation Council has created the Never Relocated Trust Fund. And today we have 2 type of funds commingling into one account. And that one account, again, is the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund. And we have 2 sorts of fundings that are commingled in that one trust fund. And that one trust fund has a list of different beneficiaries. Ya pepe dadet go be nache yal chude do inhiki. I don't that did so this trust fund will actually address another group that will that addresses their concern. So therefore, under the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act, we have two type of funds coming in. We have funds that are acquired through the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act through our leases, such again like Twin Arrows, our property up at the city of Page. So we have a property. The Navajo Department of Transportation site. So we generate lease revenues from there. This trust fund only speaks to certain beneficiaries, and I believe the beneficiaries are the Navajo people that were affected by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act, such as people who were relocated out of the Hopi partition lands that were awarded to the Hopi tribe through the land litigation. The people that were affected in Navajo partition land, people who relocated off the Navajo Nation. And this fund will address those individuals directly. With the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund, it has a whole different type of beneficiaries again. We have to establish this trust fund so we're not commingling these dollars, and we separate these dollars so that these dollars will go into the right fund, so that people could, in this case, the Relocated Trust Fund has a policy that's in place, which was approved by the 23rd Navajo Nation Navajo Hopi Land Commission under the 23rd Council. So there's a fund management plan that's in place for this. So DDA right now is going to authorize the controller to separate the funds so that these dollars will go into the right places so that it could benefit the correct individuals. Nothing else. Anything pertaining to the application process and things like that. Navajo Office of Navajo Hopi Land Commission Office. They will be presenting that to the Navajo Hopi Land Commission so that we could approve that application process. So nothing else, but this will allow dollars to be separated and dollars to go to the correct individuals that are impacted directly by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. So once this trust fund is approved, like I indicated, the controller's office will be able to separate the dollars. If I go on talking about the Navajo Hopi, the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund, you guys are going to get mixed up on it. We have two members that are on the Navajo Hopi Land Commission that's on Budget and Finance Committee. They are aware of this. And right now we really have to do that. Department of Justice has recommended that we separate these funds because someone may file a petition against the nation and say, how come these dollars are benefiting other individuals that are not supposed to benefit from this? So we're just separating the funds. So I appreciate this dialogue, and I'll make it short and sweet. Go on mute.
Chair Henio, are you still on the call?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. I was trying to talk here. Yeah, hello, Che, for your presentation on this legislation. With this the Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions, comments for Vice Chair Odoso? If there are no questions or comments, I'll call for the question. Legislation 006-22. Tanita, echo with that. Ramona, if you'd lead us on a roll call vote to accept legislation 006-22.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote for legislation number 0006-22. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Canesbot-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canesbot-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Canesbot-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 2 members not voting. Sorry. Chairman?
Call a vote. And we do have vote 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting receives the due pass and moves on to Nabiki. Che. Chair.
Thank you very much, and for the vote here. I appreciate it very much.
With that, let's move forward to the last action item on our agenda, which is scheduling a PTF update meeting, permanent trust fund allocations, ADG quarterly. And the last time we had a meeting was in July of 2021. I think it's time that we hosted another update meeting from all the entities that received permanent trust fund through legislation passed by the 23rd Nomination Council. So this it'll be in February. Usually the first Wednesday is, I believe that's how we've been doing it. But Peggy, it's usually on the Wednesday, right?
Chair, at this time, it doesn't really matter. We've been doing it the first Wednesday, but sometimes it doesn't work out for the committee schedule. So it's really up to the committee to decide.
With that, the Budget and Finance Committee, would you prefer Friday for an update meeting on the permanent trust fund allocations?
Chair, I have a question. Is it going to be a special meeting or?
It's not a Budget and Finance Committee meeting. It's just that it's a Budget and Finance. We hear update reports from entities that received permanent trust fund allocations for their projects. Like, for example, the gaming enterprise used to come before us, and they used to give us a report on their Shiprock Hotel. Today, legislation, but the seat in about been transferred over to Hospitality Enterprise. Then you have like your Crown Point Hotel from Navajo Nation Economic Development. The Tsaili Wheat Fields, which we'll be hearing the report from them pretty soon here. It's just like a leadership meeting that we have, and we do hear updates from all these entities that.
Okay, so do we need a motion for leadership meeting? If it's like that, Thank you. I'll motion that then.
Okay. Motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay to have a leadership permit trust fund update meeting. Is there a second?
Delegate Yellowhair, second.
Okay, change to that. Delegate Jimmy O'Hare, second. So at this, the floor is open for some dates that we possibly may have this meeting, so we can send out notices to everybody that received funding from the permanent trust fund allocations. I was looking at February 4th, if the committee wishes to have it on a Friday. There's usually no committee meetings on that date. Our next Budget and Finance Committee meetings on February 1st.
Okay, Shelby, I can make it on the 1st.
No, on the 4th.
The 4th Friday, yeah. Abiga.
Oh, okay. Vice Chair Smith? On the 4th, Abiga. Okay, they'll get Jimmy O'Hare.
Hasta Biga Tole, Share.
On the 4th, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
They'll get Ember Kanasla Karate. They'll get Ember Kanasla Karate. They'll get Nathaniel Brown.
Yeah, that's Chair. I just got back on the call.
Okay, we're scheduling a PTF, Permanent Trust Fund, update meeting with all the entities that received funding from the Permanent Trust Fund that was allocated from the 23rd Navajo Nation Council. And we're looking at February 4th on a Friday. And then we have all these presenters coming before us.
I have a meeting at 11 that day, but I can do the Zoom meeting. Yeah, that'll work for me.
With that, it seems that we have a consensus for February 4th. Delegate Elmer P. Begay, if you could modify your motion to include February 4th. Usually we start in the morning at 9 o'clock. All day on the Nasi Kande. So actually, if you can modify your motion.
I'll go ahead and modify my motion to have a leadership meeting on February the 4th at 9 o'clock.
Delegate Jamil here.
Abiga, still.
So with that, we do have a motion on the floor to have the PTF update meeting, leadership meeting on February 4th at 9 o'clock in the morning. With this, Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for the leadership meeting scheduled for February 4th, 2022 at 9 a.m. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bockrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bockrati, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bockrati, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Now we do have do pass, 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting on the scheduling of the meeting. So that, Peggy, if you would send out notices to all the presenters for that day, February 4th. So with that, we completed our new business action items. Today, as we have modified our agenda, now we go back to reports. And item A on the reports is Taylor Wheatfield update report. Shinanta, Vice Chair Carl Slater, are you on the line with us? Shinanta, Vice Chair Carl Slater. But the Division of Natural Resources Division Director, Dr. Rudy R. Shabala. Dr. Rudy R. Shabala, are you on the line? Okay, moving forward on first call for Shinanta, Vice Chair Carl Slater.
Chair Hinia,
Yes.
Aaron Begay is the project manager. He wanted, Vice Chair Slater wanted a report from them.
But Vice Chair Slater, I don't think he called in today, right?
I notified him by text. He asked me to do that, so he hasn't responded. He was answering to like several calls today, Zoom meetings.
Okay. Mr. Aaron Begay. Mr. Aaron Begay. It seems that we don't have any presenters on item A on this report for Taylor Wheatfield. Maybe they'll join us later. Let's move forward to the next item on the agenda for reports is the office of Mr. Cordell Shorty. Are you on the line? Contracting officer for the Office of Management and Budget.
Mr. Chair, this is Cordell. I am on the line.
Thank you, Mr. Shorty. The report on external funds received by the Navajo Nation, as indicated from the last committee meeting, there was a request at this next meeting, which is today. So therefore, you have the floor, sir, for your report.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Budget and Finance Committee, and all who are on the call, good afternoon. Yesterday, around 5:15, I emailed 3 different reports to Peggy. I hope she forwarded those to you. That the first report is referred to as Attachment A. It's a report on 638 BIA contracts. Attachment B is report on the 638 IHS contracts. Attachment C is report on American Rescue Plan Act / Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund report. And this morning I emailed a couple more. As Attachment D, it's a report on active federal and state contracts and grants. And as Attachment E, a report on CARES Act funding, COVID-19, and ARPA funds. Forward, so then I'll proceed with an overview on those reports. You get copies of those reports?
Cordell, I did send out the 2 emails that you sent me on your
Okay.
reports.
Oh, Kushina. Okay. An overview on Attachment A report, which is on BIA contracts with balances on the heading. And this report is as of December 16, 2021. And the top of page 1 is a legend or a directory on the content of the report, column A through P. Although there's also color-coded rows. Certain rows are coded. And at the top of page 1, it says that the peach color, a summary by annual funding agreement. Then blue is contract. Then green is program total. The goal is division or branch totals. Page 1, from row 1 through 19, that's a report on 638 contract funding on judicial branch. On row 4 is a summary of funds allocated calendar year 2017. And on row 7 is a summary of CY 2018 funding. 2010, a CY 2019. Row 14 is 2020 funding, and row 18, 2021 funding. And you'll notice under the column H is the balances. 17 has a balance, 18 has a balance, 19, 20, 21. The total for the contract is referenced by amounts in gold font, yellow font, judicial, $11.2 million award total, expenditure $8.8 million, encumbered or open commitment $204,000, balance remaining $2.1 million. And there are 20 contracted programs the Navajo Nation has with BIA, and all of the contracts are on a multi-year basis, and funding provided through an annual funding agreement as referenced by the judicial contract. It's a 5-year contract, and the annual funding provided. And these funds are available until expended. They come to the nation and cash deposited to the nation's bank account, and these funds are available until all expended. Although performance period is called usually 1 year, whatever is not expended with that 1 year, that's available for carryover into the successor year. So just an overview on 638. Also, these funding are the result of review done on the application. It goes to the review process. Although awards, though, when agreement is awarded, signed, and it's accepted through the review process. When the budget is submitted by program for the amount of the award that's entered in FMIS and the transmittal issued. So the amount you see in column L for judicial is based on that application review, acceptance of the award, and budget enter in FMIS. Contract support cost funding allocated to the nation starts on row 20, and the referenced by blue highlight. This is funding from 2005, going back to 2005. Under column I, you see on row 24, K05, Baka, that indicates this is funding from K05, and it goes up to K09. 47 million allocated, still a balance of 564,000 remaining. Then funding allocated in 2010, 11 at the bottom, and then continues to the top of the second page. 2012 funding, 2013, and quite a bit in K number on K14 shown on row 50. On this contract, 41 million allocated, 35 expended, 5 million remaining. Although the next line 53 that's where funding for FY15 starts. 16 is on page 3, row 90, 9 million. Although 17 funding on row 110, 9.9 million. Row 18, CY18, row 132, 9.5 million. Although row 150, CY19, 8.6 million. Row 168, CY20 funding, 10 million. A total contract support cost allocated to the nation for this period, 2015 to 2020, 57 million. 53 million expended and 3.8 million remaining. So all the contract award IDC funding allocated to the nation is under OMB, assigned to OMB, 146 million total, 136 million expended, 9.4. These monies balances are booked as earned when funding for the particular contract is fully expended. For example, on row 167, safety of dams, 116,000 allocated, 67 has been expended, 48 remain to be collected. So until all funding for safety of dam for that year, FY20, is expended, then that 48,000 will be expended and booked as earned by Office of the Controller. That's on a contract support indirect costs. Funding allocated to housing improvement under community development starts on row 186. And on row 193, balance for that contract. This is contract from 2003. 7 million allocated, 7.8 million, 7 million expended, 809,000 remaining. So HIP should be expending the money remaining. This is from 2003 as shown on row 189. Although contract, next contract starts on row 194, goes down to row 213. FY16 funding is on row 196, 1 million. 2017, 1 million on row 199. Row 2002, 18, 1 million. A total of $3 million, 3.1 allocated, 3 million expended, $1,000 remain in that contract. Then the next contract starts on row 2004 and goes to row 2014. 19, 1 million was allocated. 2020, 1.4 allocated. 2021, 11 million. So on this contract, a total of 14 million, 1.3 expended, $12 million. So the total for HIP is at the top of page 6. 25 million allocated, 11 million expended, and 13 million available balance. Next is Johnson O'Malley. In the sake of time, let me just quickly go to the contract total. Row 222, that's the contract that started in 2018 and ended 11.9 million allocated, 5.9 expended, $3 million available, 2.9 encumbered. Though contract started in 2021, currently continuing, the total amount allocated 4,104 expended, 2.9 encumbered, 970 balance. Total contract still with balances for JOM is 15.9 million, million expended, 5.8 encumbered, and 4 million balance. The amount shown in open commitment encumbered 5.8. Those are funds allocated to the schools through subcontract. Back in the days, as the saying goes, it used to be like 30 schools that received JOM funding. Now it's around 25, so that the encumbered shows subcontract dollars are not being expended by the schools. Higher ed scholarship. Funds allocated starts on 228 and it goes up to row 238. Row 230 shows funding allocated in 2003, 2004, 22 million, 0.3, expended is 2.2, 96.9, balance remaining, 96,000. This amount, as the saying goes, sticks out like a sore thumb. How that balance remain, we can't figure out. OMB and BIA, that's why. For all we know, that amount is expended, zero, but it's still shown a balance that remains to be resolved between BIA and Navajo Nation. Contract that started in 2017 and up to 21, the total amount allocated is 69 million. 66 million expended, 2.6 million balance. For higher ed, a total amount of contract that has balance is 96.8 million, 89 expended, 2.7 remaining. For the net education between JOM and higher ed, $107 million allocated, 95 million expended, 5.9 encumbered open commitment, and 6.8 million remaining. Tribal enrollment, this is under the Division of Human Resources. Funding allocated in 2003 and 2004, shown on row 244, $4 million allocated, at around the same amount expended, 9,000 remain to be expended. The next is a contract that started in 2013 and ended 2015. It's on row 250, 3.1 million allocated, 3.2 expended. There's an over expenditure by close to $10,000. That record on that needs to be reviewed and the correction made and contract put to closure. Contract that started in 2016 and ended 2018. The summary is on 254. 3.1 million allocated, 1.3 expended, and 1.8 remaining to be expended. Contract that started in 2019 starts on 255 and continues to the next page on 269, 2021. A total allocated of 10 million, 8 million expended, 2.2. The total amount allocated to tribal enrollment that still has balances is 2.8 million, 16.7 expended, 39,000 encumbered, 4.9 million. Row 272, archaeological services. This is under the used to be under the Department DNR Natural Resources. The program was transferred to NDOT around 2012, I believe it was. So when the program was still under DNR, these are the amounts allocated. On row 280, this is funding allocated going back to 1991 and to 1997. 4.4 million allocated, 4.3 expended, around 93,000 remain to be expended. The next contract is started around 2008. CY 99, 97, 96, 95, 94, 93. The summary of that is on 300, row 313, page 8. Total 18 million allocated, 17 million expended, $662 remain. And then there's a contract with this one-liner in there on row 314. Contract that started in 2008 and funds allocated 2007 is shown on 339. 2002, 3, 4, 6, 7. 6.7 million allocated, 6.2 expended, a balance of 482. And then there's one line contract amount shown on 335. The funding allocated in 208 starts at the bottom of page 8, continues into the next page, and this is funding allocated to 2012. A total funding for that period, 2008 to 12, is 5.6 million. 5.5 expended, 50,000 remaining. Then there's other one-time funding shown on row 355 to 352. So the total ARC service funding that still has balances shown on 335, 35.8 million, 34.5 million expended, $1.3 million balance. Archaeological services contract. This is under DNR non-roads. Contract that still has balances. It starts with 2012, then funding allocated in 2015, 16, and 14. A total amount as shown on row 377 is 1.9 million. Expended 1.9 million. A balance of 25,000. The next contract started in 2017, as shown on row 383. Starts on the bottom of 9, continues to page 10. CY 18 funding, CY 19, 20, 21. Total for that contract period 2017 to 21, 2.9, 1.8 million expended, $1.1 million balance. The total ARC services non-roads funding is 4.9 million, 3.7 million expended, $1.2 million remaining. Water monitoring starts on row 414. This is a contract currently in progress, FY20, amount allocated and 20 and 21 shown on that page. The total allocated under this contract so far is on row 429, 2.2 million allocated, 1 million expended, 1.2 remaining. Contract that started in 2015 starts on row 230 at the bottom of that page and continues to the next page to the top of page 11. 2017 funding, 2018, 2019. The total award for this period on row 445, 6 million, 3.6 expended, $2.1 million remaining. The total contract for water monitoring that has balance as shown on row 446 is 8.3 million, 4.6 expended, 257,000 in encumbers, $3.3 million balance. Water development starts on row 448. This is funding from 2018, 19, 20, and 21. The total funds for that period as shown on row 462 is 5.4 million, 2.5 expended, 239 encumbers, $2.7 million balance. Contract that started in 2013 and ended 2017. The summary is on row 468. 5.1 million expended, is fully expended, and the next series of contracts funding from 2003 to 8, row 469 to 470. A total for that period is 7.7 million, 5.6 expended, 2.8
Question of
remaining.
privilege, Chairman, this is Delegate Yellowhead.
So Delegate Yellowhead, there's no question.
Yeah, I'm looking for that document. I don't have the document that's reading by Mr. Shorty.
Peggy, when did you email the documents out to the committee?
Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith. Chair Henio,
Okay.
Vice Chair Smith.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Peggy, Delegate Jimmy O'Hare's concern with the documentation. When did you email it out to the committee?
Chair, I didn't send those. I mean, I didn't write down what time and all that, but it was around 9 o'clock this morning, 9:45. The first one, there's 2 emails. Shatilla might have that information right there, Raymond Smith.
Vice Chair Smith?
Yes, it's under Peggy Nakai, Reason Committee Reports sent at 2:26. And it has the agenda and it has the attachments. And the first attachment is what Mr. Cordell is reading. And I did finally catch on and finally got on the right page. So it is under the time of 2:26 p.m. where it says, all right, Rodney, thank you.
And there's a second report, Chair, that was sent around 4 o'clock.
Okay, I can continue, Mr. Chair.
Okay, hold on. So Delegate Jimmy O'Hare, were you able to get that information?
Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith?
Once Honorable Yellowhair opens it up, we're on page 12 of 22.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that information. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair?
Okay, I'll look for it. Continue with your report, Mr. Shorty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, look in there at the 2 o'clock email thread, and you'll find it. But once you find it, I guess we're on page 12, just.
Okay.
Report, so.
All right.
Thank
you.
Yeah. With that, Mr. Shorty?
Okay. Page 12 is a summary of funds allocated to forestry management. Row 502 is a summary of funds allocated for 2018 to 22. $5.9 million total, 3.5 expended, $2.1 million balance, and funds allocated from 2013 to 17 is summarized on row 508, $7 million. Award expended almost the same amount. The balance is $8,800, and funding allocated from 2003 to 2008 is summarized on row 513, $5.8 million allocated, 5.8 expended. This is over expenditure of 31. The total for forestry management going back to 2003, 25 million allocated, 22 expended, 283,000 encumbrance and 2.1 balance. Fish and wildlife funding starts at the bottom of page 212. This is K-21 funding. The year that just ended last month, December 31st. Row 522 shows 635 allocated, 226 expended, 2,000 encumbered and 500,000 plus balance. Funding allocated from 2016 to 2020, summarized on row 548. There's 3.4 million total allocated, 2.8 expended, 50,000 encumbered, $483 remaining. And row 556 is funds allocated from 2003 and 4, 2 million allocated, 1.5 expended, 485 plus thousand remaining. Total for fish and wildlife program, 6.1 million allocated, 4.5 expended, 52,000 encumbered, $1.4 million balance. Natural resource starts on row 558. The summary funds allocated in 21 is on row 563, 985 plus thousand, 304,000 plus expended, 681,000 plus remaining balance. Funds allocated start in 2016 is at the bottom of page 13, continues to the next page. A summary of that is provided on row 578. Total funding 16 to 20, 9.5 million, 2.5 expended, 23,000 encumbered, and $7 million remaining. Funding allocated from 2003 2004 remaining is on row 581, 855,000 allocated, 696,000 expended, $159,000 balance. Total for natural heritage 11.4 million allocated, 3.5 expended, 23,000 encumbered, $7.8 million balance. Safety of dams funds allocated from 2019 to 2021 is summarized on 589, 883 plus thousand allocated. That same amount remains as the balance, no expenditure, no encumbrance. Funding for contract 2016 to 2018 is summarized on row 595, 2.1 million allocated, 2 million expended, 3,800 encumbered, $62,000 balance. Funding from 2003 and 4 is summarized on row 601, 1.8 million allocated, 1.5 expended, $350,000 balance. Total funding safety of dam contract funds allocated 10.7 million, 9 million expended, 13,000 encumbered, $1.6 million balance. Rights away. This is a program that is no longer contracted. The funds allocated that still have a balance is shown on row 607. 334,000 allocated, 229 expended. There's an over expenditure of 95,000. Total right-of-way program funds allocated 596, 664 expended, $95,000 over expenditure. The summary for natural resources of all the programs that I went through: $124 million allocated, 99 million expended, 900,000 plus encumbered, $23.8 million balance. The next page is funding for law enforcement contract. Starts on row 658, and the summary for funds allocated from 2013 to 2015 is shown on row 693. 63 million allocated, 61.6 expended, 126,000 encumbered, 1.7 million balance. Funding allocated starting with 2016, 17, and 18 is shown starting on row 694, continues to the next page. Row 751 shows funding allocated to law enforcement with 113 million, 109 million expended, 107,000 encumbered, $3.1 million remaining. Funds allocated starting with contract 221 is on the bottom of page 216, continues to the top of page 17. The total funds allocated for year one of the contract that started on 21 to 25 is shown on row 766, 31.6 million, 2.8 million expended, $28 million balance. The total law enforcement contract funds allocated with a balance of 285 million. Funds allocated 251 million expended, 233,000 encumbered, $33.6 million. That's 0.6 million balance remaining. Criminal investigation funds allocated with balance from 2005 is on row 769. Row 772 funds allocated in 2010 and 12, still a balance. 10.8 million allocated, 10.8 expended, $1,000 balance remaining. Funds allocated starting in 2013 to 15. A summary on row 776, 12.8 million total funding, 12.8 total expenditure, $410 remain. Funds allocated starting with 2016 and ended in 2020 is on row 786. 22.8 million allocated, 21.4 expended, 9,000 encumbered, 1.3 million balance. Funds allocated for a contract period starting 21 and to end 25 is on row 796. 6.4 allocated, 2.7 expended, 30,000 encumbered, 3.7 balance. Total criminal investigation with a contract that have balances is 68.8 million, 63.6 expended, 40,000 encumbered, $5 million balance. Adult detention. These are row 798 through 723. These are funds allocated starting in 2013 and ending in 2017. 24 million allocated, expended same amount, $2,000 encumbrance on $8,400 encumbrance remaining. Next is funds allocated starting in 2018 and ending in 2021. The summary of that is on row 852. 32.4 million allocated, 24.3 expended, 241,000 encumbered, 7.8 million. Total adult detention program contract that have balances is 56.5 million allocated, 48.3 expended, 243,000 encumbered, 7.8 million balance remaining. Juvenile detention. Summary of funds allocated from 2013 to 2017 shown on row 893. 20.7 allocated, 20.9 million expended, 38,000 encumbers, $522,000 balance. And contract started in 2018. It starts on the bottom of 2018, continues to the next page, 2019. Summary of 18 is shown there, FY19, 20, 21, and the summary of that is on page 20, row 938. Funding for 2018 to 22, 16.5 million allocated, 13.2 expended, 20,000 open commitment, 3.3 available balance. The total juvenile detention program contract with fund balances 37.3 allocated, 33.4 expended, 58,000 encumbered, and available balance is 3.8. The total Division of Public Safety funding is 448 million allocated, 397 expended, 575 encumbered, $50.4 million balance. This funding to social services program starts on row 941, Indian child welfare. Row 950 shows funding allocated from 19 to 22. Total is 4.9 million, 3.3 expended, 2,000 encumbered, $1.5 million balance. Funds allocated 2014 to 18 is on row 956. 7.8 million allocated, 6.9 expended, $218 encumbered, 885,000 balance. Total ICWA funding with contract balance 12.8 million allocated, 10 million expended, 3,000 encumbered, $2.4 million balance. Navajo Children Treatment Center for Children and their Family in TCTF. This is a contract started in 2021. The total funds allocated for that year is 388, 127 expended, and $260,000 balance. Department of Family Services. This is a contract that started in 2021 to total funding. Year one of the contract that runs from 21 to 25, 22.7, 13.3 expended, 1.5 encumbered, $7.8 million balance. Social services. This is a contract from 2016 that ended in 2020. It starts on the bottom of page 20 and continues to the top of page 21. A summary of the CY20 funding, 2016, 2017, 18, 19. The total funding for social services for that contract period, 2016 to 2020, 138 million allocated, 133 million expended, 11,000 encumbered, $4.1 million balance. Family services. This is a new contract that started in 2021. The total funds allocated shown on row 1027, 11 million, 4 million expended, 1.7 encumbered, 5.83. The total for social services contracted program shown on 1028, 185.1 million, 161.8 expended, 3.2 encumbered, $20 million balance. Funding allocated to NDOT starts on the bottom of page 2021. Row 1035 shows 2.2 million allocated, 2 million expended, 79,000 encumbered, $116,000 balance, and continues to the top of page 22. The total NDOT funding that remains on the books with balance is 14.3 million, 14 million in expended, 79 open commitment, and available balance 314,000. Below is a summary by branch and divisions from row 1043 to 1052. Shows that all the balances by division and program is 1 billion, over 1 billion on column L. Column M shows 949 million expended, $11 million encumbered, $130 million balance remaining. This is on the BIA awards. Mr. Chair. Hello.
My call may have dropped.
Okay, I'm unmuted here. So, Mr. Shorty, does that complete your report?
On attachment A, there's still attachment B, C, D, and E. So let me know how you want to proceed.
Okay, well, usually we'll give you the floor to, if you could just do a summary of, because you do have 20 minutes for your report, and I believe it's getting close to that time, and you could just highlight them, because that way we can get to the questions and answers, because I'll still need to ask for a motion in a second. To allow for questions and answers.
Okay, the next report is 8-page. This is a IHS attachment B. It's an 8-page report. Since you asked for summary, let me just do an overview on the summary on page 8 of 8, the last page. On row 432, that's a summary on IHS contract under NDOH, Department of Health. Row G indicates there's 292. That's the number of budgets for Department of Health. And there's 5 contracts that remain. $651 million award, $561 million expended, 3.3 open commitment, and a balance of $86 million. The next row, 433, 83 budgets, 5 contract for EMS program under public safety, $180 million award, $160.5 million expended, $1.5 million encumbered, $18 million balance. Row 434, there's 34 budgets set up on this funding, 3 contracts. This is treatment center, $9 million award, $6 million expended, 24,000 encumbered, $2.9 million balance. A total on the IHS contract, there are 409 budgets, 13 open contracts, $840 million funds allocated, $728 million expended, $5.1 million encumbered, and $107.4 million balance. The IHS contract, just a summary. Attachment B, C. This is on ARPA funding. They are 2-page. Row 1A, under column L, the amount highlighted green, total funds allocated. This allocation came in 2 different deposits, as shown in column J. 1.8 billion is that deposit, the other 217 million on the total 2 billion. And the resolution that established the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund, which is referenced in column D, CJY 4121. And that resolution, you'll recall, it included provision that 10% of the total funding be set aside for Central Support Service, Regulatory Service, Row 2, 1A Baka. So the 10% of the total funding is that amount, $207 million for contract support service costs. Of that amount, 90% is to be allocated to executive branch. That 90% amount is shown on column L, $187 million. Although present the allocated to the programs that will assist in implementation of ARPA funding starts on row 4. 90% Now, the programs, they call them J, President's Office, Washington Office, Attorney General, Office of the Controller, Community Development, Business Regulatory, Economic Development, and so on. The total funds allocated, and LAIA, the amount that's been entered in FMIS program gave us budget for that at OMB, budget in FMIS. And the amount expended, column M, in AIA in and open commitments. So far, row 8, the open commitment because 16,000. And the amount allocated by President continues to the next page. Row 24, 25. So the total funds allocated, 135 million, 29 million FMIS budget be it. The three offices that have not submitted budget is shown on row 24, 25, 26. J going to NDOH 1.8 budget the public safety 1.8 OMB 2.7. The budget is not in the system on that. So the total funding allocated, like I said, 134. So of the 187 million, 135 they allocate. So there's a balance of 51 for executive branch that remains to be allocated for contract support. Legislative branch, of that 207 million, 10% is for legislative, 820 million. The budget all of that remains to be allocated by Speaker's office. So the total funds available for allocation, contract support costs behind it, 135 million. The budget is net. The amount available for reimbursement to Navajo Nation defunded CARES Act, new projects, 1.8 billion. This is the difference between the 2 billion that's allocated, 207 million contract support, the net amount 1.8 available for chapters. So far, the amount that has been allocated starts on row 33. Row 39, the defunded CARES Act project. These programs and division, you see judicial, economic development, water resources, DPS and DOH. These are the amounts allocated. A budget that's shown in column L. Then President allocated additional funding starts on row 41 and to 46. A total of that is 42 million. Budget that's why the next column over L is going blank. So the total funds allocated for defunded CARES Act project is 101 million. The 59 million shown on row 40, the 42 million on row 47, 1.1 million. So the hardship assistance payment allocated 559, 557 million on row 49. So the total allocated for projects and hardship assistance is 658. The defunded project on row 48, 101 million. Although hardship assistance 557, total of 658. Amount remaining to be allocated 1.8 billion. That's the difference between the 1.8 that's shown on row 31, 1.8 billion, less the amount on row 50, 658, 2.1 million remains to be allocated. So this money came to the nation in May, September, that CJY 4121 it belongs to the Budget and Finance Committee adopted the procedures since then the allocation started. So to date, as shown on row 27, 16,000 encumbered earlier so far. So that's a summary of the ARPA funding, the 2 million, Exhibit C. Okay, Exhibit D, Nana. the heading of the page is active federal state funding. Navajo, this is as of December 16. Non-638, so BIA funding, it'll be the 638 IHS though. ARPA funding though, it'll be so this is a summary of that. Again, in the interest of time, let's just go to the last page, 19 of 19, because row 754, 55, judicial branch, although Attorney General, Community Development, then the Education, EPA, General Services, Health, Human Resources, Natural Resources, Public Safety, Social Service, 876 million award, 372 expended, 75.9 encumbered, 427 balance.
Shinanda, I don't know if we have Henny on that Bayantigi, Cordell, I don't have it attached. I've got A, B, and C. Page 19 of the 19, the Ninigi. I can't find it.
That email is that was a separate email. The first email yesterday, attachment A, B, C. Today, A, D, and E email is and then it's 4 need Miss Nakai.
Cordell, this is Delegate Yellow here. Oh, Chair, I'm sorry. To the Chair, this is Delegate Yellow here. Page 1 to 19. That's about budget expenditure report. Active federal and state non-638. That's what you're reporting, Cordell.
Oh, D, attachment D.
Oh, so you went through really fast. Okay. I thought you just try your answer. Are you fasting because you jumped forward when they, I guess, subtotals that just jumped on that. Quite all you sure the D attachment D
attachment D. I just went to the summary by division and branch. A review by branch and division officers. Only a summary, the last page of that report.
The last page, page 19.
1919 at the bottom.
Page.
The last report, it cares, attachment E. At the top of page 1, row 2, only 25 funding allocated. Row 26 under column I, 714 million. 714 a budget expended 697, 16.4 a open commitment available at 200. Call row 7 the last allocation by the council 16.5 the right before December 31st allocate amount encumbered 16. Call the difference between row I and J 714.1 million, those 714.5 million, a 332, that's the amount you see in column J on row 27. That's the actual amount of interest earned on that amount, and that it based on that, and all of that is shown as expenditure. So The nation earned $632,000 interest on that $714 million. The CARES Act money, yeah, equal summary. None. The next page, page 7, a community development, non Department of Education. The programs listed there. General services, though, mostly transit service program got CARES Act, all ARPA monies. Division of Health, Department of Health, down at the bottom of page 2. Continues to the next page, page 3. Lay page 4, the total ARPA and CARES Act funding, Division of Health program received a summary. Row 130, 21 million. Started out at the 22 million total. Human resources, though, this is under tribal enrollment. Some of these are already shown in the 638 report. The human resource amount, row 332 to 140. Those amounts are on the 638 tribal enrollment. Public safety, emergency medical service on the bottom of page 4. Continue to the next page. Department of Corrections, Navajo Police Department. The total Division of Public Safety received CARES Act or ARPA, 21.8 million. Social Services Program, though, CARES and ARPA, starts on page 140, continues to the next page, and the summary of social service program that receive ARPA funding, 129 million. J going to be 122 million. The last part, AIA transportation, additional CARES and ARPA funding. Transportation received road 225, 16.9 million. And the summary, the last page, row 239, going to additional CARES ARPA funding received by programs in our nation, 930 million, 718 million expended, 25 encumbered, $186 million balance. So those are the 5 reports that my staff compile. Rachel, Lolia, Germaine, Albertina, and it does report that they by different fund source, different category, 638 BIA, IHS, ARPA money, federal, state, and then CARES Act money. The election and Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Mr. Shorty for that report. And with that, National Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept this report?
Motion, Delegate
On motion. Second motion to Shemaya Zakrati. This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Okay, see a motion by Delegate Amber Kinosaw-Carter, second by Delegate Jimmy O'Hare. With that,
the floor is open for questions.
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Carty with a question.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I know it's getting late, and so I want to thank Mr. Shorty and his team for pulling together these very valuable reports to Budget and Finance. It gives us a large or a broad view of what programs, funding they currently have, and especially as they're moving forward in our discussions tomorrow regarding ARPA. What I'm concerned about in terms of the OMB report, Mr. Shorty, is when there's a program, like let's say, for example, on your attachment E, line 5, under Department of Education. Just for an example, help me understand. The end date is December 2021.
for Native endowment. They received $5,000. They've only spent half, so there's 43%. If the end date had passed, is that money reverted, or is it a case-by-case basis if they're able to continue to spend down that K account? And I think that's what I'm looking for, is how the programs are spending down their dollars and making sure then we're getting the progress that we need to increase direct services to our people. Thank you, Mr. Shorty, for the report. Sinai.
Delegate Crowd, which attachment did you refer to?
Hold on. Mr. Shorty, please hold. We do need to have see if there are any other questions from the committee members. Budget Finance Committee, any further questions? Mr. Shorty, go ahead with your response.
Yeah, excuse me, Shanda. The Delegate Crowdy's question, I asked which attachment was he referring to. I didn't quite hear her question.
Delegate Emberson and Crowdy, clarification for Mr. Shorty.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So it's labeled Attachment E, BRE CARES COVID-19 ARPA BNS 1.18.22.
Okay.
And I was just using an example of,
okay.
And it's, I'm sorry, it's on line 35.
Yeah.
And I was just using an example of a grant that has an end date but has not been spent.
Okay. Most grants, when the end date comes and goes, for example, the grant shown on line 35, Boys and Girls Club, I think the BGCA just was, they've been very understanding and receptive to the nation to allow extension on the end date. So in this case, this report is generated as of December 31st. I would say the program may have submitted requests for extended to the funding agency, and upon approval of that by the funding agency, then this report would be updated. Rarely does any grant agency, funding agency, deny the nation's request for extension on end date, and on almost every case, I would say the request is good as approved, as the saying goes. So on that particular one, I would say that the program may have submitted requests and maybe the end date extended, if not already.
Mr. Shorty, for that response. Thank you. Those back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments on this report?
This is Delegate Yell here, to the Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead. You have the floor.
Yeah, speak to Mr. Shorty. Thank you for your big, huge report. Looks like we need a binder on this report. Attachment E. So then this report is from line 2227 to 239. The report in this summary report is pertains to COVID-19. Don't cares. So in the ERPA fund 80 so on this case. You did care the tissue branch this Iago. Hey, DJ, the bigger thing is it under care or is it under ERPA fund? If a car, it could be a car or listening under what is a car. is the EPA funds, so the CARE Act funds that were cut on the under line 227 under a probably column number 3. I put the information. The page or hayiko not ananaski another nothing. A quite ya your special India Tunzon quite ya $1,000 $18. Mr. Shorty. Secretary Bishop Branch, Division of Community Development, Department of Education, Division of General Services, Department of Health, Division of Human Resources, Division of Public Safety, Division of Social Services, Division of Transportation. Like you said, this is total as of December 31st, 2021. Mr. Shorty. Oh, you know, Mr. Sala, oh, how you? Oh, like one of the happy plans and on the Netherlands on the Shahota, I get $18. The open bid or Sanaski. Here, but any of our hands. So, copy now in the Navajo Nation that they be Sunday finder, yeah. Mr. Shorty, thank you, Mr. Tiller, Chairman, to the anyway.
Go get Jimmy over here. Any further questions, comments? Budget and Finance Committee?
Chairman Henry, I did have a question. This is Delegate Claudia.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Shorty, can you let me know what attachment would have an updated breakdown of the approximately $677 million of ARPA but non-Navajo fiscal recovery funds that was presented December 1st to leadership, and I was hoping to get an update on that. Thank you. That's my question.
Okay, fair enough for that question. Mr. Short, you will provide a response. You have some 2 questions.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, response to question by Mr. Yellowhair. Attachment E, gonna a row 39 and 40, or example. Dila COVID funding, don't CARES Act, non-ARPA. No. So, row 39 on the Head Start FY, the COVID-19 funding. I thought the next one, row 4, going to Head Start ARPA. Not that. If you go look at that row H, some has COVID, ARPA, CARES Act. There's a few of them. So that's response to Mr. Yellowhair's question. If you look at information in that row, COVID, CARES, ARPA, and Delegate Crowdy's question, from what I recall, when Mr. Wolf, with Office of the President, presented to leadership and 20 arrows made in the total funding allocated, ARPA or COVID, just 600 plus million. No, so we looked at the listing that they provided and compared it to the report, FMIS report, what COVID funding budgets were set up for. So what Mr. Wolf had reported was funding allocated to other entities within the Navajo Nation there was some funding allocated to NTUA, and there was some funding allocated to some of the schools, BIE schools. I think NHA was on the list too. So they accounted for all those funds that were allocated to entities on the nation or entities that provide service to Navajo people, not necessarily funding that went to the Navajo Nation government. So any update on the status of those, I mean, it'd be better President's office provide that. The entities, what has been expended and so far, and maybe have the entities provide a report to the nation on that. So that is would be my response to the two questions.
Chair Haney, I got a question. I just seen Mr. Shorty for that response. Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henio and Budget Finance Committee members and those that are listening on. Yeah, it's getting kind of late and really good information. We had Mr. Cordell, Shorty, and Deb walking us through this. My question is, the last report I have, I don't know if it coincides with the report that you've given me, but it's July 26, 2021, and it's to three branch government through Elizabeth Begay, acting controller from Laura Johnson, and has attachments all the way from 1 to 13. It does break it down into who's responsible and how much money is available. It has a Navajo Nation External Funds Budget Report Update. And this one is December 16th, 2021. Does this correspond with this Office of Controller's report? This is the first time I've seen this budget expenditure report there in this kind of fashion. It's kind of easy to follow along with numbers that you were reading out and the amount. The question too is, if you look at the last page of 2020, 22 of 22, the BIA contracts, we were awarded $1 billion. And out of that $1 billion, we expended $941 million and encumbered $11 million, which we still have a balance of $130 million. That's a pretty good sizable amount. It's all the listing of who's got funding here, the total award for that particular. And that's just one example, because that's attachment A. Attachment B has a big amount. Attachment C, D, and E. Of course, E I think is just ARPA. So my question is, we have funding, and I always ask this question: how do we ensure that we as Navajo Nation spend this money? We're just sitting on it. People need help out there, and every time they ask for help, it's like, maybe it's because his eyes. Because these 638 contract is funding from the federal government to Navajo Nation to provide these services, and that's my question.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for that question. Back to Mr. Shorty, response.
Chairman Hinyo, Vice Chair Smith, members of the committee. The first question, the report that I presented and the report he referred to, issued by Office of the Controller from this past summer, July 2021? Are they the same? The report would be the same as far as reference to particular business unit. For example, on that attachment A, under column I, K170745, and this is Tribal Court Program, other 1.5. So that report, if you look at that K number, then the total award, the program funding period, in fact, for all the K numbers listed, it should match up with the numbers shown on the OOC report. Now, the Office of the Controller, that issue what's called a reversion report. It's a report on all contracts and grant award going back to whatever is in the FMIS from the 90s, what I presented is the heading of attachment A says these are a contract with balances, a contract award from BIA that still have fund balance. Present Ishla. So the Office of the Controller report would have a 638 contract that have zero balances, going back to 1990s, a contract that had been zeroed out. What Office of the Controller report has that, whereas the report I presented you only has a contract with fund balances. So that's the difference. On the second question, this report shows large balances unexpended. A BIA report, the IHS, the ARPA, federal, state, non-638, and then there's large amount unexpended. So program husband program manager, unexpended. So funding from years ago is not expended. But no, they'll come up with reason, and some are valid reasons. We're shorthanded, the Office of the Contract and Grant, since March 2020, almost 2 years. Their 13th budget position, 8 the staff, 5 vacant, recruited now, then only September 3 retired, another so 13th budget position, and they 8 position vacant. So that's the situation with some of the program. So inquiry why it's like that, unexpended grant, no, they'll come up with their reason. So that's just an example. Is some programs are shorthanded because of the COVID and the situation that started almost 2 years ago. Yes, there's a lot of unexpended funding from prior year annual funding agreement and contracts.
Thank you, Mr. Shorty, for that response. With that, any further questions, comments on this report, committee members? If there are none, move to accept the report. Can you back up? So that, Ramona, if you lead us roll call vote to accept the report.
Chairman, excuse me, this is Delegate
Hold
over
on.
here.
Oh, hold on. Delegate Jimmy over here.
Oh, yeah, that's us. I need Mr. Shorty response to you. My question, I didn't really hear my questions and answer back from Mr. Shorty. Can he repeat it, Mr. Shorty, Chairman?
Mr. Shorty, a response back to Delegate Yellowhair
regarding his question.
Okay, Chairman Henyo, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Mr. Yeller here, your question was on attachment E, yeah. Attachment E,
a summary. Summary or
column H, a Khayla COVID funding that non Khayla cares Khayla ARPA funding. There was a summary that they know. But when you look at the details, lay row 39 and 40 example isla. Row 39 column H. A FY21 Head Start COVID-19 because so that's COVID funding. The row 40 on the Head Start ARPO because that's ARPA funding. Although the next row is going at 42, 43. 43 a COVID-19 because ARPA funding. The next row although cares but summary showing on the last page how much cares, how much COVID-19 but couldn't be the snow respond isla.
Chair, Chairman Armahenio, this is delegate follow-up. Okay, but not Budget Finance Committee, because we have very quick reference in addition. We just not on research and not just what us to respond in la. And what not on sort of research and stuff. Even nani what I kid reference get out there. Ben on the what avocado the lay at snots. Coco nana di kaya. Palet Elan saw this not on the Budget Finance Committee. Binders that and Halian, that's a very good reference. I see at a Binders and Hadi Lord at the Budget Finance Committee. You're at on start. What you can look back and research that expenditure report. Job not a Washington at Harvard and they see this information. At least your person not a no kid either. Oh yeah, you and your person what not a Washington OMP in Jeddah. A Kokoro, Johnny Onse Sunday Contract County Department, the program department, GG, Navajo Nation, quite all you know, he's not with my experience. The lady on has kind of control, they don't visit programs or visit this either. Maybe sometime they need to come and visit the program. You send us card, the quite no, the space now. Yeah, there's FMIS report. I know the it's quite that's my concern. I want about this. If I make too much, I apologize for it. But I wish there's a binder for us as there's a very good reference. So I take the report. Since this is in a December 31st, 2021 report, it's a large report. What the I'm so shorty Stefan edition. So once a lot to tell Chairman Henny, thanks very much. Oh, they has leak. I think not pay her nothing. They have the you're not there. Oh. Thank you.
They'll get to me. Mr. Shorty, is requesting for a binder for his reference. Is that possible to fulfill that request, Mr. Shorty?
Chair Henry is delegate Begay.
So that delegate Jim Elmer Begay, yeah, of course.
Do we have a hairstyle? Cause enough. Yeah, obviously. Chair Henry, Budget and Finance Committee members, I think leadership meeting Friday, February 4th. Do you think we can include this report too? Like I was thinking about it. 1.8 billion
Aro FY22 gitu another another so many $1 billion, $1 million. Aro kadot Delegate Crowdy, I have cleared up $622 million. Aro then go ha dado $714 million. During that time, that was FY20. We approved the comprehensive budget. More than about another $500 million. All use of vehicle. I was wondering, just to right now calculating it really fast, it's about almost $3 billion. Not within the 2 years during this pandemic, $3 billion. I wonder how we can separate these answers, because I actually don't need. Is it going to be kind of like a more word session? So now I don't OMB though. Maybe I'm not sure if you can have to work with OOC, that's a controller big to get all these fundings. I think we need to maybe somehow to justify these accounts out on that to make it more accountable to the people. And then based on need maybe we should look at as Budget and Finance Committee. We should be able to have the knowledge of how much we have right now. Where did they go? There's programs up about the hospital with that $620 million. Yeah. So, I think we need to Budget and Finance Committee. What's your guidance with that? What do you think? So, Vice Chair. I just keep it thank you. Hello?
Vice Chair, I think you might have to take over. I don't see Chair Henio on the call.
Kate, last committee members, any other questions? I'll turn the floor back over to Cordell. Cordell?
Vice Chair Smith, the question binder that was by Yella here. She for the committee she. No, to look at Delegate Brigade the reports at the leadership meeting. The by Yanana Tio that is I could say or if you and make it part of the agenda I can provide additional overview at that time, because of the I'm sure there would be more questions, more discussion, because it's late in the day, late in the evening. So it'd be more time to discuss it then if it's a part of the agenda. Mr. Vice Chair.
Agree. For accommodating us on that behalf. I know we did a action item for February 4th on that. On behalf of the request, is that Ashbon itself to include that in there, or do we need to make a motion to add that on there?
And yet, that's all with me. Shut it.
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. The only issue is time on February 4th, especially if you're starting at 9 o'clock. Usually we start around 8 or 8:30 on those meetings because it's an all-day meeting. We have reports on the Permanent Trust Fund 5-year plan and the status of those projects. That's going to be the main focus, is receiving reports from all those entities that have received Permanent Trust Fund income funds. We're almost at the end of the 5-year plan. Ishidea, that's going to take up most of the time there. And I think, you know, with the amount of information that OMB Contracts and Grants Office is sharing with you, it might be better to just have a separate work session, even if it's takes 2 or 3 hours in one morning or something like that, or an afternoon. And, you know, I don't know what Cordell's schedule looks like. That's what I would suggest, is maybe just a separate meeting. So you just focus just on all these funds that you have. The other part that I am not sure, you know, I've had a lot of questions going forward, looking at some of the FRF reports that we've been getting, you know, are some of these allowed costs or disallowed costs, you know, some of those you need to begin to figure out what the guidelines are for some of this funding. Because we don't want the Inspector General to be right there snooping around with us, you know. I shouldn't say that, but anyway, we wouldn't want an audit finding or anything of that sort. We want to avoid that at all costs.
Thank you, Sheriff, for that. Ishianan sa tuloy sinandaan. Honorable Elmer Begay, because of time constraints and scheduling. I think that would be a February 1st. We can probably put that on the agenda and set up a date for that and get Cordell ready for the questions and what we want to ask on behalf of this reporting. Well, with that, committee members, anything else pertaining to the report? Have a motion and a second.
This is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, go ahead. I'll let you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. If I could recommend that the committee, in terms of the leadership meeting, if we could schedule that so we could add it to our calendars. I don't know if that could be before we would meet, like on a Friday, like Friday afternoon, or Tuesdays, because we don't meet every Tuesday. But I would ask that the committee, that we fully understand all of the ARPA and all of the fundings that are coming in, because I have concerns with so I needed this information because I have concerns on how the ARPA or the office created, like I saw one line item where there's $1 million for salary adjustment. That's a large amount of money. And so I think as an oversight, we need to understand those budgets and be accountable. So if we could do that, Vice Chair, I'd appreciate that support. And thank you, Shania Elmer Begay, for making that request.
Thank you for that, McCarty. Are you making a motion to include this on the February 4th meeting that we're going to be scheduling?
Yes, I could support that, or if you need a motion, Vice Chair, thank you.
Koshi, I'll recognize your motion to add this on February 4th after the Permanent Trust Fund report. I have a motion. Second?
Second, Delegate Begay.
I have a second by Honorable Elmer Begay. Any questions on this? And Vice Chair, this is Chair Henio.
Chair Henry, go ahead.
Okay, Vice Chair. Just that, two things. One is that the PTF update meeting usually takes all day long because we have a lot of presenters that come before the committee and they do their presentation. And to my knowledge, it usually starts at 9 and it goes all the way up to 3 o'clock. To pass that. I don't know if we have time. The other one is that maybe get guidance is that we do already have a motion and a second to accept the report. I don't know if we can have another motion within the motion, accept the table, or I believe that's the only motion you can have within another motion about if you can seek guidance. Vice Chair Smith.
Great. Thank you, Chair Henry. Appreciate that. Legislative Council, what's your guidance on this?
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair? This is Lurleen with OLC.
Yes, hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
I believe I couldn't hear all the question, but I believe it's motioning to put the report on the next meeting, on the agenda for the next meeting. Is that correct? If you could repeat the question, please. I'm sorry.
Motioning party, could you restate what you wanted to do on February 4th? I know we have PTF. We have two motions going right now. One is to accept the report and trying to entertain another motion. So that's the question. Crotty?
I'll withdraw my motion, Vice Chair, and maybe we could just decide when to have that follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you. That makes it a whole lot easier. Committee members, any other questions for our presenter, Mr. Cordell Shorty?
Thank you. This is Doug Goodyeller here, Vice Chairman.
Good. Recognize you, Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. You have the floor.
Oh, I want to say thanks to my Shumayazi. Amber Crowdy, thank you. We withdraw your name. That's pretty good for us so we can complete other important meeting on February 4th. Yeah, you. I withdraw name bloggy. Everybody share. It's going to be good for us to be in the committee. Yes, Mayor. Well, so yeah. Yeah.
Budget and Finance Committee members. At this point in time, we'll call for the question. Chanela, could you do a roll call vote on the report?
Ramona, *6.
Sorry. Roll call vote on receiving the report. Honorable Jamie Kenyo, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Kenyo, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bob Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bob Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadid, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bob Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Should I accept the report?
Okay, thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote? Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and 1 member not voting. Vice Chairman?
Okay. Roll call vote. And thank you, Mr. Cordell Shorty, for this report. I'm moving down on the receiving reports. Item C, CARES Fund update. Presenter, OOC Interim Controller, Elizabeth Gate. Are you on?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Smith, Budget and Finance Committee. This is Elizabeth Begay, and I'm here to provide an update on the CARES Fund. I do not have a written report. It will just be verbal because there's really no activities since my last report to the committee. The 16.5 million budgeted for senior hardship. We have not recorded any expenditures. We got behind because we had a COVID breakout here in my office. There's so many employees that tested positive that the HCOC has to shut us down last Thursday and Friday. But yesterday we issued the memo to contract accounting and to initiate the check run for the hardship 2 recipients that considered 60 and over. And so that's in process now. And I also would like to announce that we have assigned our accounting manager from accounts payable, Gerald Shirley, to be the lead on this project, the senior hardship, as well as the ARPA hardship. So Gerald will be supervising this project and will be reporting on the status of the project moving forward. And I just want to report the difficulties we encounter on the hardship 1 recipients. We identified 45,447 seniors 60 and over from the 48,227 that we encumbered. And that's represent 94% of the seniors that will be getting the check from hardship 1. And as you recall, we have the consultant that handled the hardship 1. And what we're finding out, there's so many corrections that we need to do. We found wrong zip codes. We found no PO box number on their address, wrong city or incorrect spelling of the city. And there's duplicate CIBs, meaning they're people sharing the same CIB number, but different names. And the most important one is that we received 16,000 change of address forms. And we're still trying to identify from that number, 16,000, if those are the recipients from hardship 1 that are 60 and over. So that's what issues we're encountering, but Gerald, I'm not sure if he's connected, will be working with the staff, with the temporary employees that we hired to work on the hardship. And we are planning to hire additional temporary workers to help us. And also he's assigning his regular staff to help with this senior hardship and the forthcoming ARPA hardship. So that's my report, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you for that report, Ms. Begay. Motion?
Motion, Delegate Begay.
Motion by Honorable Elmer Begay. Second?
This is Delegate Brown, I'll second.
Second by Honorable Brown. Committee members, we have a motion and a second on the report. CARES funds. Do we have any questions?
Chair, Vice Chair, this is Delegate Begay. I have a question.
You have the floor, Scott.
Yeah, I don't, thank you for the report, Controller Begay. On the hardship for the CARES funds for 60 and over, is there any announcements or any public information that you've presented to the chapters? Because right now, the Dalcon chapter, when I was leaving, I don't see any posters or anything that's relating to this information regarding the hardship. Especially right now, we're just now beginning to hear some people that did not receive any CARES fundings, so they want to know how to go about it. But understanding that's going to be a little bit challenging again is that some of these elderlies that we have that are in a situation where they cannot remember that happened because I guess they have this little dementia that they have, so they're not sure if they received these hardship within the CARES funding. So who will be the best person that we would talk to maybe tomorrow on? I have some constituents that just call me regarding that. They have information they found. They got that person back into their home. So that how do we go about it? If things are like that, if they don't know, if they don't remember if they received any fundings, and it seems like they had to go get some information, personal information on them again too. So, but this are some of these constituents. They have they want some information on how to go about it. So, who will be the best person that I'll be calling tomorrow? That if you could help me by that, I'll appreciate that. Thank you.
Questions, Tom? Honorable Elmer Begay. Committee members, any other questions? Ms. Begay, first you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Smith and Delegate Begay for the question. We did town hall meeting with the president on the senior hardship, and we announced that recipients of hardship 1 and hardship 2, they do not need to reapply. They automatically qualify for the senior hardship, and of course we would like to do some in-person assistance, but because of the COVID, we have to stop that before we were able to accommodate in-person assistance, but that's one of the reasons that the employees that we assigned to assist ended up with a positive test on COVID. So now we just have the box in front of the building where everybody can just drop their change of address forms or pick up their checks. We're still getting return checks. The post office is basically not giving them to the box holder if they're not the registered box holder. That's another problem that we're encountering. But we do have the phones that posted on our website. And again, Gerald Shirley, the accounting manager from Accounts Payable, will be answering any questions that you may have. And we plan to work with the Vital Records Office so that we can identify some of the recipients of hardship 1 that we do not have contact information. If we can identify what agency they belong to or what chapter, because we do have a deadline for CARES. So we have to fully expend the money by August or by September 2022. And we want to give out this hardship assistance for seniors. And we will emphasize to just call our office and now we will try to help the seniors that need assistance. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you for that, Ms. Begay. Committee members, any other questions?
This is Delegate Brown with a question.
Honorable Brown, I recognize you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Budget and Finance Committee members. Thank you, Ms. Begay, for your report. Quick question for our Navajo seniors who applied before. Will they automatically be getting the check? They don't have to reapply. And then for the new ones, obviously they would have to apply. Is that correct? And is all the current information up to date on your website? Thank you.
Wishing Honorable Brown. Committee members, any other questions? Ms. Begay, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Delegate Brown, for the question. For this senior hardship, only those that receive the hardship 1 and the hardship 2 that are 60 and above will be able to get the senior hardship assistance. For those that did not get it and they're seniors, they will not qualify. This is only dedicated to those that already receive assistance. But for the ARPA, if they did not get assistance from hardship 1 and hardship 2, then they can apply for ARPA. And the application for ARPA is not until We started it January, I believe January 10th, and it will end December 31st, 2022. So that's almost a year of the application period for ARPA. And this is to give sufficient time for those that do not have the CIB to obtain it from the vital records. So that's for ARPA, but for senior assistance, it's only for those that already received hardship 1 and hardship 2. Mr. Vice Chair. Hi.
Thank you very much for those responses. Committee members, any questions left?
Vice Chairman, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellowhair, I'll go ahead and recognize you. You have the floor.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Acting Controller Beth Piquet. You make it very clear. I wasn't questioning that one because some of the people that the first hardship fund, those payments that were made, some of them they never got it on the CARE Act, and that's history. And right now they're trying to get that money on the CARE Act. As you said that there will be none of those are not going to get paid for the first phase, but they are eligible to be paid under American Rescue Plan Act funds. Guess I understand that. That's very clear. And then my question is, when will be a under over 60, $342 that will be paid when, and that check will be ready, available? People ask for the chapter half on that one. Also, when the other EPRA fund will be available too for those over 18, $2,000, and then 17 under $600. When all these checks will be mailed off? Also, Chairman, Vice Chairman, yeah.
I'll go to you, Jay, Honorable Yellowhair. Back to Office Controllers, Mrs. BA. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Smith and Delegate Yellowhair. Question about the senior hardship checks. We started processing the checks for the seniors, and we work first on the hardship 2 recipients that are 60 and above, and then on hardship 1, we're trying to clean the files because of these issues that we uncovered on the hardship 1 recipients that are seniors 60 and above. So with that, it's in process, the checks. But for the ARPA, the 2,000 for 18 and above, and of course for the minors, it's 600. The goal is to work on that and start processing checks beginning next month, February 1st. And of course, we still face these challenges because of the hardship 1 recipients with incomplete information. So for the ARPA hardship, again, the hardship 1 recipients and the hardship 2 recipients, they do not need to reapply. So they're already in our system, but what we're finding out is that the hardship 1, they have incomplete information. And of course, we received 16,000 change of address forms. So we have to enter that into the system. And that's a lot of data entry. That's why we have to hire additional employees to help us on this project. And of course, we have this issue about office space. We used to occupy Doty Auditorium, but now that's closed down. So we were planning to hire additional employees, but we don't really have a office space for them. We still have to observe social distancing. And we have this outbreak of COVID, so we got shut down by HCOC. So we asked for your patience on this. We're trying our best, and that's why I have to ask Mr. Gerald Shirley, the accounting manager from Accounts Payable, to help out. And so there's more people helping on this project. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you. Committee members, any other questions? I don't think so. Ramona?
Vice Chairman, I just want to say thanks, Vice Chairman Shea, to Acting Controller Betsy. Thank you. Cheers.
Hakushi, thank you for that comment. Round the horn. Roll call vote. Chanella?
Chair, Vice Chairman, roll call vote for accepting the report. Honorable Jamie Kenyo, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jeremy Henio votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakudi.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
And Shadow Delegate Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakudi votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmatives or opposing. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you for that, Chanella. Report passes. Thank you for the report, Mr. Gay. At this point in time, I'll go ahead and turn the gavel back over to Chair Henio. Chair Henio, you have the gavel.
Appreciate again, Vice Chair Smith, for helping me out. Give some bad signal areas here on my way home, but nonetheless, let's go back to this takes care of all the. I don't think we do have the daily refill. So we'll just put them, consult with Vice Chair Slater when he wants to have this put back on the agenda. But with that, we just go to our agenda.
Yeah.
Business,
Chair Henio, this is Peggy.
Peggy?
By text, Vice Chair Slater is requesting to have the update on the Saley wheat fields at the next meeting, which would be February 1st. But the update meeting's going to be February 4th. So it's your call on how you want to do it.
Budget at the end of our agenda.
Chair Henio, I don't believe I heard you very well. Are you still on the call? Vice Chair Smith.
I vote green.
You might have to take the lead on closing the meeting.
Can you hear me now, Peggy?
Yeah, finally. Yeah, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a signal. So Anyway, is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll motion Delegate Yellow Hair.
Okay, so Delegate Yellow Hair motions to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Begay.
Motion on Delegate Elmer P. Begay second. We do have a motion and second to adjourn. With that, any parting comments before we go to adjourn? Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote to adjourn.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote on the adjournment. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
3.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jeremy Yellow Hair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellow Hair votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jeremy Yellow Hair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote?
So this is Delegate Crotty, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Albert P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Albert P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
And vote to pass. Voted. 27 p.m. Okay. For very quick. Good night.
Chair Hemio, you're cutting in and out. Can't hear you. That concludes our meeting for the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you all for being in attendance. Our next meeting is February